Hey, how are you? I'm good. Um,
All right, can you hear me now? You have yep, you had the guess, but you didn't have me. Do you have me now? I suspect you probably do. Audio is fine for everybody over here on TikTok, they're saying. I think it's fixed over here now on the YouTube. You got it? Karyuk, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I think both the streams are open now. We've got everything live on YouTube, on Twitch, on Twitter, which I will never call X, and then also on TikTok. So welcome in, that guy.
hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm good.
Fantastic. Are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 26.
Fantastic. Are you a theist?
I am a theist, yes.
What would be your most convincing evidence or your best argument for why the God that you worship is real?
I would say Transcendentals,
Can
or
you
the
demonstrate?
Transcendental argument.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. Can you demonstrate that transcendentals exist?
I mean, yeah, we're having a conversation right now which implies the meaning of words.
Yeah, and those are abstracts that we make from our own mind. Like we make
What do you
them up.
mean we make them
They're a product of human creation.
words or the meaning assigned to it?
Both.
How are words in and of themselves a product of the human imagination?
We invented them. Also, Rebecca, thank you for the $1.99 super chat on YouTube. We love you as well. Yeah, words are something that we invented, just like drawing on paper.
So did we invent logic and reason?
Yes, logic and reason are inventions of the human mind.
They're not something which would be discovered or learned.
They are learned, but they're not something that exists outside of the mind.
So, who created logic?
Human beings created the system of logic. The system of logic, like the language of English or math or anything else, is designed to describe the way the universe works.
Would the mathematical principles that are found in nature, say, would they be there if we didn't observe them? Would they still be active?
Well, the mathematical principles are just describing the way nature functions. So the math itself wouldn't exist, but nature itself would. It is a thing that is actually in existence.
Right, I understand what you're saying. More so, what I'm asking is, would everything still fall to the Earth at 9.8 meters per second if we didn't observe that to be the
Would
case?
would gravity still work? Yeah, I have no reason to believe that
Right,
gravity would cease working because human beings don't exist. But gravity
right,
is
but
not transcendental.
no, but the mathematical formulas which we would ascribe to certain mathematical structures would be,
Yeah,
right?
we invented those. They're not transcendental. They're literally describing gravity. That's what they're doing.
We invented those or we discovered ways of describing those things.
Both.
How
We
can you
we,
both,
we discovered the
how can
way
you,
gravity works, and we have a method for describing it mathematically. And mathematics.
mathematics,
Hold on.
hold on.
Oh, there we go. Mathematics is an invention of the human brain.
Gotcha. So we discovered the thing that we invented or we invented the thing that we discovered.
Oh, we discovered the universe because we're living in it. We invented the methods for describing it.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I wasn't really prepared to make a full on argument. I really came up for one thing on the background. I don't want to throw anything off or whatever. Um, but you asked me to give an argument, so I figured I'd start an argument or,
Yeah,
start to
no.
give an argument.
Listen, I understand a lot of people think the transcendental argument is a good go to argument. But in order for that to work, everybody in the conversation has to agree that transcendentals exist, and I just don't think they do. And I've never heard anybody give me a good reason why I should believe that they do.
Um, all right. So obviously, I mean, I'm not prepared to have a full on discussion. I was just scrolling through TikTok or whatever and seeing your stuff pop up.
That's
But
fair. That's fair.
I
Well,
would
we
say, have you
appreciate the
ever spoken
conversation.
with Jay Dyer?
No, I mean, unless he's been on here and didn't tell me his name.
Um, wait, well, if you look him up, he's really into philosophy and stuff like that. He's an Orthodox Christian,
Hmm.
but you could probably find the best explanation of transcendental argument from one of his videos or Father Deacon Ananias.
Yeah,
But yeah,
I'm
just in case you want to research it. But
I'm familiar with tag. I just don't think
yeah,
there's a
but proving
convincing
that transcendentals exist. I mean,
right. But I've never heard a good logical reason why transcendentals would exist.
right. I'm just giving you the resource to go to and actually research it. If like you wanted to find out if there was a good argument for it, those would be the people to go to. That's all I'm, trying to add.
Fair enough. Well, thanks for coming, man.
Yeah, man. Could I ask one question that's off topic
Sure.
that has nothing to do with the arguments?
Oh yeah, sure.
Um, if you came across a TikTok live and you saw someone saying, "Hey, donate 777 if God is real," would you assume that that person's a grifter?
No,
No, you wouldn't assume like that's bad practice for a Christian to be asking to donate money if people thought that God was real. You wouldn't think that's scandalous in any way.
no. Why would I? Well, have you ever been to a church? Give us 10% of your income.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's a different principle, but I mean, as far as just a random individual on TikTok, you know what I mean? Because I see people complaining about like the televangelist types that are like, send me your money or send me this much if you believe in God. And I'm
The
just pointing out
the
that,
difference is we're
on
not
the
lying
opposite
to you
side.
about what your money is doing. We're not lying to you and saying that you're giving your money to God. When you support my stream, everyone here knows that you're supporting my stream. I'm not telling you that your money is going somewhere then it's not. And as it turns out, at least half of the money that comes through this stream gets donated back out to other charities. So
No,
um,
no, that's good.
it's
That's a
not
good
a
thing. I'm not saying
it's not a
I meant as far as
grift, and I'm
optics.
not I'm not telling people they need to donate to me. I'm not telling them that they should donate to me. It just happens to be that a lot of people do want to support the stream because they appreciate the stream.
No, I get you. I get you. And I wasn't trying to make any point against you or whatever. I was just saying like if it was the other side and you saw a Christian going, "Oh, donate 777 if God is real," you wouldn't think that they were grifting in any sense or,
No, why would I?
had some personal motive. I'm just asking. It was a genuine question. I wasn't trying to like, get a gotcha question in there or whatever.
No, I believe
But
you.
yeah. All right, thanks for having me.
All right.
I'm gonna head out.
Cheers. Take it easy.
So update 11 p.m.
That's when it's going to hit landfall.
3. Mm-hmm.
All right. Wait, the hurricane's coming tonight, guys. Tonight's the night. Got to brace. Got to brace. All right, guys. Thanks for being here. We're getting the stream open and running. I think we're live on all the usual platforms now. We really appreciate you being here. We appreciate you always supporting the stream and tapping and liking and sharing. Welcome in here, 30th. 30th.
Hey, how you doing, brother?
Good. How are you doing?
Brother? I came back once again to ask you a few questions, kind of like what the guy said previously, not to trip you up or nothing, but just to understand your beliefs and contrast to mine.
I don't believe in any deities or spirits or anything. Thank you for the confetti.
Right. One question I had was on the last live. You said all praise Zeus, but you answered the question for me. You didn't believe in any deities, and I just was curious of that, just to know, because I right off the back I kind of believed that you didn't believe in Zeus either, because to believe in God, or the Abrahamic God, that would be similar as believing in Zeus, in my opinion. But you answered the question for me. I
Yeah.
appreciate that.
Yeah, we do that to demonstrate that any god is equally as plausible as the Christian God. Same thing with the tooth fairy. Sometimes I bring up my tooth fairy profile. If it's logically true that your God exists, then there's no reason why the other gods wouldn't exist. But Christians will lose their minds at the suggestion that like the Hindu gods are real.
May I say one thing that's a belief or a studying knowledge of mine that I want Christians on here to hear?
Sure.
Last time you were on here, you read that the Bible says that Satan, this is his domain to rule over.
Yeah, Satan is God of
Now,
this world.
Now, I just wanted to state this. There was an occult teacher from some years ago that I used to study, and he put out information stating that an ancient Gnostic. I'm not sure if agnostic is different from Gnostic, but he mentioned that through Gnostic teachings, the actual biblical God, and I guess this was information that was hidden from a lot of Christians. He himself equivalates to Satan. So
Uh,
which will make him
uh,
a ruler of this realm as well.
yeah, I mean that tends to be the standard interpretation of 2 Corinthians chapter 4 verse 4, although it's not as explicit as some people would like, but in Ephesians 2 he is called the power of the air, and it says elsewhere in Mark that he's roaming like a lion seeking who he might devour. It seems pretty clear that the Bible is suggesting that Satan is kind of in charge of this earthly landscape, which is kind of a weird thing, but
Yes, and I just wanted to note that the reason why that I learned that he's associated with being Satan, because apparently the word Satan is also similar to a Latin or Greek word denoting Titan. And the word Titan in Greek, apparently, I don't know if it's true. Maybe you may disagree, but apparently,
No,
yeah,
Python is completely different.
sorry, I think this particular talking point you might have got bad information. Satan comes from the Hebrew Satan, which just means opposer or adversary.
right, agreed. Because the same occult teacher that I was mentioning earlier, I didn't say his name, but he said the same exact thing you just said. He
Yeah.
said like certain, you know how some people say Hebrew and Greek, I think, are more similar to each other than Egyptian or something like that.
Well, Hebrew and
One of
Egyptian are quite similar. Hebrew and Greek are very different.
that's my bad. That's what I meant. Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Well, well, listen, 30th, we're trying to debate some Christians up here. We got to keep the debate a debate if we can. But I appreciate
yes,
you,
sir.
you coming back and saying hi.
Thank you, thank you, thank you for your time.
All right, have
And
a great
Logo,
one.
just so you know, I'm the one who believes in the Greek gods.
Right.
Um,
Right.
but for those in chat asking, host is not in Florida. I am. I'm just helping him stay updated with what's going on. Apparently, something hit the house because my dog started going crazy. So yeah, okay.
All right. We got Jose in the house. How you doing, Jose?
I'm Josie. Thank you.
Josie, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
Welcome in. Are you at least 18?
Yes, I am.
Fantastic. Are you a theist?
Define theist?
Do you believe in a god?
Yes, I do.
Great. Is it a specific god?
I do believe in Jehovah.
Okay, so you believe in the King James God.
I believe King James wrote a 1611 edition, which really isn't a literal translation of the Bible, but yeah, I didn't want to get off on the false start there. I do believe in someone that is higher than us, I guess I would say.
Great. What would be
Yeah.
your best evidence for this deity?
When I think about what Einstein said about his theories and all, he did not believe in a personal creator, but he did believe that design, he saw design in things, and behind design has to be intelligence and
Well, what if I don't see design? What would be the argument that things are designed? Because if a deity designed the planet that we're living on, then he's definitely a malevolent deity. Why does he make it so that 100,000 people a year get executed in natural disasters? In fact, Hanji, my co-host here, is down in the state that's about to get pummeled by a hurricane, and people are going to get executed in that hurricane. Why does God do that?
Yes, I do. I understand that. In fact, a buddy of mine, he was in Blackwater, and his dad's like, do not do that. Do not go in there when Katrina hit. So, but he did, and much to his father's dismay and disapproval. But at the same time, I can't conceive of the idea that if you go back to square one, like my dad, he's a great chess player. He's like,
Well,
go back to square one.
Josie, I don't want to
Think
interrupt you, but
Oh, I'm
if
sorry.
you
Go
could
ahead.
answer my question, that'd be really
Okay, I'm
nice. Why
sorry.
does God create all these natural disasters that kind of executes people at random?
Well, I don't want to put you on the spot, but the assumption that he creates all of those natural disasters is an assumption, really.
Okay, so God is not responsible for how the earth works.
No, it's not. He's responsible how the universe works and the earth, but man is responsible for his own things that he's done to the earth.
So
You know, he
man created volcanoes and hurricanes and tsunamis and earthquakes?
I wouldn't say that, but at all stages of mankind, those things prove to be beneficial in some ways, and
So
also
what's the benefit of the hurricane that's about to execute numerous people down south? What's the purpose there?
I would give you maybe an answer to that question, and I'll form it in a question, is that what's not the benefit, because when we go through tragedy and occurrences like this, it really sharpens us up and makes us learn to deal. If you want to view it in evolutionary terms, we just went through Helena. I lost, everything here.
Right. Is
So
God unable to teach us what we need to know without harming us?
there again, that you're implying an assumption that God is harming us by teaching us.
Well, he is. If God is the one who created the earth in which it would have natural disasters, he did that. No one else designed the earth but God. And he has the option to not do it. Then I have a problem with this particular belief in a God, because you're basically saying that there's a God who has the ability to teach human beings everything they need to know without harming them needlessly, but he chooses to harm them. So why? Why does he harm people needlessly?
Are you a father?
Yeah, and I would never harm my child to teach him a lesson.
Exactly.
So, exactly. Thank
So
you for
the
proving my
assumption
point. Yes,
that
a good loving father would never
no,
execute their children to teach the other
exa-
children a lesson.
well, I'm trying to help you out, really, because
I think you need to
a
help
loving
yourself
father
out.
would never do. I understand that as well.
Okay,
I
so
do.
would you execute one of your children to teach the other children a lesson?
That's a very provocative question,
You
but
brought it up.
no,
You
I
said
would never do
God.
that.
Why wouldn't you do that?
What? Because just like from my formulation of who I think God is, that he would never do anything like that. A loving father would never do anything like that. So the assumption that he
But
brought
you just said
everything
he
into
did.
existence for us.
You just
No,
said that
no,
the
I
natural
didn't say that.
disasters were used to sharpen mankind, to make us better.
No, I didn't say that. I said they can be used as to sharpen ourselves up to understand things better.
So we'll
We
try
don't
this
have to.
again. Why does God harm
Okay.
humanity with natural disasters when he doesn't have to? Thank you, Dr. Joe. Good to see you, Dr.
He,
Joe. Guys, make sure you're dropping Dr.
Thank you
Joe
all
a
for the
follow.
gifts.
hey, I think we got off on the wrong foot, but it doesn't matter. I appreciate your viewpoint. I really do, man. I'm never coming here to disrespect anyone, but as a loving father, and we both know we would never do that. And so why would we think that a loving God would do that?
Okay, so then
Yes.
who's
But the other
responsible for the
assumption
natural
is that,
disasters, Josie?
so if he's responsible, then where does our responsibility lie
I'm asking
in
you,
that?
if he's not responsible for them, who is?
That's a good question.
Did
That
God
really is a good
know
question.
Thank you for the trash panda. Big W, Lizard. Thank you so much, Lizard. I appreciate that. Did
Lizard's
God
writing this storm with me.
Yeah, yeah. When God created the earth, did he know that natural disasters would happen?
Well, just like us, like a human father, we don't know everything
It's
that will
a
happen.
so
And,
God's not all knowing.
he is all knowing, but he
Okay, so
chooses,
we'll try this
he
again.
has a
Does
choice just
God
like we do
did God know
to cre-
before he created the earth that it would have natural disasters?
I will say this to you, my friend,
I don't
that
know why
we
yes
all,
or no questions are so hard. He either does or he
well,
doesn't.
the thing is that
Wow,
yes or no,
Yolanda, thank you so much for the Venmo. I appreciate that. Thank you. And thank
yeah.
you guys all for the
I,
gifts. Everything is going to help with this flooding. Justin already saw the road.
Yeah,
It's not looking good.
make sure you're supporting
Oh, it's
Hanji.
okay. No, it's okay. And I'm not really in here to try to argue or anything like that, but I do know that even as a human man, with my father, I and he made mistakes as well, and I made mistakes with my son, and so, a loving father does the best that he can. Is he can foresee things happening, but it doesn't necessarily mean that he has to try to intervene. Just like with my son, he's out there
It's
in
not about
Nevada
intervening.
right
Josie, you're
now.
getting way off track. I need you to stay on
Well,
task. Okay, so
it's because I'm not answering your
God
questions,
God is
yes or no
God is
questions.
not accidentally creating anything. Everything he does is
No,
intentional. Okay, so God knew the way he created the earth that the earth would have natural disasters, yes or no?
no,
So God doesn't know everything, not
because
all knowing.
uh, no, because the earth was created perfect,
I want to make sure
and we
I want to make sure I get your answer. You're telling me that God is
okay.
not all knowing, right? That's what you're saying?
He is all knowing, but that
Okay.
you're inferring an idea of predestination. That would
No, I'm
mean a
not.
God of love.
I'm
Yes, you
not. I
are.
said,
You
is he
are.
all knowing? It does God
He's all
know the
knowing,
future?
but
Fantastic. Okay,
yeah,
so who created the earth in a way in which it would have natural disasters?
who would do that?
Apparently, God would. Thank you, Lizard.
Oh,
Why?
Big
wow.
Why would
W,
Thank
you
Big
you,
think
Lizard.
that?
Lizard.
Why would you think that?
Because that's your belief system. God created the earth and everything
No,
in
I
it.
asked you a question. Why would you think that a God of love would do something like that?
I don't.
Even though
I
you,
don't think a God of love would, which is why I could never believe in this God.
what God?
The God that you believe in. I would never believe in the biblical God, ever.
Well,
So I need you to actually stay on task. We're still talking about why God created the world in a way natural disasters exist. Why did he do it?
I appreciate your line of reasoning. I really do. And I appreciate the way you've handled this. And maybe I need to bow out. But, I just want to say one thing. I would never do anything to harm my son or my children.
I agree.
And just because, I mean, we're fathers, we're dads. But that doesn't mean that we just preordain and do, and we decide everything before it happens. And
This
that's
has
what,
nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm about talking
well,
about
I
God.
think it
I'm
does.
talking
I
about
really
God
do.
purposely designing the earth in a way in which natural disasters happen when he had the power not to. If you designed a car, if you built a car for your child when he turned
Does
16,
that mean nobody's
listen,
ever going to have an accident in
Josie, listen. If you need to actually listen to my analogy,
it? Okay. Okay.
if you
I'm
design a
listening.
car for your child for his 16th birthday, but
Right.
every 15 minutes the steering randomly goes out in the car, are you a good father?
Absolutely. But I
No, no,
don't.
you're not.
No. I didn't mean that in the sense that you were trying to infer, but you're taking into the assumption that I did that beforehand,
That's the
that I
analogy,
made the
Josie.
car
That's the
for
analogy.
someone to fail.
You have to engage in the analogy I laid out, not the analogy you want it to be. In the analogy, you designed a car for your child, and every 15 minutes of driving, the steering goes out, and this is not an accident. It's the way you designed the vehicle. Are you still a good father?
That's a good question. I am a good father,
In the
but
analogy,
in the analogy, no, I'm not a good father.
why?
Okay, because I deliberately designed the fault in the car,
That's
and I
right.
knew that there was a problem there.
That's right. You got it. God deliberately
Yeah,
designed the earth knowing that it was faulty and was going to execute 100,000 of its inhabitants per year. That's exactly my point.
That's your assumption, though. It's not your point.
Did
It's your
God
assumption.
did God design the earth? Yes or no?
God designed everything. He designed you.
Did God
He
design the
designed
way
your
nature
son, your
did God
children.
design the way nature works? Number 2.
Good question. Yes, I guess nature would
Okay,
follow.
then the last
Yes.
question, did God know what this design was going to do before he did it?
Do you know what your son's going to do before he does it?
It's a yes or no question. Did God know ahead
I'm
of
asking you
time?
a question.
Thank you, Kelp
I'm
the
not
Broad, for the Venmo.
Oh,
Sorry.
big W. I'm not all knowing. I'm talking about your God. Did your God know ahead of time what his design was going to do? Question 3. Easy
I
question. It's a yes or no.
repeat the question.
Did your God know ahead of time what his design was going to do?
I can't answer that.
So you don't know if God was all knowing. Fantastic. All right. Well, it's good talking to you,
No.
Josie.
Hey, don't do that, bro.
All right. If you can't be honest,
Yeah,
you don't
I
deserve
knew
to
that
be
was
here.
coming. Thank you, Giga, for the Cash App.
Big W for Giga. Sending in the Cash App support. Thank you, Shelly, for the heart. Chet, thank you so much
Look,
for the dinosaur.
big
Big
tiny.
W, Chet. Big
And
W,
tiny
Chet.
tiny.
I appreciate that, Chet. Oh, I tried to get the next guest, but they dropped already. Let's get another one in the from the queue here.
Sounds good.
Guys, we've got the Twitch, the Twitter, the YouTube all streaming. So you can pick your poison here. Thank you so much for supporting us. If you're not already following, please make sure you do follow. And we've got Brenda in the house now. How are you doing, Brenda?
I'm fine. I'm a Christian, by the way, so we'll go back and forth here. Anyway, what do you believe in?
I believe in no deities.
Oh, so you don't believe in no Satan, no God, no nothing?
Nothing.
Okay. That just throws me, but that's
What's
your
your,
belief, and I
what-
respect that.
Well,
But I was
shoot. I
trying to
mean, that's
answer
a big
Yeah.
win if you actually respect my beliefs.
I respect what you say because I would hope people respect mine. But what I was trying to say, I was trying to get in a while ago with that guy when you was asking the 3 questions. I was typing the answers in. So you ask me and I'll tell you.
I've about time we get an honest Christian. All right, so easy 3 questions. First question is, did God design the earth?
Yes.
Did he design the way weather and natural disasters work?
Yes.
Did he know ahead of time that
Yes.
these okay.
I already heard you. Yes.
Okay, then my conclusion based on these premises is that God is
He wasn't
obviously
pleased,
not
and
all
that's why
good.
this tornado and the hurricanes are going on. I already know what you're going to ask. He was not pleased. He's not pleased with something that's going on.
Okay, so he's
And that's
sending
the way we learn it.
he's sending the hurricane to deal retribution.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. All right. In this analogy, you've got 10 kids. Let's imagine for a second that 5 of your kids are behaving incredibly badly. Let's say that one day all 10 of your kids are in the house having dinner together. Would it be okay for you to burn the house with all 10 kids in it because 5 of them were acting badly?
No, but I'm not God.
Okay, so
That's not the way we
so
understand
it's good for God to behave wickedly, but not for humans.
Listen, no, it's not wickedly, because when you read the Bible, if you know your Bible, when it seems like you did read your Bible, in the Bible it does say he has no respect for persons, right?
I don't think that's what it says, but I understand
yes,
the point
it
you're
does.
trying to make.
A Christian, you're talking to a God-fearing Christian that goes to church every
All right,
Sunday.
Brenda,
so yeah,
I'm going to need you to cite your source. Where does it say that
I talk
God
like this all the
that
time,
God
so
has where does it say that God has no respect for persons?
it's in the Bible. It's in New Testament.
Quote
Wait,
it.
hang on. My
Give me the
husband's gonna look for
chapter,
it.
book, chapter,
All right,
and
1
verse.
second. All right, 1 second. My husband's looking for it. He's looking for it because I ain't near the computer right now. It's at my phone, and I'm not very technical switching back and forth. Hang on.
Right. So, why would God randomly?
Hang on. He said it's Acts what? 10:34. 10:34.
All right, Acts 10:34. We'll pull it up. I've got the internet right here. I'll even put it on the screen.
Okay. And he also talks about hurricanes and
This
stuff
doesn't
like that.
this doesn't say
Yeah.
what you think it does. It says that God shows no partiality, which is way different.
Exactly. Yes, exactly.
That means that God doesn't value
It's in
one
there,
human above
respect of a
another.
person. Hold on just a minute. Let me find the other one. Respect of a person. It's in there. Hang on. He's looking for it, but you can ask another question.
Right. So why is God good when he indiscriminately punishes people through execution when that execution wipes out the innocent alongside the guilty?
I just told you he is not pleased with something of that. And
Right,
if
but that's
somebody else-
not
wait a
my
minute, if somebody else
question.
is-
I'm going to read
if
a
somebody
passage
else
with
is in the
you.
way, then
I'm going to read a passage with you. We're going to
Okay.
go to Genesis 18. This is a very familiar passage. This is right before God tells Abraham that he's going to decimate Sodom and Gomorrah, okay? Listen to what is said here in the passage. It says, so the men turned from
I'll go to
there.
my computer so I can be looking while you read.
The men
ahead.
turned from there and went toward Sodom, while Abraham remained standing before the Lord. Then Abraham came near and said, will you indeed sweep away the righteous with the wicked? Suppose there are 50 righteous within the city. Will you then sweep away the place and not forgive it for the 50 righteous people who are in it? Far be it from you to do such a thing, to slay the righteous with the wicked, so that the righteous fare as the wicked. So is it based on this chapter where Abraham is speaking to Yahweh, could we conclude that it's probably the most reasonable thing that executing the
I'd have to study it.
guilty alongside of the not guilty is a bad thing?
I said I'd have to study it.
Okay, so I believe that if somebody commits a crime, the only people that should be punished for that crime are the people who committed the crime. You can't just indiscriminately wipe everybody out around them.
Okay, here's Romans 2:11 through 16.
All right, we'll grab it. I'll put
For
it on the
there is
screen.
no respect there is no respect of persons with God.
Let's
as
actually
many
let's
we
hold
have
on. Take a
sinned.
deep
Okay.
breath,
Just
Brenda.
reading.
I'm trying to put it on the screen. What's the passage?
Okay, it's Romans 2,
Yep.
second Romans 11 through 16. And the first thing it says, for there is no respect of persons with God. There you go.
Fantastic. I'm
That's
sure it's going to say the same thing that the other passage said. Said there will be affliction and distress for everyone who does evil, both the Jew first and then the Greek, and the
Where are
Greek.
you reading that at?
But the glory, I'm starting verse 9. But glory and honor and peace for everyone who does good, both the Jew first and the Greek, for God shows no partiality. Exactly the same thing as the other verse. It doesn't say that God doesn't respect people. It says
Yes,
that
it does. I'm sitting
it
here
says
reading it.
God
Look.
shows no partiality.
Yes, that means respect. Mine says, for there is no respect of persons with God. For as many
Right.
as have sinned without law shall also perish without law. And
right.
as many have sinned in the law shall be judged by the law. And it goes on and on and on.
I'm sure it does, Brenda. Brothel, is it Bothel guy? Thank you for the $2 super chat over YouTube. Bothel says, real question, could Jesus have been a Roman plant? Possibly. Brenda, this passage is not saying that God disrespects humans. It's literally saying the opposite. He's saying that God doesn't show partiality between like Jew and Greek.
Hold on a minute. Hold on. Tell him what you're telling him.
No, what that phrase is referring to is that God has no partiality.
That's what I said.
Everybody has the salvation. But if you read Genesis 5:29, it's referring more pertinent to
529 Genesis.
Okay, so we're just going to bounce around passage to passage till you find one that works for you?
No, I'm just, you obviously need proof. It's a discussion.
Mac in the house. Good to see you, Mac. I appreciate that. Big W
Thank
for
you,
Mac.
Mac.
Let's get some W's in the chat. All right,
Make sure
Genesis
to
5.
change your gift goal as well. She hit it.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much. Genesis 5:29. We'll start in 28. When Lamech had lived 182 years, he became the father of a son. He named him Noah. Out of the ground that the Lord has cursed, this one shall bring us relief from our work and from the toil of our hands. Lamech lived after the birth of Noah 595 years. This doesn't say anything you want it to, I assume.
you're not getting any of this. And you know what? I'm going to
This
respectfully.
has nothing to do with the topic. This is just a
Yes,
genealogy. This is the children of Lamech.
you're not going to understand anything I'm saying. I'm not going to understand anything you're saying.
Okay,
So
yeah, I'll take your concession. You can
respect.
run. You can run it.
No, I'm saying
I'll take your concession. It's fine.
Yeah, I will, because I'm
Bre-
sitting there saying,
Brenda
Hang on,
folded
let me
like a
finish.
long chair.
no, I didn't fold like a long
Ankles
chair.
ankles shattered.
Ankles didn't shatter. You just say are delusional.
All right, so how come this passage doesn't say anything about the topic then? Because this is literally just about the children of
Hang
Lamech.
on.
Not referring to God's judgment on a specific person, but God's judgment in general.
Hang on. Read what you just said.
Read it.
Brenda, I'm
Hang on,
confused.
I'll read it to
I'm
you.
confused why you're trying to teach over a man when the Bible tells you to listen in submission.
Because he's not a preacher. He's my husband.
I am. I'm qualified, and I don't permit you to teach over a man.
They don't have nothing to say nothing about no man preaching and teaching. It says preaching, not
I'm
teaching.
I'm teaching you right now, and I'm telling you that you need to pipe down and put a man on the phone.
Oh, okay. Here.
I ain't wasting my time with that.
Tell him this one. Tell him this one.
That was quick.
Here, tell him.
All right, you guys get out of here. All right, let's get someone in the box.
Keep tapping the screen, guys. Keep sharing out the live. Justin still needs to change his live goal.
Guys, thanks so much for being here. We're going to have a great time tonight. I really appreciate all the gifts and the shares and the likes and the support. I really do. Welcome in, Bill.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you doing?
Pretty good.
Bill,
So,
are you at least 18 and are you a theist?
Yes.
Fantastic. What would be your most convincing argument or evidence for why your particular God is real?
I would say intelligent creation.
Oh boy. We literally
so-
just did this one. We can do it again.
Yeah, I mean, we can get into it, but I just think abiogenesis, it doesn't have any basis. Like, according to scientific method, you would need to either observe it or be able to recreate it.
Yeah, but
And thus far,
that's not related
we
to
haven't done
the
that.
argument that you just brought up. You brought up two arguments. So which one do you want to run?
I actually want to address an earlier question you had about the natural disasters.
Okay, so a third topic. Fantastic. Mac, thank you
Yeah.
so much for the hearts. W Mac, thank you so much.
Yeah, I mean, just transparently answering your questions. I brought up those two, but
I mean,
really, I want to talk about the natural
we can talk about
disasters.
anything you want to, but we can only do it one at a time. Mac, thank you so much for all the hearts. W Mac.
So, what was your question pertaining to those natural disasters?
All right, we'll start easy. Did God create the earth?
Yes.
Did God know ahead of time when he was going to create the earth that there would be natural disasters?
I believe he knew it was a possibility.
So God's not all-knowing.
He is all-knowing, but there's also the concept of free will.
Thank you so
which
much,
is
Mac.
the choice that
He hit
people
your
have.
goal again. Time to set the new one.
Yeah, W
So-
Mac. I really appreciate that, Mac.
So, to understand this, you would have to go back to Genesis.
I understand all of it, so you're missing my point. Either God is all-knowing or he's not. He can't know some things and still be all-knowing. So he either knew ahead of time that natural disasters would occur or he didn't.
Okay, what did
Thank you,
Genesis
JB.
say about
JYB, I appreciate that.
Cain killing his brother? Are you aware of that?
Yeah, God asks a number of rhetorical questions in the book of Genesis. This actually feeds into my point. I actually don't believe the God of Genesis and Exodus is all-knowing. The problem is we have other Bible passages where God clearly is all-knowing. So the Bible contradicts itself there. So
I think so. What he said to Cain was, he said, "Sin is crouching at your doorstep. Will you get the hang of it?" And I believe this is
Get the
a
hang of
choice. Yeah, I believe.
it says sin is crouching at your door and is waiting to overtake you.
And while he's stick up, I'm gonna take advantage. I'm watching the update right now. Our curfew is 8 p.m. So yeah, he's definitely coming through tonight. We're getting the eye. It's coming straight through us all the way up to St. Augustine. So
Yeah,
just thought I should let you know.
that hurricane's
Thank you,
gonna be
Mac,
for
for
real.
Dragon. Yeah. Ugh.
W Mac. Where we lost the Lord took him. He's already gone. That didn't take very long. There you go. We got him back.
Are you ready to continue the conversation?
Yeah. Welcome back. So I guess the question we're trying to nail down right now is whether or not God is all knowing.
Yeah. So Genesis 4:6, it says in my translation, sin is crouching at the doorstep, waiting to dominate you. Will you get mastery over it? So this is a question that is put in the hands of Cain. Like, he has a choice, and this goes with the free will that God gave, to either give into the sin and go about the route that he did, or he can get the mastery over it and go about a different route. And I think this is highlighted many times throughout both the Old and New Testament that
That
we
has
do
nothing
have
to
the
do with
choice.
what we're talking about. We're trying to figure out if God is all knowing.
So you're talking about all knowing, like in terms of one linear path, but he is all knowing in that he knows the outcome of whatever choice we're going to make. We still have the ability to make the choice. So if you decide to do X, he knows, okay, this is going to be the outcome.
It's a yes or no question. Does God know all things?
Yes, he knows all things.
Easy,
you still have the
fantastic. It's not about free will. We're not talking about free will.
It is, though.
We're merely, Bill, take a deep breath.
I
I need you to actually take a deep breath and engage in the topic. Before we can do anything, we need to determine if God is actually all-knowing. We're not talking about free will. Okay, so easy enough. God is all-knowing. We can put that one aside now. Did God create the earth? You already agreed that he did, right?
Yes.
Okay, so did God know that the earth would have tornadoes, volcanoes, earthquakes, hurricanes, and other natural disasters?
He knew it was a possibility.
He knew it would happen.
He knew it was a possibility to happen.
He knew it would happen because he created it.
So when he created earth, he gave dominion of earth to men. Okay. And when Adam and Eve chose to sin, he said, on account of you, the ground is cursed and it will produce thorns and thistles.
Yes, I know. Did God design the earth in a way in which it would have natural disasters?
Did he design it to produce?
Bill, I need you to focus. Super easy question. Thank you so much, Mac. Big W for Mac. I appreciate the hell out of you. Did God design the earth after the fall in a way in which natural disasters would be a thing? Thank you, Mac. Mac making it rain up in here.
Thank you, Parker, for the Cash Apps and Venmos. Thank you, guys.
Bill, you're muted, my man. Yeah, Chris, did hurricanes only start 6,000 years ago? No, natural disasters have been around for a long time. We have evidence of volcanoes millions of years ago. Millions of years ago. In fact, there's a volcano map that you can get by date. Let me see if I can find it. I should have downloaded it so I would always have it with me. Let's see. Here we go. It's published by nature.com. Let me pull it up. Of course, it's tiny on the website. Let me see if I can make it bigger. No, I can't make it bigger. Oh, Bill, we're back. Fantastic. Bill, did you hear my question?
What was your last question?
Right. After the fall, did God design the earth or change the earth or modify the earth in a way in which natural disasters would be a thing?
Yes, the ground was cursed on account of Adam.
Okay, fantastic. Did God have to make the earth in a way in which natural disasters would be a thing?
No, he didn't.
So it was a choice.
It was a choice on Adam's part. Yes.
Wrong. We'll try this again. Who designed the earth and everything in it?
God designed the earth.
Okay, did Adam design the earth?
Dominion over it.
Did Adam design the earth?
Listen, when you
did Adam design the earth?
Okay, let's put it like this.
Did Adam design the earth?
Did God design the house?
I'm going to ask you a million times. Did Adam design the earth or did God?
God designed the earth and gave
Fantastic. Did
dominion over it. You
Adam
can't-
create natural
it's
disasters, or
it's
did
being
God?
intellectually dishonest to try
Bill,
to straw man
you're
that
being an
and-
absolute coward, and I need you to actually engage in the dialogue.
You're
So we'll-
trying to create a false dichotomy.
I'm not. So we'll just make this
is
really
the
easy. So Adam and Eve sinned. God is under no compulsion to do anything after their sin. His decision to create natural disasters after their fall was his decision. So nobody is responsible for natural disasters other than the one who created them.
Based on how you feel?
No,
What's your logic
based
behind it?
on your religion. God decided what
Based
the
on
consequences of the fall were. Did he not?
Okay, so if we're gonna go off my religion,
Did
we have
God
to go off
decide
scripture.
what the consequences of the fall
What
would
does
be?
scripture say about it?
I'm asking you, did God design the consequences of the fall?
Yes.
Okay, did anyone force him to do it?
Force him to what?
Was God forced to curse the earth in a way in which natural disasters would exist?
I would say yes.
Who forced God to do it?
So God, as is how outlined in the Old Testament, is holy and he does not change.
I asked
The
for a who.
definition-
Who forced God to do it?
The nature of God forces him to do it.
What about
He
the
cannot-
nature?
he
What
cannot-
about
he
the what about the nature of God requires him to make natural disasters?
He cannot go back on his word. So when he
What
says
was his word?
the consequence, when he gives dominion to Adam and he says this is the consequence of doing this, the consequence of that has to happen.
All right, show
So,
me in the
yes.
Bible where God said the consequence of you disobeying me is going to be that natural disasters would exist. And he's teacupped. They literally just make it up as they go. They're just doing gymnastics. They're in the free form, the free for all routine, just throwing balls in the air and streamers behind
Go to
them.
Genesis 3:8.
All right. If Genesis 3 doesn't say anything about natural disasters before they sinned,
3:18.
you're going to get really embarrassed, because as it turns out, the curse of Genesis 3:18 has nothing to do with what they were told before they sinned, and has nothing to do with what we're talking about. So we're going now to the effect of the sin, which was the curse that God created. It says, "Thorns and thistles it shall bring for you, and you shall eat the plants of the field," which doesn't fix your problem. So show me in the Bible where God warned them ahead of time that if they disobeyed, he was going to create natural disasters, volcanoes, earthquakes, and hurricanes.
That's what thorns and thistles is.
Show me in the Bible
it's
where
the
he told
ground-
them
it's-
ahead of time this was going to happen, because that was your claim. You said that God warned them ahead of time that this would happen, and they sinned and chose to do it anyways. So show me in the Bible where they were warned about this.
It's back at the beginning of Genesis.
All right, book chat. Well, we already know the book. Give me the spot in Genesis where God warned that if they disobeyed, he was going to make it so natural disasters kill 100,000 people a year. It's not there. He's going to be teacup for a while.
Yep.
The only thing Adam and Eve were ever warned about, ever, was that if they ate of the tree, then they would die. In the day that you eat of it, you will die.
Right.
Okay, so they were never told that if you eat of this fruit,
hold on.
I'm
So
going
when you
to
say-
recreate
when
the
you-
world in which it's going to have natural disasters, and
so you're talking
I'm going
about, like,
I'm going to torment humanity for the rest of time with natural disasters. I want to see that verse, because you told me that verse existed.
hold on, that's not true either. It's not for the rest of time.
Okay,
like,
so
very
so
clear about
God
that.
so God made an executive decision after they ate the fruit to make natural disasters. That was his decision, yes or no?
Your question was, where does it say that
Bill, yes-
hundreds of
yes
thousands
or
of people
no?
would die from natural disasters?
Bill.
It clearly outlines that
Bill.
people would die if they
Bill,
ate. Now you're talking
Bill,
about
you're
methodology
running.
there.
Bill, stop being a coward
not
and
running.
engage in the conversation. This doesn't look good for you. So I want to know why God decided to make natural disasters after they sinned. Why did he do it?
He did not decide to do it. He gave dominion of earth to
Okay,
man.
so show me in
And
the
man's
Bible where it says
decisions
that
led
God.
to it.
Show me in the Bible where it says that Adam made nature.
It's not about what you made. Did you?
Okay, we'll try this from the top
Here,
then, Bill. We'll do this one more time, Bill. Who made nature and the way nature behaves? Who did it?
Who made your house?
Bill, we're talking about nature. I need you to stop it.
You asked questions this whole time.
I need you to be honest for once and stop dodging the question.
Your house is dirty after.
Who made nature and the way nature works?
You're clearly not interested in.
Bill, you're clearly not honest. Who made nature and the way that nature works?
If you want to have an actual discussion, then we.
Bill, I need you to stay on point and stop crying. Who
Answer
made
the
nature and the way that nature works?
Because simple questions are so hard from him. From my standpoint, Justin, Mother Gaia.
Yeah, I know it.
Gaia.
It's so
Sure.
easy. Every theist in the world knows exactly the answer to this question. The person responsible for nature is always the one who designed nature. And in your case, it's God, the Bible God. I don't know why you're running from it. Just own it. Just say God did it.
Do you actually want an answer, or are you going to keep muting?
I want you to answer my question and stop running from it. Who created
I'll answer
nature?
this- I will
Who
answer this
created
question.
nature
You
and
agree
who
with my
created
question
nature and the way that
Not
nature
fair.
works?
I will answer this question if you answer my question.
Bill,
after.
you're on my live. You don't give me ultimatums. So
Okay,
who
well, we
created
don't have
nature
this
and the way that
discussion.
nature works?
False dichotomies.
Who created nature and the way that nature works? This is your last chance.
Also, thank you, Dagda, for all the roses to host, all the gifts to me as well. And Justin, go ahead and change your
You won't even
live
let me
goal.
speak as this live is saying. Like,
I'm
you're not
asking you to
answering the
answer the
question.
question.
yeah, I will answer if you answer my question after. Otherwise, it's not.
We're going to
conversation
finish
at
the
all.
we're going to finish the logical conversation about natural disasters, and then you can pivot to any topic you want.
No, I'm not pivoting. I'm trying to.
You are.
answer
I need you
your
to stop
question,
pivoting,
but it
and I need you
requires-
to
it
stay
requires
focused. And Bill, I
more
don't know
than
if you
just-
know this, Bill, but my mic is louder than yours. Every time you talk while I'm talking, my mic is at least 30% louder than yours. On YouTube, no one can hear a damn word you're saying. You're going to be saved on YouTube talking while I'm talking for the rest of eternity, and no one's going to hear a word that you're saying. So if you want to have an actual conversation, I suspect you actually have a rational dialogue like a human being and stop trying to talk over me, because it won't work. My mic is louder than yours, and I did it on purpose. So please answer my question. Who
You
created
ask me the
nature?
question, and when I respond,
Who-
you say it's talking.
Who created nature, and who designed the way nature works?
He asked this question 10 times. The fact that I was able to answer it with my deities shows that you don't like hearing hard questions that are actually simple.
Yeah, the chat already knows it. Bill's
The question
incapable
is
of
simple.
answering.
I've already answered it.
Okay, so you're going to run from it. Fantastic. All right, let's get an adult in the box and see if we can get any further. Oh, we got a bunch of people jumped in the box now. We'll grab them at random.
Someone asked a very good question. Wish y'all would debate Muslims. Their beliefs ain't much different. We actually do. Host is actually working on the Quran, so that way he's able to do more. But when we do have Muslims that are completely lying on the hadiths and the Quran, that's when we have a ex-Muslim friend of ours. I'm not going to dox him, that he comes in and he actually helps us with the conversation because he's more well-versed, being a brilliant Egyptian man. Welcome in, J Money.
Yeah, M's awesome. Thank you, Mac. Oh my gosh, Mac! I just put the goal up and she's already crushing. This is unbelievable. Mac is forever going to be known as the Rainmaker. J Money, welcome in. J Money?
What's up, man?
Mac crushed so many goals that she's scared the guest away. J Money, I think we can hear you with your mic unmuted there.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. J Money, are you at least 18?
Yes.
Fantastic. Are you a theist?
Yes.
Fantastic. And who is your specific deity?
Well, I would say God, but I guess to be more specific, like Yahweh.
Okay, so are you Jewish or Christian?
Christian.
Fantastic. Are you a Black Hebrew Israelite?
No.
Okay, just checking. So what would be your best evidence or your best argument for why this God is real?
Yeah, I would say morality. How can we prove something is wrong unless there's a standard above ourselves that's already dictated what is right and wrong?
Fantastic. So, Susie, thank you for the superpower, by the way. So how do you know that objective morals exist? Because I don't believe that they do.
Well, if someone came into your house and tried to rob you, I think you would want to come against that. And by coming against that, if the police came to you and arrested you for protecting your own house, I think you would be very upset.
But why do I need objective morals for that?
Because why would it be wrong for someone to come and rob your home?
Oh, because we live in a society where we all agree that robbing each other is not allowed. So if you want to go rob somebody, you can live in a society where they allow it.
But where do they allow that?
You tell me. I don't live in a society where they allow it, but if that's what you want, you can go find it.
And also, if it's the society that deems something wrong, how is that objectively true?
It's not objectively true. That's the point. I don't believe in objective morals. You do, but you can't demonstrate that they exist. You only want them to exist.
No, I don't. I wouldn't say that at all. I think it's kind of.
So what's the proof that they exist?
Well, the proof that they exist is that 2 + 2 is 4.
That has nothing to do with morals.
That it's objectively wrong if you were in math class for a teacher to say that 2 + 2 is not 4.
We're talking about morals, not about math. What's your proof that morals are objective?
Well, you don't believe in subjective morals.
Yes, I do.
But that's subjective. Then.
I just told you I believe in subjective morals. You're not a mind reader. So what's your evidence that
objective morals?
Yeah, I definitely don't believe in objective morals. So what would be your evidence? What would be your evidence that objective morals are real?
Well, we don't live in a society that deems everything subjective. That's an objective truth. Where do you get objective truth?
We're talking about objective morals, not objective truth. This is just another pivot. So what's your evidence that objective morals exist?
It's true that killing is wrong. It's true that murder is wrong. And you can't
I don't agree. I don't agree that there's such a thing as objective morals, J Money. I need you to stay on point. What is the evidence that listen, J Money, when you talk over me, no one can hear you.
Yes.
No one can hear you. You're wasting your time.
Okay,
so what is the evidence that objective morals exist?
Is it moral for a teacher to claim that 2 + 2 does not equal 4?
We're talking about morals, not math. What's the evidence, J Money, that objective morals exist, not that math works?
That's not. Do you not understand that in order to say that something is right or wrong, it has to be a moral principle behind it?
Yes, and math and morality are different subjects.
Okay, but you're not really taking the question apart and breaking it down, because it would be objectively wrong for a teacher to say that 2 + 2 = 5. If they gave you a F on a test that said 2 + 2 = 4, that would be morally wrong. Would that not?
I don't know if it would be morally wrong. That's actually an ambiguous question, because she might actually have, or he might actually have, a good reason for doing it. But that is beside the point. I'm asking you whether or not you can demonstrate that objective morals exist. Now, we agree that in our society that generally lying is bad, but that has nothing to do with whether or not they're objectively bad.
Well, how can you demonstrate that objective morals don't exist?
Oh, easy, because we have no evidence that they do exist, and they change throughout time. So, for example, I'll take a really big issue. In today's society, nearly everybody agrees, nearly everybody, not everybody, but nearly everybody agrees that slavery is wrong. Do you agree that slavery is wrong?
Yes.
Okay.
Generally speaking.
Well, that's a big problem because previously in history, nearly everybody agreed that it was acceptable. Even the God of this Bible agreed that it was acceptable, which to me is just demonstrating that objective morals don't exist, that all morals are subjective because they change based on time period and based on population.
Do you know that God also permitted polytheism? Not polytheism, but marriage to multiple partners, but that's not the way he wanted it to be.
Yeah, that was Deuteronomy chapter 21 when he said you can have multiples, and Leviticus 21. Yeah, I know that he's okay with having multiple wives, but that's irrelevant because God says you can have slaves. Now, I want to know why God says you can have slaves since we're on the topic.
Yeah. So if you go back to the old those time periods, slavery was also looked at very differently. And also, if you really read the whole entirety of the Old Testament, you see that God actually, if you read the whole entire Testament, the Old Testament, you actually will see that God cares for those in servitude just as he cares for those that are free. Because
show it to me, because when I read the Old Testament, God only cares about when his people are in service. He doesn't care at all about foreign people that are slaves. When God freed the Israelites from Egypt, did he free all the slaves worldwide, or did he only free the Israelites? Where'd he go? They never have a Bible.
Give him a second. No.
They always have to use their phone as a Bible. I don't know why they come up here all unprepared.
So if you look in Isaiah, I can't remember the exact chapter and verse. It also talks about the sojourner.
J Money, did I ask you a question?
Well, you asked me if
did you
he freed.
Did you hear my?
He didn't free everyone.
Okay, so he only freed the Israelites. Okay, so he's actually not cared about all the slaves. He's only cared about his own people.
I mean, if you want to look at it like that and not look at the entirety of the Bible and the scripture, I think that, yeah, you can make that case.
We're going to read all of it. So in Leviticus 23 or 25 verse 39, God is actually pretty clear that he doesn't want his people to be slaves, but he's okay with other people being slaves. He says, if any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. They shall serve you until the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children with them shall go out from your authority. They shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property, for they are my servants who I brought out of the land of Egypt. And they shall not be sold as slaves are sold. You shall not rule over them with harshness, but you will fear your God. Now he takes a turn. As for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you, and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. So he just says you can own slaves. He just doesn't want you enslaving your own brethren.
So what do you say against Exodus 23:9 that says, you shall not oppress a sojourner? You know the heart of a sojourner, for you were the sojourners in the land of Egypt.
Yes, a sojourner is a temporary resident. A slave is not a sojourner. There are different classifications of people.
But if he cares about the foreigner, he also made laws. Do you not realize that in those times
he cares about sojourners? Those are foreign people that are living in the land of Israel. He's not concerned about foreigners outside of the land.
So what is slavery?
Slavery is owning another human being as property, which is exactly what he endorses in the passage that we just read. They will be your property.
So, okay, how do you become a slave then?
There's about 10 different ways you become a slave. You can be captured in war. You can commit a very bad crime. You can be kidnapped. You can be sold as a slave. Or you can sell yourself as a slave. For example, in Exodus 21, you can sell your daughter as a slave.
Okay, what does Exodus 21:16 say?
Big old pivot. We're going to read the part of Exodus that you wanted to skip over since you can't be honest. So Exodus 21:7 says, when a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. Exodus 21:16 is about kidnapping free people, specifically Hebrews, and forcing them into slavery, which God is against. God doesn't want you kidnapping free people that are Hebrews and making them to slaves. But he's totally okay with you selling your daughter as a slave.
Is he okay with that, or is that part of the culture? And by that being part of the culture, he's actually protecting those that are in harm's way.
If he was protecting them, he could say, "Don't sell your children as slaves."
Wait. Is this wrong? Is God wrong for this?
I believe that slavery is wrong in your worldview. You already said it was. So we'll start this from the beginning, J Money. So I already know the pivot you're about to make. You already said that slavery is objectively wrong, and now you're going to run from it. So either in your worldview, it's objectively wrong or it's not.
It is objectively wrong.
Okay, fantastic. So then don't pivot.
The Bible states that as well.
Fantastic. So show me in the Bible where it says slavery is objectively wrong, because we just read 2 passages where God says it's okay. Why do the 10 Commandments say that you shouldn't covet your neighbor's slave?
Where does it say that?
It's the last commandment.
The last commandment?
Yep.
It says slave?
Yep. Do not covet your neighbor's wife or their cattle or their slaves.
Nor his manservant?
Yep.
Is a servant a slave?
Yep.
Is that the Hebrew definition for that?
Yep.
So slave and servant can be interchangeable, so that means that a servant is not always a slave.
Yep. You shall not covet your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife, male or female slave, ox, donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor. Now, there is an actual word to refer to somebody who is like a hired laborer. In Hebrew, it's shakir. This is not what we find here. What we find here is the Hebrew word eved, which generally means somebody who is a bound laborer. Now, as it turns out, the Hebrew men are bound for 6 years. The foreigners and the Hebrew women are bound for life.
Yeah.
So that's slavery. Remember Exodus 21:7 says if you sell your daughter as a slave, she will not go out as the male slaves do, because the male Hebrews go out after 6 years, which is
so Jubilee. Yeah.
Actually, that's not quite how that works, but that's even more barbaric than what we find in the ancient Near East. In the laws of Hammurabi, when you are a bound laborer, you only have to serve for 3 years, not 6. That's Law 117, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I can admit that it's very hard reading the scriptures and interpreting what God did, why he did what he did. I'm not God, and I don't know why there were certain laws that were put in place. I do believe, and not only believe, but based on the scriptures, God is the same God as yesterday, today, and tomorrow. And it would be backwards and contradicting if to say that Christians
Thank you, Jezebel.
actually abolished slavery, or at least help abolish slavery.
Oh, no, they helped keep it in place. The Southern Baptist Convention quite literally formed, the largest denomination in U.S. history, formed specifically to keep their slaves.
Yes, certain Christians are not Christians. They're hypocrites. Yes, I've been one of them before.
How are they hypocrites?
The
Bible doesn't say you can't own slaves.
The Bible doesn't say you can't own slaves.
No, nowhere in the Bible does it prohibit slaves. So it sounds to me like the true Christian is actually the SBC, the Southern Baptist Convention. So
the Bible states that you can't keep a man against his own will, and if you
unless it's a slave.
But that's contradicting, because
it's not contradicting.
In today's world, we know that slavery is when you keep someone against their will, just like the blacks and the African Americans the Africans that came over, they were held against their will. That is what slavery is.
We'll just try this again. I don't know why you weren't listening the first time we read Leviticus. It says that they will be a possession for you. A possession for your children after you. Permanent slaves. They are your possession. They can be inherited as property. These aren't people that are free to leave.
And so you're saying that in today's world, no, not today's world, but in the New Testament, that God permits slavery.
God had a dozen opportunities in the New Testament to say don't own slaves anymore, and he never did it. In fact, when Paul addresses slaves and slave owners in the book of Ephesians chapter 6, he should have said, all you Christian slave owners, free your slaves. But he didn't say that. He said, Christian slave owners, treat your slaves respectfully. Why wouldn't he just say free your slaves?
Well, if I owed you a great debt and I came to you and said I would serve you, what would that make me?
It wouldn't make you a slave, because slaves aren't free to go. A person who serves somebody else is still free to go.
Okay. Well, I
Go
guess.
ahead and change your goal, honey.
Oh,
You
shit.
hit the goal already.
I didn't even see that. Jezebel's baby daddy. Thank you so much for the double galaxies. Big win, Jezebel, baby daddy. I really appreciate that. J Money, do you see why we get annoyed when people come up here saying that the Bible doesn't endorse slavery when it just quite clearly does? And
Yeah, I mean, when you read it, go ahead, my bad.
I'm just saying, why do people do all these backflips trying to say that the Bible doesn't say what it clearly says?
Yeah, I mean, the Bible says a lot of things that come very off the wall, very off the wall. I mean, who spits in the ground and wipes it on a person's face? I think in today's society, we would deem that as disrespectful.
Oh, you mean when Jesus healed a blind man?
Yeah.
Well, it seemed to be that this was some sort of a healing ritual that the guy would have been okay with. For example, did you ever read the writings of Suetonius or Tacitus, either one?
No.
They both write about a miracle that Vespasian did. So Vespasian, one of the Roman emperors, actually healed a blind man by spitting on his eyes and putting it on his eyes. And he did this by the power of the god Serapis, which is a pretty wild story.
Yeah. There are gods in this world that are not of the one true God, and they do have power. They have been granted authority, so I wouldn't be surprised if that did happen.
How do you know that they're not the true God and that your God is the one that they granted authority to?
Well, I think when we go back in history and also just it's not really that, yeah, I guess you can say that we know that there's a God that exists, but we don't know which true God that is. And I think when we really are honest about how the world is and all the different things that are in place, it's there's no way that this just came about. But I would say my God would be the true God because of the surmountable amount of evidence
Like what?
that He is. Well, the resurrection.
All right, we'll get to the resurrection in a second. Higher Evolutionary, thank you for the $6.66 super chat over YouTube. He says God is fiction. I agree. Thank you so much for the super chat. So what would be the evidence for the resurrection? Because I don't think there's any good evidence for the resurrection.
Well, if you look at the eyewitness accounts,
Like who?
you also the disciples and the vast amount of people that were there to witness that.
You mean the
The
Gospels?
Pharisees, no, not the Gospels. The Gospel was lived out before it was written.
No, the Gospels in the Bible.
Yes, those Gospels, those accounts of the life of Jesus, the ministry of Jesus, are accounts that were written well after Jesus lived.
Right, by people that lived after Jesus lived. So the earliest
No,
gospel is Mark. Did Mark witness the resurrection?
Justin, update T-4 hours. It hits landfall.
Oh, damn. 4 hours, guys.
Peter, are you not familiar with Peter probably being the one that spoke to Mark about the gospel of Jesus?
I'm actually quite familiar with church tradition on how the Gospels were written, and I don't believe that Peter quoted Mark or quoted or recited the book of Mark for Mark to write down. In fact, if that was the case, then it probably would have been incumbent on Mark to put that kind of authority on it.
Well, then who wrote Matthew and Luke and John?
Oh, easy enough. So we don't know for a shadow of a doubt who wrote Mark, but it's most likely John Mark, who was the cousin of Barnabas, according to the book of Colossians and elsewhere. Now, Matthew and Luke are different cases. We don't, neither one of them have attributions. None of them have names. Church history added those later. But Matthew certainly wasn't the disciple Matthew, because the story of Matthew's conversion from a tax collector to a disciple is wild, because Matthew copies it word from word from the book of Mark, which is strange to me that if Matthew was writing Matthew, that he would copy his own conversion story in the third person from somebody else rather than telling it himself. It's also weird that he wrote so long after Mark already wrote, if he was there when Jesus was alive. Luke, we have no idea who actually wrote the book of Luke, because the author doesn't identify themselves. But either way, Luke copies from Mark too. So both Matthew and Luke, whoever wrote them, were obviously living after Mark, because they copied from Mark.
Okay. Well, early Christian witnesses, they all attest to the authorship of Matthew, like Papias.
You mean Papias?
Papias, yes.
Papias said it was written in Hebrew / Aramaic.
Yes.
Which is not. We have no. It was written in Greek. Papias. In fact, Papias says about 100 things that Christians soundly reject, but when we get to the authorship of Mark, for some reason, everyone wants to think that Papias is a hero. But like, either Papias says things that are true or he doesn't.
Well, I mean, I think you can always say something's not true that's true. I mean,
right. I have no reason to believe that. I know Papias said a thing, but I have no reason to believe the thing that he said. This is the weird thing to me. Like, if the disciples were eyewitnesses and this is the most important event in all of history, why would God not just give us good textual evidence for what happened? Why do we have to piece it together through hundreds of years of church history from people that all are disagreeing with each other?
Yeah, well, you would have to speak to a lot of different doctors, a lot of different scholars that credit the resurrection actually happening.
Like who?
It does. You can do the research yourself.
I have. I've done the research.
Yeah,
that's why I don't believe in it.
Well, I guess, do you know the most famous skeptic in the world? I think his name is Bart.
I'm familiar with Bart Ehrman, yeah, and he doesn't believe the resurrection happened.
Okay, well, he believes that Jesus did live.
I don't disagree with that. I think he probably was a real person.
Well, and I guess the case of the matter is that the resurrection, though we don't have 100% full, right there in your face proof, that's what our faith hinges on, is the resurrection. And
I agree.
Jesus did live. He was a person. He did claim to be God, and that's why the Jews wanted to stone him and kill him.
I agree. He claimed to be king, and he claimed to be God, and that he got the punishment for blasphemy, which is execution.
Well, that's why he said, "Forgive them, for they not know what they do."
But they did. They executed a man for committing blasphemy.
Well, in their eyes, they were spiritually blind to the fact that the creator of the earth, their creator was they were stoning, and not stoning, but they were killing and murdering their own creator.
Why would they believe that was Yahweh?
Well, the miracles that he performed.
Miracle workers are abundant in the first century. There's hundreds of them.
That's true. But
so do you think it was because he didn't fulfill any messianic prophecies? Do you think that was the problem?
He definitely fulfilled Isaiah 53.
No, he definitely didn't.
Well, if that's the case, then why did the Jews not believe that that's Jesus?
They did believe it was Jesus. They just didn't believe he was a Messiah.
Okay, well, when we look at the Jews, go ahead.
Isaiah 53 is not about a Messiah. Isaiah 53 is about the nation of Israel.
No, Isaiah 53 is about Jesus.
I'm going to read you some passages that I suspect you haven't read before. Have you read all of Isaiah, or just snippets of Isaiah?
I've read the whole passage. Do I remember every line? No, I probably need to. look it
Okay.
I just
up.
want
But
to say I'm enjoying this conversation for how cool, calm, and collected he is. He's willing to listen. He's willing to know the scriptures. Thank you, J Money. I really appreciate you for that.
Yeah, actually, he is. He's been very kind, actually.
sorry about earlier. I definitely was turned up a little bit.
Listen, that happens when you get in front of a bunch of people and you got very strong opinions, you know. So there's 3 units in Isaiah. There's 1st Isaiah, 2nd Isaiah, and 3rd Isaiah. The prophecy of Isaiah 53 shows up in 2nd Isaiah. That's chapter 40 to 55. And chapter 40 to 55 was clearly written by another author almost 200 years after 1st Isaiah, because he puts himself basically in 538, 539 BCE, when King Cyrus is just about to enter into Babylon and free the Israelites. So clearly a separate author. The 1st Isaiah is writing about 730 BCE, 200 years prior. Now, there's a theme in 2nd Isaiah, and 2nd Isaiah is all about God vindicating the nation of Israel, who is his servant. And he says so on multiple occasions. Isaiah 41, 8 through 9. But you, Israel, my servant, Jacob, whom I've chosen, the offspring of Abraham, my friend. So he says, Israel, you're my servant. Then again, 43:10, you are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant whom I have chosen. Again, Israel's a servant. Isaiah 44, verse 1, hear now, O Jacob, my servant, Israel, whom I have chosen. Easy enough. Again, 44:21, remember these things, O Jacob and Israel, you are my servant. 45:4, for the sake of my servant Jacob and Israel, my chosen, I call you by your name. And then one more, go out from Babylon. This is now, we're getting close to the redemption of Israel. Go out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea. Declare this with a shout of joy. Proclaim it, send it forth to the ends of the earth, and say that the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob. So, like, he just tells you over and over again who the servant is. So when I get to 53, why would I assume that it's anybody but Israel?
Well, why would he say he? Why would he use the word he?
Because a servant is a singular he. That it's a personification of the nation of Israel as a servant.
When he refers to Israel, he always refers to them as a woman, and he's the bridesmaid.
I literally just read you at least 7 different occasions where that isn't true. So we'll just try this from the top. So he's talking to Israel in 41, 8 through 9. It says, but you, Israel, my servant Jacob. Is that a he or a she?
But you, Israel, my servant, Jacob, whom I have chosen. He's referring to the God of they're the people, the God of Jacob. He's referring to Jacob as Israel.
Yes, Jacob is Israel, the people group. Yes.
Right.
Okay, so he's saying, Israel, you are the servant. Verse
Jacob,
verse 9.
You
You are my servant. I have chosen you and not cast you off. That's Israel.
I understand that, but when God refers to Israel being a pronoun, he does not use he. He always refers to them as like a woman.
Wrong. In the book of Exodus, he literally calls Israel his firstborn son. That's he. Jerusalem is personified as a she, but not the Israelites.
Well, I guess when you look at Isaiah 53.
All right, so I just want to make sure we're clear. All leading up to 53, he says over and over again that the nation of Israel is a servant.
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. So now when we get to 53, why would I assume that it's about anybody but Israel?
Well, when you look at throughout all those scriptures, he was despised and rejected by men, a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief, and as one with
who's talking?
Who's talking?
Yeah, who's in 53? Who's talking?
Well, it doesn't say the Lord says, but I would assume it's Isaiah actually.
It's actually not. Isaiah is giving the prophecy, but somebody is actually speaking. And he tells you at the end of chapter 52. So if you go to 52, he tells you who's going to be speaking in chapter 53. So he's talking about the nations. Remember, he's talking about the suffering servant being redeemed by God from the nations. It says, "So he will startle many nations. Kings will shut their mouths because of him. For that which had not been told to them, they shall see, and that which they had not heard, they shall contemplate." So the very next verse, Isaiah 53, is these people contemplating what they have just seen. So if you go to the very next verse, it says, "Who has believed what we have heard?" Or some translations will say our report, and some translations say what we have seen. So this is now a personification of what the nations are going to say when God vindicates his people, which if you read the beginning of 52, God tells you that's what's happening.
Well, how does God vindicate his people?
By rescuing them from the hands of their captors in Babylon, which he was leading up to. If you go, we'll go back to 52.
So you don't believe that this is a prophecy at all, but this is just merely what he's stating that's going to take place.
It's a prophecy about the vindication of Israel. Over and over again in 2nd Isaiah, God says he's going to vindicate Israel so that he can be vindicated through Israel's glorification. So in 52:10, he starts out, "The Lord has bared his holy arm before the eyes of all the nations, and all the ends of the earth shall see the salvation of our God." Now, if you go to all the places in Isaiah or even elsewhere in the other prophets where it says God is bearing his holy arm, it's always to rescue his people. It's always to perform some sort of act of salvation, delivering from captivity. Like when he rescued his people from Egypt, he says, "I'm going to rescue them with my mighty hand or my mighty arm." And then he says to the Israelites, depart and go out from there. Touch no unclean thing. Go out from the midst of it and purify yourselves. So he's saying now is the time to go out from Babylon.
So he says he has borne our griefs and carried our sorrows.
Well,
he was pierced for our transgressions.
Hold on, J Money. Hold on.
Go ahead.
We're still in 52 where God is telling his people it's time to leave Babylon. You understand? This is the whole arc.
Right. So who is he who is he that he's referring to then in 53?
It's the nation of Israel.
So how he was pierced for our transgressions? Whose transgressions were?
We'll just read through it. "Who has believed what we have heard, and to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed?" Who did God just say the arm of the Lord is being revealed to? In 52. The nations. The arm of the Lord has been revealed to all the nations. Or to the nations.
Yeah.
Okay. And then it says, "For he grew up before him like a young plant, like a root out of dry ground." Does God say elsewhere in the Bible, does he indicate that somebody is a root out of dry ground? Because if you go to Isaiah chapter 60, verse 21, he talks about Israel. He says, "Your people shall be righteous. They shall possess the land forever. They are the shoot that I planted, the work of my hands, so that I might be glorified." So far, we're in 53, and it looks like it's got to be about Israel.
So, again, who did Israel get pierced for?
It doesn't say pierced, first of all. So the word to pierce in Hebrew, the kar, doesn't show up here. So it's the word for bruise. I think that's in verse 5, right?
3.
Verse
5,
3.
yes, right.
Well, we'll just read it through. It says, "He was despised and rejected by others, a man of suffering, acquainted with infirmity. As one whom others hide their faces, he was despised, and we held of him no account." Again, exactly what the nations did to Israel. "Surely he has borne our infirmities and carried our diseases, yet we counted him stricken, struck down by God, and afflicted. But he was wounded," and this is where the English translations get sloppy. The Jewish Publication Society does this better. It says, "But he was wounded by our transgressions and crushed by our iniquities." The word "for" doesn't appear in the Hebrew. It's definitely not there. But if you read a good Hebrew translation, it'll fix this for you. It says, "crushed by our iniquities. Upon him was the punishment that made us whole, and by his bruises we are healed." So there's nothing in here about being pierced. And if you read the rest of Isaiah, it's clear that God is saying that it's the suffering and the vindication of the people of Israel that are going to lead the nations to recognize that Yahweh is the one true God. Because when God glorifies his people among the nations, then he will be glorified. That's Isaiah chapter 50 through 59. I mean, 55 through 59. So a lot of this could be fixed if you just read all of Isaiah and you didn't take 53 on its own, because God tells you ahead of time that what he's doing is vindicating his nation. Says in chapter 55, I will make with you an everlasting covenant, my steadfast and sure love for David. See, I made him a witness to the people and a leader and a commander for the people. Nations that do not know you, the nations that do not know you will run to you, because the Lord your God, the Holy One of Israel, has glorified you. And he says this about a dozen times in 2nd Isaiah and even in 3rd Isaiah, that, listen, God is going to glorify his people Israel so that the nations will know that the God of Israel is the one true God. He even
also not to go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Is that also not to bring those that are not a part of his people by blood into the sheepfold as well?
Yeah, he actually does say that. So if you go to Isaiah 56, that becomes a big topic of discussion in Isaiah 56. And he talks, not just 56 though, he actually says it elsewhere, but I think 56 is one of the best examples of what the expectation is, because it's actually quoted in the New Testament. It says, the foreigners who join themselves to the Lord to minister to him and to love the name of the Lord and to be his servants, all who keep the Sabbath and do not profane it and hold fast to my covenant, these I will bring to my holy mountain and make them joyful in my house of prayer. Their burnt offerings and their sacrifices will be accepted on my altar, for my house shall be called a house of prayer for all people. So there's definitely an idea that the foreigners will be joining Israel in the worship of Yahweh.
And so because it says in 53, it doesn't talk about salvation, but he was despised, rejected by men, acquainted with grief. He was pierced, by our transgressions. I guess what I would want to ask is, when you look at the totality of Isaiah 53, if he's talking about Israel, why was Israel pierced? For whose transgressions were they pierced?
Well, easy. The prophet Isaiah tells you, in fact, I think it's somewhere around chapter 43, he says that Israel is being punished for their own sins, but also because they are going to be the light to the nations, and God is giving them through their suffering as a covenant to the nations. So
how can he... Go ahead.
So part of the reason that they are suffering, because they've received double for their sins, it says Isaiah chapter 40, verse 1 and 2. They didn't receive punishment for their sins. They received double for their sins. The first is punishment for their sins. The second is an additional punishment for the sins of the nations, because when God sees how this nation who's been beaten down and trodden is vindicated by the Lord, then they're going to see that they were wrong about this people group and wrong about their God, and they're going to see that Yahweh is the one true God. That's why they're suffering, extraordinary.
Well, I guess, how does God bring the salvation to Israel?
No, the salvation is already to Israel through the rescue from the mighty outstretched arm of Yahweh.
It's salvation from sin.
No, there's no such thing as salvation from sin. You don't need saved from your sin. You just need saved from your enemies.
So how can you gain salvation? Why were they sacrificing all those animals all that time?
Because that was part of the ritual practice. In fact, you didn't have to sacrifice an animal to receive forgiveness of your sins.
Blood had to be shed on someone's behalf.
Oh, no, it doesn't. Have you read Leviticus?
I mean, we're going to pick apart one little, I guess, verse, a few verses maybe, but
well,
you
either
couldn't go into the Holy of Holies without blood.
Either blood is required or it's not.
It is required.
Is it required? Because according to Leviticus chapter 5, verse 11, if you cannot afford 2 turtle doves or 2 pigeons, you will bring as your offering for the sin that you have committed 1/10 of an ephah of choice flour for a purification offering. So you didn't actually have to sacrifice an animal It was the customary practice, but you didn't have to.
Purification, is that purification from sins, or what exactly is that purification?
Yeah, purification from sin. Yeah, it says, you shall bring it into the priest, and the priest shall scoop up a handful of it as its memorial portion and turn it into smoke on the altar with the offerings by fire to the Lord. It is a purification offering. Thus the priest shall make atonement on your behalf for whichever these sins you have committed, and you shall be forgiven.
If you cannot afford 2 turtle doves. So
Yep.
so basically, God creates a justification for those that cannot afford an animal, correct?
Yeah, for those who can't afford an animal. But if you actually read the rest of the Old Testament, he forgives people all the time without sacrifice. When David sinned and took the wife of Uriah the Hittite, Bathsheba, and David recognizes with the Nathan prophet rebuking him, when David recognizes that he sinned, Nathan says, God has already forgiven you.
Forgiveness and salvation are not exactly the same.
What is salvation? Because I think you're trying to put the New Testament idea of salvation on top of the Old Testament, and it doesn't work. There's no such thing in the Old Testament as like if you believe the right thing, you're going to heaven, and if you don't believe the right thing, you're going to hell.
Correct. But you have to believe the right thing.
I don't think you do, actually.
I guess I would wonder how you can prove that.
How can you prove in the Old Testament that if you don't believe the right thing, God's going to send you to burn in hell for eternity? Do you know of a single passage in the Old Testament where God says he's going to send anybody to hell?
In the Old Testament?
Right.
Well, I don't believe that anyone went to hell before Jesus came.
Right, because hell's not actually in the Old Testament. It doesn't show up until the intertestamental period.
Right. They do refer to the Sheol, the Israelite tradition.
Right, yep. So in Judaism, there's not a concept that you're going to burn in hell forever. In fact, if you read the Talmud, when the concept of hell does kind of get started to be discussed by the Jewish rabbis, they say that hell is only for a period of at most 12 months. So it's not till you get to Jesus that you've got these crazy people that are like, no, you're going to burn for all of eternity because you didn't believe the right thing. That's a crazy thing to think.
Yeah, and it does say he doesn't even, I don't even think Jesus talks about people necessarily burning for eternity. He does talk about it as a darkness and just gnashing of teeth, weeping, almost like torment, if you would.
Why would God torment anybody for not being convinced of something? So, for example, we'll take the Jewish people. Okay, do you think the Jewish people that don't accept Jesus are all going to hell?
I think if you don't accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior, that you will be apart from Him.
I'm asking if you're going to go to hell, though.
To be apart from God is to be essentially hell.
That's what I'm asking. Do you believe that all the Jews who don't accept Jesus are going to hell?
Accept Jesus as their Lord and Savior? Yes, I do believe that they will be apart from God in eternal darkness.
Well, and hell. There's flames in hell. That's part of it.
Regardless of whether it's burning flames or it's just darkness, hell is apart from God. That's what I do know. Fantastic.
So why would God send the Jewish people to hell for all of eternity because they weren't convinced of a claim? Because here's my complaint about this whole situation is Jesus didn't fulfill any prophecy, and the prophecies that we do have that are written in the Gospels absolutely weren't fulfilled. Zechariah 9:9 is about an actual king that rescues his people. Micah 5 is about an actual king that rescues his people.
Okay. Well, I guess they tore his garments and gambled with them.
That's not a prophecy. That's a quotation from Psalm 22.
Is that not what a prophecy is?
No, a prophecy is not a random verse in the Old Testament. Sounds like something in the New Testament. A prophecy is when somebody says, God gave me revelation about what's going to happen.
Okay. Well, Man, you got a lot of prophecies that you got to go against.
Actually, I don't. I've actually done every single prophecy in depth, and Jesus didn't fulfill one of them, not even one. And the closest Christians can ever come to is Isaiah 53, and that's only if you don't understand Isaiah 53. If you actually understand it in context, it's about the nation of Israel. And my interpretation of Isaiah 53 lines up with what every other prophet says about Israel and about the Messiah. Your interpretation contradicts what every prophet says. For example, Jeremiah says that during the Messianic age, that there's going to be a king on the throne, and the Levitical priests are going to be restored to their service forever. Have you read Jeremiah?
Not the whole thing.
Listen to what he says when the Messiah comes. The days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and the house of Judah. In those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety. And this is the name by which it will be called, the Lord is our righteousness. For thus saith the Lord, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time. That certainly couldn't be fulfilled in Jesus, because the New Testament quite literally says that the Levitical priesthood was replaced by the order of Melchizedek, which is Jesus.
What is that? Jeremiah what again?
Jeremiah 33.
And what verses did you start from?
I think 14. Yeah.
Okay. Oh. So, man, when you go to Psalm, I guess I would like to know your interpretation of Hebrews 1:8. But of the Son, he says, your throne, O God, is forever and ever, the scepter of uprightness and the scepter of your kingdom.
That's a quotation from Psalm 110, which isn't about Jesus or the Messiah.
So who is he referring to when he says, of the angels, he says he makes his angels winds and ministers of flame of fire, but of the Son, who is the Son?
Show me in the Old Testament where that quote is. Because I suspect it's a quotation from Proverbs chapter 30, most likely.
Psalm 45:6.
I believe in Psalm 45, David is the adopted son of the Father, but let's read it. It says, an ode for a royal wedding to the leader, according to the lilies of the Korahites, a maskil, a love song. My heart overflows with a goodly theme. I address my verses to the king. My tongue, so it's already about the king, probably King David. My tongue is like the pen of a ready scribe. You are the most handsome of men. Grace is poured upon your lips. Therefore, God has blessed you forever. Gird your sword on your thigh, O mighty one, in your glory and majesty. Is there a particular verse in here we should be reading?
Which psalm is that?
The one you told me to go to. It's Psalm 45.
Yeah. Verse 6.
Yeah, your throne, O God, endures forever and ever. What's wrong with that?
And your royal scepter is a scepter of equity. You love righteousness and hate wickedness. So we see that verse also in Hebrews 1.
Yeah, but
they're referring to Jesus.
But it's not. Jesus is not to be found in here, and it's certainly not about a Messiah. It's about a king.
Okay. Well then, who is Jesus talking about? Who is David talking about when he said, the Lord said to my Lord?
It's not David talking. And now you're quoting Psalm 110.
Yeah, so who is he referring to?
Psalm 110 is not David speaking. It's someone, just like Psalm 45, it's somebody speaking about David. Says, the Lord says to my Lord. The first Lord is Yahweh. The second Lord is Adonai, which just means my master or my Lord. Says, Yahweh says to my Lord, obviously the king, sit at my right hand until I make your enemies your footstool. Are you aware that in the book of Kings, God does exactly that. He makes David's enemies his footstool because he promised to do so.
Yeah, and you also realize that when he refers to David, a lot of times he refers to Jesus' kingdom.
No, he doesn't.
He told David that his reign would never end.
That's a post hoc rationalization. So you have to read Jesus into it, but Jesus doesn't actually exist here.
Okay. Well, when he says Jesus is his firstborn,
He doesn't say that.
I believe in Hebrews he doesn't say that.
I know Hebrews is full of malarkey. Show me in the Old Testament where it says that the Messiah is Jesus. I know what the New Testament says. The New Testament is wrong.
It doesn't outright say Jesus is the Messiah.
I know it doesn't. It
That's
says
why
that
they couldn't accept it.
but it does say that the Messiah is going to be a king, like an actual real king.
Yeah, and that kingdom will come. The Jews thought that Jesus would come in his glory the first time, but he's actually going to do that in the second coming.
Well, he
Which,
didn't.
if you read Revelation,
He didn't do anything his first coming. So that's the huge issue. Is every messianic prophecy from the Old Testament talks about an actual real king coming, but Jesus was never a king.
So he didn't sit on a colt?
Sitting on a colt doesn't make you a king.
No, he said he would humbly. Your servant humbly comes as a colt.
We'll just
sitting on a
read
colt.
Zechariah 9:9. So Zechariah 9 is about an actual king. It says, "Rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion. Shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you. Triumphant and victorious is he. Humble, riding on a donkey, a colt, the foal of a donkey. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow will be cut off. He will command peace to the nations, and his dominion will be from sea to sea, from the river to the ends of the earth." Okay, was Jesus a victorious king, as this prophecy says so?
In your eyes, he wasn't.
Okay, well, in everybody's eyes, he wasn't. He was never a king in Israel once, not once.
No, he wasn't a king. He wasn't giving the kingship, but he's the king of kings. That's why he died, and that's why he rose.
Is Donald Trump the president of presidents?
No.
What if I said he is?
If you said he is, to you, that's it, and that's you.
Okay, so just saying someone's a king doesn't make him a king. What makes you a king is when you're actually king. So if you're going to tell me that Jesus is king, I want you to show me a passage somewhere in the Bible or history where he was ever a king.
I mean, I would like to show me where the resurrection didn't happen, and it's actually 100% proof that the resurrection didn't happen.
I can't prove that history didn't happen. Like if I said to you that Emperor Nero never used the words abracadabra. Well, I can't prove a negative in history. Like if something didn't happen, you can't prove that it didn't happen because things that don't happen don't have proof.
Hey, and that's the beautiful thing about our faith is that it's not based on 100%. Oh, I know this, I know that. A lot of it is faith and based on evidence and logic also.
What's the evidence? I don't care about the faith. I care about the evidence. Well,
the evidence of the witness accounts.
Who?
And the witnesses to those witnesses.
Who are the witnesses?
Talking about the people in that time, the people that shouted, "Crucify him! Crucify him!"
Did they write?
Did they write? Does that mean it didn't happen? Just because they didn't write?
Well, I'm asking you. You're saying they're witnesses. How do I know they're witnesses? Did they leave a testimony for us?
The same way that we don't know if George Washington was really the first president. We can only go based off
that's
writings.
a huge pivot. I'm asking you, the people who witnessed it, did they leave us writings?
Yes, they did.
Okay, where can I find them?
The Gospels.
The Gospels were not written by eyewitnesses. In fact, Mark was the cousin of Barnabas. He never witnessed anything. His name's not even on the Gospel. We have no idea if he even wrote it. Matthew and Luke are also anonymous, and they lived after Mark because they copied directly from Mark. John, the authors tell you for a fact in chapter 1 and chapter 21 that they are not witnesses. They said they're collecting other people's witnesses, and there's multiple authors of the book of John in chapter 21.
So that means that oral tradition is no longer a thing. We have more copies of the entire New Testament than we have of things like Beethoven, not Beethoven, but Shakespeare.
When do you
And all
think
these
those
other
copies come from?
Well, if you look at the copies, if each copy is a little different, but they all contain the same message, it's actually
That
more.
was not my question, J Money.
What was the question? Sorry.
All right. I'm going to show you something real quick. These are the timeline distribution of the New Testament text. As you'll see, in the first century, we have nothing. There are 0 New Testament manuscripts from the first century. We've got 4 manuscripts from the second century that are the size of the palm of my hand that only contain less than a dozen words. The rest of our manuscripts come in the 3rd century, so at least 200 years after Jesus. Almost the bulk of our manuscripts, like 90% of them, came after the medieval period. So to say that there's a lot of manuscripts is just kind of irrelevant because the manuscripts come 1,000 years after the events.
So the Dead Sea Scrolls don't matter.
The Dead Sea Scrolls are only of the Old Testament books. There's no New Testament writings in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
But those Dead Sea Scrolls are part of the scriptures, correct?
But the Dead Sea Scrolls have the same problem as the New Testament manuscript. They're 1,000 years after the fact. So Moses would have lived in about the 1400s BCE, and the oldest of the Dead Sea Scrolls are from the 3rd century BCE, which means there's 1,100 years between Moses and the Dead Sea Scrolls.
So, okay, we went back. I know we had talked about accounts and witnesses. Did Paul not witness Jesus?
No, Paul witnessed the supposed ghost of Jesus. He wasn't there for Jesus' life. He can't attest to anything Jesus did.
How do you know it was a ghost?
Because he tells you it was the resurrected Jesus.
So if it's the resurrected Jesus, why is it a ghost?
I mean, it's the whatever remains after you're dead. I'm calling it a ghost. He didn't see anything Jesus ever did. He wasn't a witness to his life, only a witness to supposed events that he hallucinated after his death.
So that's a big hallucination if you're saying that Jesus revealed himself to people, like his actual body, and they touched his body. If you're saying that they didn't even believe him when they saw him about to ascend into heaven.
Who didn't believe him?
His own disciples were sitting there wondering, is this really Jesus?
Did his disciples write that, or did somebody write that about his disciples? See, this is the crazy thing about all these disciples. We have all these disciples, and they couldn't bother to get the 12 of them together and leave like an official copy of events. Everything that we know about the disciples are not from the disciples. It's written by somebody else about the disciples.
Well, in that time period, if this is all fabricated, women should not be as held in high respect as they are in the New Testament.
Why?
Well, because in that time period, women were not seen as equal with men. So why would a woman be?
But they never have been. But that didn't mean they couldn't function in society. Like women could still own property. They could have businesses. They could show up in court. There's a lot. There were women in government.
And in what time period would you ever hear about a woman testifying about something that happened and it actually being held as truth and corroborated?
Yeah, it quite literally happened in the first century all over the place. Are you aware that for a period of 300 years, that there was a people group in the Arabian Peninsula that was led by queens and not kings?
That was led by who?
Led by queens, a succession of queens. Oh yeah, of course we got the Queen of Sheba as well down in Ethiopia.
Who came to who?
The Queen of Sheba ruled down in Ethiopia. I know women were not normally given as much respect as men, but women still had valuable places among society back then. In fact, the Gospel of Luke and the book of Acts actually makes a big deal out of it when it says the Jews weren't converting to Paul's message, but many prominent women did. Like, there was obviously prominent women back then in society, or else the author of Acts wouldn't have pointed it out.
But if you look at the Levitical priesthood and all of that, there's not many times in Scripture that you see women held in high authority. As a matter of fact,
I never said it was common.
It wasn't common at all.
Yeah, but I never said it was common. You're making a straw man out of my position. That's not my position. My position is, even if it's not common, it still was something that happened. And it's also true that the resurrection wasn't based solely on the testimony of the women. The men went and checked it out themselves. So it's not like they just believed what the women said. It literally says in the Gospels that they didn't believe what the women said, and then they had to go see it for themselves.
But the men didn't see Jesus until he revealed himself.
Neither did the women.
No. Jesus revealed himself to the women.
So what? He revealed himself to the men. Both.
After
he revealed himself to the men and to the women.
He revealed himself to the women.
It would have been remarkable if he only revealed himself to the women and then said you have to trust the testimony of these women, but he didn't do that. He revealed himself to all of the disciples, including the women.
And who did he reveal it to first?
Well, to the women, but not only to the women. That's the whole point that I'm making. The testimony of the resurrection wasn't based solely on the women. It was based on everybody involved, which would have been the men included.
Well, this resurrection is very powerful for it to have caused a whole time break, a whole split in time. I mean, it's very hard to... I guess according to the way we tell history, BC and AD.
It's because we live in a supposed like Christian society, or a Western society is Christianized. But that split was already made with the Julian calendar. Julius Caesar already made that split. What happened was Pope Gregory in the middle of the 1500s, so 1500 years after Jesus, decided that he was just going to make an executive decision and rename it and then adjust it by like 3 years.
Yeah. Well, I do believe that our faith hinges on the resurrection, and I think that's the real question we all have to answer: is, did Jesus really live this life? Did he really live perfectly? Did he die, and did he rise? And if he rose, I'm sorry, but I gotta believe everything this man says. If you died and you rose again, I promise you, I would be on my knees looking at you like, you my Lord, you my Savior. But that's just the truth of it, or that's at least what I believe. Not gonna lie, but I like having this time. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I had a good time too, but like, there are other people that rose from the dead in history, right? Like, Jesus is not like a solo case.
No, well, there's a lot of people that probably said a lot of things, but when
so
we look at the people,
why do you trust the resurrection of Jesus, not the resurrection of like Nero?
Are you referring to the King Nero that came back after Jesus died?
Yeah.
Is that what? Well, the reason I wouldn't trust that is because that's not how Nero did Nero claim to be God?
You don't have to claim to be God. The question is whether or not he was risen from the dead.
By his own power?
It doesn't matter whose power. The question is, did it happen?
Did he prophesy his own death and resurrection?
Well, I don't know if he prophesied it. The question is, did it happen?
And if Nero prophesied his own death and resurrection,
you keep moving the goalpost. I'm not asking if he prophesied it. I'm asking you whether or not you believe he rose from the dead.
There are probably people that have been risen from the dead. I believe that there was a man in the Old Testament that touched Elisha's bones, and he was then risen from the dead. Lazarus
and yes,
was
Nero did claim to be God, to answer that question.
And Caligula, yeah. Kayla, thank you for the $5 over Venmo. Kayla says, all this talk about Jesus's first and second coming is getting me hot and bothered.
Listen, Kayla, felt.
W. Kayla, always coming in.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would just, when it comes to that those people die and rise again, maybe they did. I don't know. There's been people that have tried to disprove the resurrection.
Oh, we lost him. J Money, where'd he go?
I think he's getting a phone
Okay.
call.
No, there was I was my battery died a little bit. Or it was on 20%. But yeah, I mean, nobody has been able to disprove the resurrection.
Wait, what do you mean by disprove it? So, like, the way claims work is they don't have to be disproven, they have to be proven. Like, if I said to you that I can walk on water, it's not your job to disprove that I can't walk on water. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, no, I understand that. But
Justin, update. Milton has made landfall. We're getting the winds now. My county is now in tornado watch and flash flood warning, along with a storm surge warning.
All right, be safe.
Fuck. I'm going to be mute. I'm still here, but I'm going to be mute. If I drop, it's because we lost power and I need to preserve my phone battery.
Right. Just do whatever you need to do, Hanji. So, like, J Money, the onus, the burden of proof is going to be on the person who believes that something happened, not the person who doesn't believe it happened, because you can't prove things that never happened.
Well, and I guess that's the part where those witnesses. Now I can understand that there was literally no witnesses. I get it. But based on those witness accounts and what we read in the scriptures and what we just see in nature and reality, and also just everyday life, like, you don't need the Bible to say that God is real. We actually don't need the Bible.
So what would you point to that would lead you to believe God is real?
Yeah, I would point to one of the strongest arguments is, again, morality, which I kind of fumbled at trying to show that.
Well, that can't be a good reason, because we have no reason to believe that morals are objective.
Well, that's an objective moral, but okay, my bad. Truth. Objective truth. Is there no such thing as objective truth?
Oh, I have no idea if there's objective truths, but we're talking about objective morals, and they're different topics.
Right. So it is objectively true, and it's objectively true that killing someone is wrong, which is also an objective moral.
Yes, and can you demonstrate that that is the case?
Well, I would ask you, why do you live your life in such a case that it's not true?
I don't. I live my life in accordance with my belief about morals, which is that they are subjective. They're a product of society.
Well, then why is slavery wrong if there's no such thing as objective morality?
Because it harms people. So in subjective morality, hold on. Subjective morality is based around the human mind, right? That's what makes it subjective. And it's not hard for the human mind to recognize that harm is done when you make people slaves. Just like if someone comes up and stabs me with a knife, I don't need any divine revelation to know that that has caused me harm. I'm in a great deal of pain. And so I choose... humanity chooses to create laws saying, hey, getting stabbed with knives is not a good thing. We don't actually like it when this happens, so we're going to make sure that we don't do it anymore. We're going to create laws to prevent it. That's all you need to know.
So, but how do we know if that's really what we should be doing?
You don't. That's the whole point. Subjective morals are basically a process of learning. We learn these things. So, for example, humanity at one point in time...
I'm sorry, gentlemen. I'm sorry. Give me just 1 second, because this is extremely important right now. Hack in chat saying that I am getting what I deserve with this hurricane. I do hope your disgusting ass knows that there are innocent people in this state that actually do believe in your deity. So the fact that you could even fucking say something like that shows me you are a piece of shit, and the gods do not like ugly. Remember, everyone gets their just theirs. And I promise you, because I don't wish anything on anyone, but I promise you, the gods will be after you. And may Poseidon, be graceful, because I'm pretty sure your punishment is going to be far worse than anyone on this live stream. Go fuck yourself.
I just want to
W.
apologize.
Hanji.
I also want to right there just apologize if that was a brother of my faith. You know, you do got to do better. We can't do, regardless of what people believe, regardless of the path that they choose. That's not what our God has called us to do anyway. We're actually supposed to give grace, abundant amount of grace, because we've been shown that grace. So I do apologize, Hanji, and I do hope that you guys are safe and protected. And regardless of whether you believe in my God or not, I just pray that he does protect you guys.
Yeah, I believe in multiple deities, and the fact that, I have a child too. There's also a child here.
Yeah.
So he's blocked, because now he's saying that nothing's wrong with him because he doesn't have to deal with the hurricane. Yeah, he can go fuck himself.
Yeah, he's got mental problems. So to your point, though, Hanji, Florida is like one of the most Christian states in all of the U.S. The fact that God is going to send a hurricane to punish people there is wild. J Money, I think we were talking about objective morals, but so from a societal point of view, we determine what laws are based on our own observations about reality, not based on some ethereal law code floating around in space.
But are some of those laws objectively true?
No, I just told you there's no such thing as objective morals. The laws themselves exist, like we wrote them on paper, and they exist.
But do those laws exist outside of just what the paper says?
They don't exist outside of the human mind abstracting them.
Okay. Well, then if that's the case, then we can't say that slavery is objectively wrong. It's only an opinion.
But I've never said it was objectively wrong. You believe in objective morals, not me.
But you don't. But you are arguing against. You're really arguing against something that you're stating is not wrong. That seems to be very contradicting.
It's not contradicting. So again, I'll say it for like the third time. I don't believe in objective morals. There's no such thing as right or wrong. There is things that as a society we agree that we don't want to do or that we shouldn't do because we've concluded that these are producing outcomes that we don't want. Same reason why we don't let people like run around just punching each other in the nose. We have laws against that. Those are assaults. So we don't need objective morals to know that there are certain behaviors that we don't want to be done.
But then if we don't want them to be done, how is our anger justified and our sadness justified? Because if someone deems that it's right for them to do something, how can we say that they're wrong for that just because of our opinion? And if we can...
So we're not allowed to have opinions?
Well, we are allowed to have opinions, but how are those opinions justified?
Well, opinions are subjective by nature, and they're justified because we can see the outcome of the action. So we had thousands of years worth of slavery. We know the outcome. And again, we have to remember, we're going to go all the way back to where we started. If you're claiming objective morals, then you have to own the fact that slavery is objectively okay.
Say that very last part one more
time. If you believe in objective Christian morals, then you have to own the fact that slavery is objectively moral in this book.
I think yes, by twisting the scriptures, and yes, by reading certain
What
parts
did
of
I
scriptures.
twist? We already went over this. God said you can own slaves of the foreigners for life, and you can sell your daughter as a slave. J Money, I feel like were you not in the room when we had this conversation?
I mean, did Jesus also said that divorce was never something
Is Jesus
that should
God?
happen. Jesus is God.
Okay, did Jesus, as God, as part of the Trinity, say that you can own slaves in Leviticus 25?
He did have a standard of slavery.
Okay, fantastic. So then again, you have to own the fact that according to the objective moral standard in this book, slavery is acceptable. Thank you for the confetti. I appreciate that, Divine.
I do believe God allows certain things. I do believe he allowed slavery.
Why? Why did he allow slavery?
Why does he allow people to kill babies every day?
No, we're talking about his law code. We're not saying why does God not intervene in every crime ever committed. We're asking why did God specifically say you can do this?
Well, why did God create a standard in which you should treat slaves with just as much respect as you treat yourself?
He didn't say that in the Old Testament. You don't get any of that until you get to the Apostle Paul in the New Testament. So for literally 1,500 years, the standard that God laid out is that you can treat them harshly. You can beat them so severely that they are accidentally unalived.
Yeah, in Exodus.
Exodus 21, verses 20 through 21. There's only 3 limitations. You can't intentionally unalive your slave, you can't knock their teeth out, and you can't knock their eyeballs out. And the worst thing about this is referring to your Hebrew slaves. Imagine what they did to the non-Hebrew slaves. So again, just own the fact that the God of this book said slavery was okay, and he never changed his mind. He never said slavery is not okay, you can't do it.
Well, I do believe that slavery, in the context of what we believe slavery is, chattel slavery, he did discredit that, and he did
Where?
say that was
Show me where.
You shall not steal a man.
Wrong again.
Okay, well then, I guess
We already
need to
had
go
this
back.
discussion, J Money. Kidnapping a free person that is your own brethren and selling him as a slave is against the law. But owning a slave of a foreigner or a daughter of an Israelite that you purchase with your money for life is acceptable. That's slavery.
So what do you call it when someone takes somebody from their people and they sell that person?
That's kidnapping.
Exactly.
Yes, and
if you-
kidnapping is not slavery. Do you understand the difference between kidnapping and slavery?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
But I don't-
fantastic.
I
So
don't-
slavery and kidnapping are not the same thing. You are not allowed to kidnap a free Hebrew and sell him as a slave. You are, however, capable and allowed to own slaves.
Are you allowed to kidnap a non-Hebrew?
Yes, in fact, God tells you to do it on multiple occasions. He tells you in Deuteronomy chapter 20 that you can do it. Want to read it?
Let's go.
All right. I don't know why he thinks I'm lying to him at this point. Deuteronomy 20, verse 10, we're going to start in. When you draw near... Oh, hold on a second. There we go. It should be on the screen. When you draw near to a town to fight against it, offer it terms of peace. If it accepts... Deuteronomy 20.
Sorry. Okay.
When you draw near to a town to fight against it, offer it terms of peace. If it accepts your terms of peace and surrenders to you, then all the people in it shall serve you as forced labor. But if it does not accept your terms of peace and makes war against you, then you shall besiege it. And when the Lord your God gives it into your hand, you shall put all of its males to the sword. You may, however, take as your plunder the women, the children, livestock, and everything else in the town, all of its spoil. You may enjoy the spoil of your enemies.
Oh, so in reference to war, you can have slaves.
Okay, fantastic. Yes, you can have slaves. Yep.
Oh, okay, my bad. I'm sorry. A group of people trying to kill you, and you make an offer of peace.
Nope, it
You
doesn't say that.
approach it. In verse 10, it doesn't say that?
Nope. Read it again.
When you draw near to a town to fight against it, offer it terms of peace.
Yep. What does it mean to draw near to a town? Are they coming to you when you're drawing near to a town, or are you going to them?
I mean, regardless, when God, and this is the case. This is where
J Money, stop dancing and answer the question.
I'm
What
not
does it
dancing.
mean to draw near to a town?
to go to a town.
Yes, to go to somebody else's town and knock on their door.
Okay, well,
Okay.
if you think that's what they did in Jericho, yeah, God has called them
Fantastic.
to go to a town. So
all right,
I'm
we're just going to keep going then. It says, when you draw near to a town to fight against it, offer it terms of peace. And of course, if they accept, they're your slaves. If they don't accept, they get murdered and kidnapped. Okay, so and you think this is acceptable behavior? Was it acceptable when we did it to the Africans?
I think in that context, yes. I don't think you understand the full context of.
Then give me the context that makes owning slaves good.
Well, I would say that in the count of war, in a group of people that God judges.
Does it say God judged them?
God judged the Canaanites. He judged a lot of people. He
Didn't
judged
say.
the people.
In fact, he explicitly says in the same chapter that they're not Canaanites. He says, "Thus you shall treat all of the towns that are very far from you, which are not the towns of the nations here. As for the towns of the people that the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance, you must not let anything that breathes remain alive. Indeed, you shall annihilate them, the Hittites and the Amorites, the Canaanites and the Perizzites, the Hivites and the Jebusites, just as the Lord your God has commanded." So the Canaanites don't get to be made slaves of. They get utterly annihilated, complete genocide. Even a cute little babies wiped out.
Well, I guess you need to really, if you take out all context. then
Give me
I
the
guess you'll-
context that makes it good.
If God says it to do it.
So anything God says is automatically good?
Yes.
Okay, if God said that for the next 1,000 years, he's going to create an incinerator and toss every baby that is not a male into the incinerator, is that a good thing?
Did he say that?
I'm not asking you if he did. I'm asking you a hypothetical. If God told you to do that, would it be a good thing?
If God says to do something, that's a good reason to do it.
J Money, I want you to engage in my analogy. If God told you that we need to throw all of the female babies in the incinerator, is that a good command?
Well, that's contradiction to his nature.
It's not, because he tells people all the time to execute even men, women, and children. 1 Samuel 15:3. Have you read it?
Well,
so we already read it right here, where he says to execute all of the little children, or all the little boys, all the men, and then you can kidnap the women for your own. You just get to keep them; they're your war prisoners. But in is it 1 Samuel 15? I believe so. 1 Samuel 15. Let's put it up on the screen for the class here. There we go. Samuel said to Saul, "The Lord sent me to anoint you a king over his people Israel. Now therefore listen to the words of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, I will punish the Amalekites for what they did in opposing the Israelites when they came up out of Egypt. Now go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have. Do not spare them, but unalive both man and woman, child and infant, ox, sheep, and camel and donkey." What crime did all these people commit?
I mean, we'd have to go back to, I believe, Exodus then, or Deuteronomy.
Cameron, thank you so much for the $2 over Venmo. Cameron says J Money is polite but a little dishonest. I think he is polite and he's doing his best. He's just doing some backflips. So the sin that's being referred to here happened in Exodus. You know how long ago that happened?
I do not.
400 years prior. So these people are not guilty of that sin, but God says he's going to avenge for that particular sin. So why is it okay to execute men, women, and children that did nothing wrong other than get born to the wrong lineage?
Well, I don't know if this is true, but didn't they used to sacrifice their babies to the god of Moloch?
They did. They did not. And Frank, thank you for the $6.66. Frank says you're crushing it. Your surgical disassembly of each argument and calm approach are incredible. Thank you for doing this. Thank you, Frank, for the 666, W Frank and W666. So these people didn't commit a sin. And they're the Amalekites. They're not the Canaanites. The Amalekites were never accused of passing their children through the fire of Molech.
I believe in Leviticus it states about a whole bunch of sins that that the people of Israel should abstain from.
Doesn't say the Amalekites were doing it.
It says the people that you go out to.
The Canaanites.
Only the Canaanites? That's the only group of people that were doing the things that God mentioned?
It's the only group of people that were ever listed as passing their children through the fire, other than Israel, which is the wild thing, because as it turns out, the Israelites at one point did pass their children through the fire, according to the book of Jeremiah.
And they were judged very harshly.
They were judged harshly, but they weren't genocided. So here's the other thing. Let's imagine even if the Amalekites were passing their firstborn through the fire of Molech. So the solution to this is not to appear on earth and correct them. The solution is to just execute all of them. So the solution to the suffering children is to make all of the children suffer.
I'm confused. What do you mean?
The solution to God being angry about them making their firstborn children suffer is to execute all of the children. Do you think that's a good solution?
No, I think that's... Are you familiar with the hyperbolic language of the Middle East culture?
Yeah, I'm actually very familiar with hyperbolism in the ancient Near East, but that's not what's happening here, because in 1 Samuel chapter 15, Saul is actually reprimanded by the prophet for sparing the king and for not executing all of the animals. The prophet shows up and Saul's like, hey, I did the thing. And the prophet's like, hey, motherfucker, I hear the bleating of sheep behind you. Why did you spare the sheep and King Agag?
Yes, because God told him to get rid of everything.
That's right. Everything. It wasn't hyperbolic. And Flanker420, thank you for the super chat. Says, how many atrocities were justified by people thinking God said it? Multiple religions think God is on their side. How can we tell who's right? Yeah, so Saul was quite literally reprimanded by God. God said he regretted making him king because he allowed some of these people to live.
Well, as far as atrocity, who are we as people to really judge atrocities that we've committed? We sin every day.
I never said we didn't.
Oh, well, to say that God is a moral monster, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, you're making some very good arguments, and this is my first time doing this on live.
Oh damn! You picked a difficult live to make your first one, man. I mean, kudos to you if this is your first one.
Yeah, I mean, I love stuff like this because I love it. I really do love it. But and it's hard, because you're a very good debater. That's one thing I picked up on.
I appreciate that, J Money. But this, to be quite frank, this is a better first performance than I would expect. Usually, people's first performance it's more dog shit than you can imagine.
Yeah, it's tough though. I mean, I will say the one last argument that I have is objective truth. I mean, if there's no God, then how can there be objective truth?
Can you demonstrate that there is objective truth? Or do we just behave as though there is?
Well, to say that there is no objective truth is an objective truth.
I never said that. I said, can you demonstrate that there is objective truth, or do we just behave as though there is?
You just behave. That's a really good way to sneak your way out of that question.
It's actually not.
I mean, when you really think about it, because now you're avoiding the case of like, if someone tried to rob your house, you're not justified to do anything against them if it's not objectively wrong or true.
Wrong. We have laws against it. Yep. which means we're justified. We live in a society where we agreed there's going to be laws against particular behaviors, and when those laws are broken, they know the repercussions for those behaviors. I know that stealing is against the law. If I choose to steal, then I'm liable for the punishment.
There's a law above the law, above the written law, and that law is the objective truth I'm referring to, which is in.
Can you prove that to be the case, or do you just want that to be the case?
Well, I just want to know, how can you say that there's no objective? Is objective truth a thing?
I don't believe that we can know that.
Okay, well,
because
then I guess we can't know anything.
because all we have is our brains, and our brains are by definition subjective. We experience the world subjectively. Now, there are things that we know that are more certain than others. Like we're relatively certain that we exist because we're both having an experience right now. We're both relatively certain that if I drop this ring, it will fall because we've observed gravity, 1 million times. So there are things that are really high on the scale of certainty, and then there are things that are relatively low on the scale of certainty. But unless you found a philosophical solution for the problem of hard solipsism, then we're both still left with the conclusion at the end of the day that no one can prove anything beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Well, I mean, if we live like that, nobody lives like there's no objective truth. I mean, I don't know what to say.
I agree, but when we actually press people on it, we all know instinctively that truth, as we call it, is a spectrum. So on any belief you have, it doesn't matter what it is. Do you believe that the sky is blue? If I press you hard enough, I can guarantee that we can get to a point where you're not able to demonstrate or prove that the sky actually is blue, which means you're operating as though it is objectively true. But if we press it hard enough, you have to agree that philosophically speaking, you can't demonstrate that the sky is blue.
Well, philosophically speaking, if that's the case, then you can't prove anything based on that standard.
I agree. Yes, if you push anything hard enough, you have to get to a point where you have to admit that we cannot prove 100% anything because it requires our mind. Because it could be, at the end of the day, that every human brain is in fact faulty, and that we're not able to experience the world in a way that is perfectly honest. We might, for example, there are people who experience psychosis, or people, I've got a family member who has schizophrenia. There are things that she experiences in the world that just don't exist. But it may also be true that all of humanity is experiencing the world imperfectly, and we don't have any means of knowing it.
And maybe so. I guess. Do you know without a shadow of a doubt that God is really imaginary?
No, but I've never made the claim on anything that I know it beyond a shadow of a doubt. But I do know that the God of the Bible is logically incoherent.
Well, and that's according to what you read in the text, and I get it. It's not really a. God is logical, but at the same time, he does a lot of things that's like, what? Why would you do that, bro? And so
I don't think it is logical. I don't even think it's logical to conclude that that this God exists, because he can't be the creator of all things, because as far as we can tell, like, all things have always existed. Let's walk through a logical syllogism. Do you believe that God created time?
Yes.
Fantastic. Let's go through a couple premises. So premise number one is that any act of creation, doesn't matter what it is a change of states. Right?
What we look at as time, God created.
That's not my question. My question is, any act of creation is itself a change of states, yes or no?
I don't know the particulars of everything, but it sounds like that should be just about right.
Well, it would have to be, because there's a state in which it exists and a state in which it doesn't exist, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so any act of creation is a change of states. So premise number two is that any change of states has a before state and an after state. Okay, fair enough. Okay. Anything that has a before and an after state has time. Fantastic. So then we're led.
Wait. I'm sorry. Hold on. So basically, I see where you got me there, and what you're saying. I guess the thing is my God exists outside of time.
So we're not talking about where you think your God exists. We'll get to that next. We're talking about whether or not time can even be created. So step number 1 is that any active creation is a change of state. Step number 2 is that any change of states has a before state and an after state. Step number 3 is that anything that has a before state and an after state has time properties, right? Because you can't have a before state and an after state if it's not within time. So then obviously time must exist for any act of creation, right?
But can that person be outside of time?
We're not talking about people.
Can someone be outside of time?
We're not talking about people. We're going to get to whether or not people are inside or outside of time next. We're talking about creation. Any act of creation requires time to already exist, yes or no?
Yes.
Fantastic, which means time itself could not have been created because time has to exist for any act of creation, which means by logical inference that time is eternal. So time is not something that God created. Time is eternal. And we know that space-time is a continuum. You have to have one and the other. You can't have them without each other, which means space and time are eternal.
Well, I mean, if you are God, yeah, then time is eternal.
Okay, so God didn't create time or space, did he?
I believe he created space, yes.
Well, he couldn't have created space if space-time is a continuum and space is eternal.
Well, if you believe space is eternal, then I guess that's what you believe.
No,
And I do believe.
it's just the logical conclusion of what we just went over. If time is eternal, then so is space, because it's a continuum. It's a web.
In our finite thinking, yes, what you are saying is very true, but a God that is outside of time, that's not true for him.
Is there a contradiction? We're not talking about if somebody exists outside of time. That's irrelevant. We're talking about time and space itself. So is there a contradiction in the logical syllogism that we just talked about?
To a finite mind, no.
Fantastic. Okay, so as far as we can tell, time and space have always existed. Now let's go over a couple other things. We probably agree that something can't come from nothing, correct? Okay, so point number 1, something can't come from nothing. Point number 2, something exists, right? Okay, which means there was never nothing. So in both of our worldviews,
That was God. And that's God.
in both of our worldviews, neither one of us believe there was ever nothing. I believe that matter, space, and time are eternal. This bears itself out in physics. Energy and matter cannot be created nor destroyed, which means it's eternal, just like space and time. So I don't need a God for anything.
I'm sorry, sir. That's a very dangerous mindset to just be in. I mean, everyone that thinks like that has at some point, either on this earth or later on, that's just not the conclusion that we all come to at some point.
Oh no, people die atheists every day. Keisha Russell, thank you for the $2 over Venmo. Big W or PayPal, I didn't see. Thank you so much, Keisha. I appreciate that. Yeah, listen, people that are atheists die every day.
Yeah, and I think that that's a dangerous. I mean,
Let me ask you. Let's talk about one more subject before we cut our conversation, because we've been at this for a long time. You believe that Satan exists, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that God is all good?
Yes.
Why did God create Satan?
He created Lucifer.
Lucifer is not the name of anybody. Lucifer is a Latin translation of Hillel in Hebrew, which just means light bearer. So I'm talking about Satan, not about the king of Babylon. Why did God create Satan?
The king of Babylon was called Lucifer.
The king of Babylon is likened to Hillel. Lucifer is a Latin word Isaiah wrote in Hebrew.
Well,
Also, Isaiah 14 is not about Satan, but that's a side topic. I'm asking you, why did God create Satan?
I don't believe he created Satan. To say he created Satan means
So
that
Satan created himself?
No.
Okay, then how did Satan come into existence?
Well, he fell from grace.
No, how did he come into existence?
Well, based on tradition.
No.
And also,
is Satan eternal?
No. Satan
okay,
is not eternal.
so at one point he didn't exist, and then another point he did exist. Who created him?
You're putting me in a crunch.
It's not a crunch. It's just a logical question. At one point he didn't exist, and another point he did exist. How did he come into existence?
He created angels that also became fallen angels. So
fantastic. Yes, so God created Satan. Finally, we got to the answer. Does God have perfect foreknowledge?
Do you believe that God?
Does God? Hold on, we're not done yet. Does God have perfect foreknowledge?
Does God know what's going to happen in the future?
Yep.
Yes.
Fantastic. So God knew everything Satan was going to do before he created Satan, didn't he?
Yeah.
So then why did he make him?
I wonder why he made us.
I'm asking about Satan. Why did God make Satan? Because Jesus said in the book of John that Satan was a liar and a murderer from the beginning, which means even from his inception, he was a liar and a murderer. So God chose to make this liar and a murderer, knowing he was going to be a liar and a murderer. He didn't have to. He wasn't required to. He chose to. Why did he do it?
I don't know. Why did he create us if he knew we were going to be sinners?
I'm asking about Satan. Why did he create Satan?
That's a good question. I assume that he had angels worshiping. They worship God, and Satan chose to not worship God. And at some point,
we know the mythology. We're asking, why did he make him in the first place, knowing he was going to be wicked?
You're trying to define? You're trying to say that God is wrong for creating Satan?
Yes, God is on the hook for Satan. Yes. So if I create, if I have perfect foreknowledge that I design machines for a living, if I have perfect foreknowledge that a machine I'm about to design is going to unalive 100,000 people, and I choose to design it that way anyways, am I not on the hook for it?
Did you program it in such a way that it would do that, or did it choose to do it?
Well, it doesn't matter if I programmed it that way or not. The problem is I know it's going to do it.
The problem is that you're giving your machine a choice to choose whether or not to love you or to not love.
That's not even a part of the equation. We're going to talk about love at all. If I create a machine with perfect foreknowledge, knowing that my machine is going to harm 100,000 people, am I responsible for that machine?
If you want to believe that, then yeah, I guess you would have to be responsible for that machine. The issue is that we're not robots.
I didn't say we were.
Well, that's what it seems like you're referring to.
We're not talking about humans. We're talking about Satan.
No, he's talking about creation, and he created Satan. It's even in the scripture that he created good and evil.
No.
So that's the whole point of his analogy.
We are also evil people. So I guess, did he create us to be evil?
No, I mean, theoretically, he created us to be his children, according to the Bible. But that brings up another problem, because the love that this God displays is atrocious. He says, love me or burn. That's your only two options. At least in the New Testament. That's not anywhere in the Old Testament. That's invented by the New Testament.
He says, choose this day who which you will serve.
Yeah, you're quoting the book of Joshua. Did Joshua say anything about going to hell?
Hell, the most simple answer for what hell is, the way to summarize hell is eternal darkness away from God. To be apart from God is hell in the
Well,
end of itself.
it doesn't say that in the Bible, and now you just said that God is not omnipresent. So God
God is
if
omnipresent.
God's omnipresent, then you can't be separated from him.
Oh, excuse me. He is, in the sense that God does not dwell with evil. And when something goes
He
from
he
one state,
he can't or he doesn't.
when your spirit is apart from God,
Why can't God dwell with evil?
because he's good, he's a good God. He
So?
doesn't know evil in the way that we know evil.
Does
hard
Satan
to
go
see.
right up into his presence in the book of Job?
Yeah, he does.
Okay, so God can be in the presence of evil.
Oh my gosh. I mean, if you really want to be as very technical as you're making it, I can understand. I don't know how to explain what I'm thinking of, but I do know that what I do know is that if you love God and you choose to serve Him, and by not choosing to serve Him, you are committing sin, not because He said so, but because actually choosing to go against God is choosing sin. The babies that passed through the fire of Molech, the
We're
same
not
baby
talking
that He
about those
said.
babies.
I know, but you're referring to you're taking out a lot
No
of.
babies were passed by the fire of Molech. I don't know why you guys keep going to that
That's all they got.
analogy.
That's all they got.
Jesus fuck.
J Money, according to your book, I'm going to hell. Should I go to hell?
That's not for me to judge. I'm not the ultimate judge.
But the book says I'm going to hell. Revelation
If you
chapter
choose-
21, verse 8.
If you choose to not make Jesus your Lord and Savior, you are choosing to be apart from God. Why would
I'm
you
not.
want to be with God? Why would you want to be with God?
Why? How could I choose to make Jesus my Savior when I don't believe He's the Messiah?
You can't change your beliefs.
No. You don't get to change your belief. You're either convinced by a claim or you're not. And I'm 1,000,000% not convinced because Jesus didn't fulfill a single prophecy, not even one. And in fact, He contradicts the prophecies. Some of them, He contradicts some of them even listed by the gospel authors.
Okay. Well, you will. I hope that you don't get to have that conversation with Jesus one day. That's going to be a sad conversation.
No, but you're just pivoting from the point now. The point is someone who's
I
just
promise
merely...
you we don't care.
Someone that's
I would
just...
spit in Yahweh's face. I'm sorry. I had to say it.
It's okay. Someone that's just merely unconvinced because there's no evidence to believe it, why should they have to burn for eternity?
You're convinced because your heart is hardened.
No, I'm not. So, J Money, do you see how toxic your religion makes you? You have to believe now that I'm a bad person.
No, you're not a bad person.
You have to
There's
believe,
no such thing as a bad
rather than me being a rational, decent human being that came to a different conclusion than you, you have to believe that I'm like this cold, calloused, hardened heart individual that's just denying the truth. That's toxic.
Good people don't go to heaven, and bad people don't go to hell.
They do. Non-believers
don't.
Go to hell according to Revelation 21:8.
Non-believers aren't bad people. There are some very, very good people that probably are in hell.
It doesn't matter because at the end of the day, your book says if you do not believe in this deity, you are going to eternal torment. So it doesn't matter whether you're a good person or a bad person. If you don't believe in Him, He sends you there.
No, you send yourself because you choose.
No, you
not
don't.
to
Revelation 21:8, the cowardly, the unbelieving, abominable, murderers, sexually immoral, sorcerers, idolaters, and all liars have their part in the lake that burns with fire and brimstone, which is the second death. I'm one of the unbelievers. I don't believe this. So according to Revelation 21:8, I'm going to hell. Why?
Are you an idolater?
No.
You're not an idolater. Not even of science.
I'm an unbeliever.
You're not sexually immoral?
I don't think I am, no.
Okay, well, and if you don't think you are, that's okay. And that's the key, is that the problem with this is that Jesus came down to deal with the issue of sin. God came down to deal with the issue of sin. If you don't believe you're in sin,
what did He need to deal with?
Well,
Hold on
sin.
just 1 second. Wendy, just so you know, I said I would spit in Yahweh's face. You do know Yahweh is the God of the Bible, right? So you can go ahead and cry about it. I know better than to spit in another fellow human's face. But a deity that believes graping is okay, slavery is okay, the bashing of skulls of innocent babies is okay. Oh yeah, he's going to get the biggest loogie in his face of all time. Maybe then some. Put me in a room with him for 2 minutes. I'll fight him in the back of a Wendy's parking lot.
Yeah, how'd you going to tear Yahweh apart? So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I fit any of these categories. It could be that I'm a eunuch. I've never had sex in my life. It could be that I'm the bravest person that's ever lived. If I don't believe, if I'm an unbeliever, then I have part in the lake of fire.
But
So
that doesn't make you a
why?
bad person.
I know that's the problem. Why do good people go to hell?
Because good people accept a savior. They accept their Lord and Savior.
Wrong
and
again.
God.
Why do good unbelieving people? Why do
why
good
do
people
good-
who aren't convinced? Do you think that
Well,
every Jewish person that ever lived is going to hell?
No,
Do you think that Jewish people alive today are going to hell?
possibly.
Why? Is it
Well,
because they're
because
bad people or because they don't believe in Jesus?
Because they have not accepted their Messiah as their Lord and Savior and
That-
their salvation. He is their salvation.
Thank
I
you,
don't know
thank
that-
you, J Money, for finally saying it. So they're going to hell because they're unconvinced.
Wait,
But
what
why
is good?
why should somebody go to hell for all of eternity for merely being unconvinced?
No. Being unconvinced and being unbelieving are not the same.
It is. Yes, believing is a state of being unconvinced of something.
Well, and if you're unconvinced, God, the same way that if I go to my girlfriend and I try to give her flowers and make her, my bad, if I like this girl, say my girlfriend wasn't my girlfriend, before she was my girlfriend, if I just say, hey, you're going to be my girlfriend, and it doesn't matter what you choose, I'm going to do it. You're going to be my girlfriend. I can't make her be my girlfriend. I can't make her love me. So in the same way, if you choose to not love God, he's not going to make you love him. He's
Well,
so loving.
J Money, you
that
got
he's
it
not
all
going
wrong.
to-
You got it all wrong because this is the analogy you should have said. I'm going to go and ask your sister out for a date, and I'm going to tell her that if you go on a date with me, we'll be together forever. It'll be awesome. We're going to have the best time of your life. But if you say no to me, I'm going to lock you in my basement and set it on fire. Because that's what God tells you. It says, you will
That's not
love
what
me
God tells me.
despite the fact that there's no evidence, or you will burn.
Bro, you have had an experience with God before.
No, I
Everyone
haven't.
on this-
So here it goes. Also, thank you,
The-
Cameron,
the
for the $2
gaslighting.
on Venmo. He
Okay,
says,
Yeah.
I never want to get in a physical fight with you.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. So don't
I
tell
guess
me
what is
what
good people?
don't tell me
Who
what's
is-
in
what is
my
good?
mind. Don't tell me what you
Who is
think
good?
I've experienced because you don't know anything about
What is-
me.
You said good people and bad people. What is the definition of good?
A good person, according to Jewish tradition, is somebody whose righteousness exceeds their unrighteousness. Same
Jewish
thing
people
with
are also-
almost every other religion. A good person is someone who, by definition, typically does more good than bad.
Well, Jewish people are also fallen. So give me a definition of good that exists.
I just
outside of
told you
Jew.
the definition of good is somebody whose goodness exceeds their ungoodness.
But even your goodness does not exceed. You're not good in the sense of you're perfect. Perfect is good.
I never
is
said
perfect.
good was perfect. No, wrong again. Good is not perfect.
Well, good in the standard of God. Would you say that someone that murders someone is a bad person?
I'd say they did a bad thing, but if they made amends
That makes
for
it
it,
bad.
I believe that that they can be returned to society.
Return
And
to
it also
society.
depends on what they did. Like, were they doing it to save their life? Were they doing it to protect someone else? Were they doing it out of revenge for what they did to like their little sister or mother or something? There's layers to
Yeah.
this. Like an
Hold on,
onion.
hold on one second. Islam Capex, you've been shouting "Bring me in" for the last half hour in the comments. If you say it one more time, I will never bring you in. Your God is more bullshit than the Christian God. Crying in the comments for an hour will not get you on this stage. You can act like an adult or you can leave. Anyways, so what we're talking about, J Money?
Yeah. So a good person, the standard of goodness, the standard of good that you refer to as good is not good. That's not because
What is the definition of good?
Do you want the Webster's Dictionary, or do you want what the Bible states?
Well, the Bible states multiple things on what good is. I want to know definitionally, what does it mean to be good?
Well, Jesus is God, so what did Jesus say was good? Who did Jesus say was good?
Jesus said no one is good, except that's clearly a contradiction of the Old Testament.
Okay, he said no one is good but God.
Right, which is a contradiction because, in fact, even the New Testament says that Zacharias and Elizabeth were righteous according to the law. And it says about Job that he was Tom. In Hebrew, Tom means without blemish. And Enoch was so good that God took him. So this idea that you deserve hell because you're not perfect, that's ludicrous.
Well, that's not what God states, so I don't know what to make.
But that's what you're laying out. You're saying because we're not perfect, we need Jesus to forgive our sins, and we deserve to go to hell otherwise.
We don't deserve Jesus. He gave us the gift of salvation.
I disagree. What do we need saved from? What do we need saved from?
Your sins.
Why?
Because you are a sinner. You have a tainted heart.
I don't have a tainted heart. Why do I need saved? Is it from my sin or is it from hell?
The fact that you don't believe you don't have a tainted heart is
why
the reason
do I need saved? What am I being saved from?
You're being saved from your own soul, your own sin.
No, I'm being saved from hell. That's the punishment.
You're being saved from your sin. You're being saved from your sin. That's gonna.
No, you're being saved from hell.
What are the wages of sin?
The wages of sin, according to the Bible, is death. But we're talking about hell. Please stop pivoting. So God is saving you from hell, the place that He invented for you. Why did He create hell at all?
So the wages of sin is death.
J Money, I need you to focus. God is not saving you from death. He's saving you from hell. We're all going to die. Every one of us, we're going to die one day. That's not what He's saving you from. He is saving you from hell.
What is hell?
Hell is eternal conscious torment or torment until you no longer exist. It depends on which passage you look at and which one of the church fathers you believe. So God is saving you from hell. It means He's saving you from Himself. He created hell.
And who were the first people that were in hell?
Well, according to the Bible, it's the angels that sinned.
Okay. So
does God? But God still sends you there.
Do you think people in hell are going to repent for their sins?
It wouldn't matter.
It does matter.
According to the Christian doctrine, it doesn't matter. Once you're in hell, you're in hell.
The gnashing of teeth. They're people. Who says that when people go to hell that they're sorry for what they did and that they want to be forgiven?
It's irrelevant. Once you're in hell, according to Christianity, you're in hell.
Again, and how did you get to hell in the first place?
By not believing.
Didn't Jesus go to hell at one point?
Yes, He went to hell and He preached the good news and preached victory to those demons and some of the demons.
You're missing, J Money. You're still missing the forest through the trees. Why is it necessary to send people to eternal conscious torment for simply not believing something?
Well, your Creator is calling you to call out to Him and believe in Him.
But I don't believe He's my Creator. The very first hurdle is the problem.
Does you believing that He's not your Creator make Him not your Creator?
It's irrelevant. I have to believe it before I can do anything else.
Well, some people, Pharaoh didn't believe it and he saw evidence. So what do you say about Pharaoh?
I haven't seen the evidence.
Well, okay then. So your heart
Flanker 420, thank you for the $5 super chat. Flanker says, claiming superior morality while heaven has nothing to do with morality is wild. You can be horrible, yet ask for forgiveness and still be in heaven. I agree. So
Yeah.
I don't believe that the Exodus narrative happened. There's no evidence for it, and the Bible can't even get its own chronology right. The Bible places the Exodus in the middle of the 1400s during the reign of Ramses II, but Ramses II doesn't actually exist until the 1200s, 200 years later. There's no evidence whatsoever that 2.5 million people wandered the desert for 40 years. Zero.
Hey, well, hey, and if you want to believe that, then that's okay.
It's not what
And
I
that's
want to
all.
believe. It's just factually
You know,
true.
it seems like it is because you don't even believe objective truth is a thing. So if you don't believe that
Because
there's a such thing as objective,
I'm not convinced of these claims. I don't know how many times
okay,
I say it.
well,
What you believe is not your choice. You didn't choose to
no
believe the
one.
grass is green. You didn't choose to believe that the sky is blue. You just believe it. You're convinced that it's true.
Well, and if you want to look at it like that, then okay, you know.
But that's the truth.
But the thing is
Are you talking to me
wait.
right now, J Money?
You said convinced.
J Money, are you talking to me right now?
I'm not convinced. I'm talking to you.
Don't be obstinate. Are you talking to me right now?
I don't know. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. I could be talking to AI right now.
Okay, well, now you're just being a jackass.
No. Like that's
If you want to have an adult conversation, you can have a logical, rational conversation and stop evading the point that's being made. Are you having a conversation with me right now?
Deconstruction.
J Money, I'll give you one last chance to answer the question honestly. Are you having a conversation with me right now?
Based on what I've seen, I believe I am.
Thank you. Based on the evidence that you have, you're convinced that you're having a conversation with me. That's how belief works. You're either convinced of something based on the evidence or you're not. And I'm not convinced about your God, which is why I don't believe in him.
Well, if you and that's your prerogative, but you're going.
It's not my prerogative. It's the state of affairs.
That is your. I mean, that's your prerogative. When you look at the.
Do you know what prerogative means?
I ain't gonna lie to you.
I know Bobby Brown made a song on it.
I know.
That's your prerogative.
All right, listen, Jay Money. I think we've gone on long enough. I got to get to the some more guests in the guest box. It's starting to back up. We've got like 20 people in here, 15 or something like that. So,
are you Deacon? What's your name? Do you mind if I get your
my
name?
name's Justin.
Justin, I'm Jalen. It was a pleasure speaking with you, and thank you for just talking to me and being respectful, and also just giving me a lot of things I need to look at.
Cheers, man. Listen, I had a good time talking to you. You were very kind the whole time. So, I mean, mad kudos to you.
Yeah, and also just Hanji, again, praying that you guys are safe and the Lord protects you guys from the storm that's about to pass through. And I just, especially your son. Yeah.
Well,
Hanji doesn't believe in the Lord.
I've been praying to Zeus and Poseidon because Poseidon is the one that causes hurricanes and earthquakes for me.
All right. Well, listen, Jay Money, it was good hearing from you. Hopefully you have a good night, okay?
Y'all too. Thank you.
All right, cheers. Well, he was kind,
Speaking of which, yeah, he was kind. I was going to say, like, with the whole creator thing, I always tell them, Zeus created me because my star sign is in Jupiter. And what rules Jupiter? Zeus.
That's right. There's going to be a lot of people in the guest box that drop out that probably aren't in the guest box anymore, but we're going to run through them anyways. Guys, thank you for being here. I know that was kind of a long guest, but it seems to me like he hasn't encountered any of these arguments just yet, and I wanted to give him a whole lot to chew on for the next couple of days because when it's your first time really dealing with some of these topics, I mean, it's best just to hit him with everything. So I think he's going to have a lot to think on. He's certainly going to have some studying that he's going to have to go back to. And we'll see. We're going to get Jake in here, although Jake's been in the box for like an hour and a half, I think.
He was doing good until like the last 45 minutes.
Right.
Like I was just like, oh. I know, John. A lot of people don't seem to realize Poseidon is also the god of horses, too. So those beautiful field animals that I love so much. Those are the animals of Poseidon.
I didn't actually know that. That's really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, Jake couldn't make it in. I see Donald came back. Elroy's been waiting for a while, but we've talked to Elroy before. So we're going to get some new people in the box. Have we ever talked to Captain Redbeard?
You don't believe so?
I don't think so.
Oh, this guy was in Ian's live, though. I think he's Muslim.
Yeah, Muslim. What's up, guys?
Well, I would imagine so. I mean, he's got Arabic writing for his name. Well, welcome in. What should we call you?
You can call me Anas.
Anas, welcome in. Well, we already know you're Muslim. Are you at least 18?
Yeah, December 13th, 05.
Great. What's your best argument for why your God is real?
Generally the contingency argument, right? So for everything which is contingent needs a generator. No generator can have a beginning. Sorry, no generator cannot have a generator unless it's independent.
Okay, so this just goes back to the logical problem of your God. So you believe that your God is basically an unmoved mover, right?
Yes.
Okay, so then logically you can have unmoved movers.
Yeah, an unmoved
Okay,
mover.
so then logically
there's no
it can be a natural unmoved mover. It doesn't have to be a deity. So the problem is you're saying, listen, according to your worldview, there was once nothing and then there became something, although you think that God is something. But you're saying, in my worldview, there must be nothing and then something must come out of the nothing. So there must be a prime mover, but you're assuming that the prime mover then would be God. But the prime mover could actually just be a naturalistic phenomenon. Now, according to my belief, which you didn't ask about, I don't believe in prime movers. I think matter, space, and time are eternal.
Okay, cool. When you say matter is eternal, what are you referring to?
Matter, space, and time. So like the individual particles that make up what we would call matter, like quarks and gluons and whatnot, those things can't be created. They can't be destroyed.
Yeah, but I mean, are they contingent?
I mean, it's a contingent chain for eternity.
Okay, this is the problem, right?
It's actually not a problem. It's only a problem for you because you've laid out a premise that says it's a problem. I don't think it's a problem.
Well, no, because an infinite regress wouldn't actually, and you hold to the infinite regress, right?
Yeah, prove to me that infinite regresses aren't possible.
Yeah, this infinite regress here is not possible because
prove it.
Everything in which is contingent. Do you agree that everything which is contingent needs a beginning?
No.
Okay, can you give me an example of something which is contingent that does not have a beginning?
Matter, space, and time.
Okay, cool. So you believe that things that can be broken apart have a beginning?
No. I just told you matter, space, and time are eternal. I don't know why you're not listening.
Yeah, matter, space, and time. Well, I don't even believe space and time are things, but
you don't think space and time exist?
I believe they're in the mind only.
So space-time doesn't exist. Einstein's wrong. You beat Einstein?
Well, Einstein's referring to physics, not metaphysics.
Oh, I'm referring to Einstein. Space and time are real things according to physics. Do you think that you've defeated all of physics?
Well, not necessarily. I believe that metaphysically time and place
only
exists in the mind.
Hey guys, go get Dr. Blitz for me if you can find him. I'd love for him to hear that there's a theist who has defeated all of physics.
Not necessarily, because metaphysics and physics are not the same thing.
I'm not talking about metaphysics. I'm talking about physics. According to physics, space and time are things that exist.
Well, what is time?
Time is any 2 moments that's not the same thing.
2 moments, which is not the same thing.
Any 2 moments that are not the same moment. That denotes time.
No, I don't believe that thing is created. I'm sorry. So
I never said it was created. I don't believe it was created either. I don't know why you keep going back to creation. So any 2 moments, any two moments are in fact time. And Cameron, thank you so much for the $1 over Venmo. They said that he's in Europe. You're right. He's from the Czech Republic, or I think he's living in the Czech Republic. I think he's actually from the U.S. He probably is sleeping now. Okay, so listen. Space-time is real according to physics. Unless you're prepared to debunk physics, you've got a lot of water to haul.
I believe space-time is just something in the mind.
I disagree. I agree with all of physics. So what's your evidence that space-time doesn't exist?
Yeah, when I say space-time doesn't exist, I just mean that instrumentally, it's a thing in which we can measure reality with a concept, right?
Yes,
so
but according to physics, it exists. So please debunk physics for me.
It just depends on how you define time, right? Because time can be uncreated, time could be something which doesn't exist outside the mind in one definition, and another definition, it can be something
only if you throw out science. So demonstrate to me that science is wrong on time.
Okay, so science defines time as in something in which has a state of change, right?
Thank you, Skits and Bits, for the 666 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Skits. Good to see you, my dear.
Yeah, W Skits, always W Skits. By the way, Skits hasn't been on for
I think
a
he got
minute.
a schedule change.
Okay. Okay.
Like working 6 days a week schedule change. I could be wrong though.
Okay.
Also, like, your arguments are very poor against God.
Actually,
Existence
they're
platform.
really not. It's okay if you don't understand them. So, what's
Oh, I understand
your
them.
argument that space-time doesn't exist?
Yeah, so we're talking metaphysically here or physically?
I'm talking about in reality.
Yeah, that's just begging the question that they do.
It's
exist in
actually not.
reality.
Space-time have definitions.
Mhm.
And what
And
is
space for
what
me
is space
is
and
just-
time according to physics?
Well, I mean, there's not a consensus. There's different definitions.
But they exist according to physics.
Yeah, okay, so are you asking
Okay,
the
so
definition of
if you're
yes or
telling me
not?
that space-time doesn't exist, then you have to deal with physics first. I don't care about your metaphysics.
Yeah, in physics, sure, I can grant they exist, but metaphysically, they don't exist.
Well, metaphysically isn't describing things that exist. It's describing things that you think exist.
Well, that's the point, right? So when I know that I know exist, you believe that I don't know.
No, you
or
don't
that
know it
I'm not
exists. You
there.
think it exists.
No. So this is just me and you arguing about if my paradigm is true or not. The point is,
But
is
it's
that
not true.
metaphysically. No, the point
Gina
is that
Harris, thank you
metaphysically.
for the 1666 over Venmo. Gina says, I love listening to you. And I love you too, Gina. I appreciate the $16.66. Listen, until you're prepared to debunk physics, I'm going to stand on the claim that space and time exist.
I'm not trying or attempting at all in any way, shape, or form to like debunk physics, right?
Fantastic. So then just say space-time
God.
exists.
When you say space-time exists, what is space-time to you?
Space-time is a web. According to the principles of physics, it's a web that causes gravity, causes time to pass at potential rates of passing. I don't know if you can describe like what it's made out of because it's not really matter. It's not made of
Wait,
matter.
you believe space-time has existential power and causal efficacy?
I believe that space-time affects reality.
No, that's not my question. My question is, does space-time have causal efficacy?
Space-time causes things to happen. Yes, it affects reality.
Okay, so you believe that space-time has existential power, right?
No.
What? Do you even know what existential power is?
Yeah, existential power is the ability to bring things into existence.
Okay, not necessarily, right? Existential power just means that you have causal efficacy.
You see, this is why nobody likes talking to you philosophy bros, because you have to bring a dictionary to the conversation. If you can't handle using adult words that normal people use, all you're doing is boring everybody. So I'll ask you again, can you demonstrate that space-time can you demonstrate that space-time doesn't exist?
Yeah, so if you believe...
Time out. Justin, it's time to move on. M's just messaged me under the age of 18.
Oh, he's not even 18? You liar.
What's the proof for it?
These liars, these Muslims are always liars. Every time.
He said he didn't want to ruin the fun, but he is 16 years old.
I've never talked to an honest Muslim. I've also never talked to a Muslim that didn't give me death threats after. That's almost universal. You guys are violent.
Well, there's that.
If I had $1 for every unalivement threat I got from a Muslim after I talked to him, I'd have a lot of dollars.
Or how all of them are just like, oh, Habibi, switch to Islam. I don't fucking think so.
Ain't gonna happen. That God's even worse than the biblical God. Actually, I don't know.
They're a Christian. What makes you think I'm gonna follow Allah? What?
They're both pretty bad. Like both of the
They're both
deities
terrible.
are pretty terrible.
But I wouldn't mind locking them in a room and seeing which one wins the fight.
I go for that. Welcome in, Rad.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good. How are you, Rad?
I'm doing great. I just heard you saying you never talked to an honest Muslim.
Well, that's honestly an exaggeration. I've probably talked to a few that were.
Yeah, that is a blanket statement. There's a lot of honest Muslims around the world.
I'm sure.
And I'm sorry that you received death threats after you talk to Muslims.
Happens every time. I'll have a handful of them tonight, I can guarantee you.
How about, do you receive the same treatment when you're talking to,
Are you-
say, a fundamentalist Christian or a Jew?
Not usually. Are you a Muslim?
Used to be.
Okay, so you're not anymore. So why are you defending them?
I'm just making a statement that not every Muslim is a liar.
My ex-wife lives in Canada, but she's not from Canada. Her family's from Egypt. Do you know why they live in Canada?
Maybe because I can
Because
come up with
they're
different-
Christians,
Yeah.
and when they
Yeah, I
lived
was
in
gonna say
Egypt,
that.
the Muslims kept trying to kill them. That's why they moved to Canada, because their own neighbors, people who they thought were their friends, tried to burn their house down with them inside of it twice. And after the second attempt, after the second attempt, they moved out of the country, because this faith is a faith of violence. It is disgusting. So you don't believe in this faith, stop standing up for them. What faith do you believe in?
And if you believe in nothing, we could just move on. Exactly, Mezzo. Like the audacity. I think it's time to just move on. I don't have time for it. I'm in a mood.
Yeah, he didn't have anything in it. He just came to tone police. That's all. The tone policing is wild.
Now, yeah, you should hear the tone policing I get, or at least they try. They fail
Yeah.
epically.
Lemmy
Now,
says-
for everyone here, those who are asking in chat, we are, Milton has just made touchdown in Tampa. He is moving straight through where I'm at, so I'm in the vicinity of the eye. By 11 p.m., he will reach where I am currently at. He will not leave. Oh, thank you, Dagda, for the baby dragon. He will not leave until possibly 8 to 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, and we're still going to get the outer band. He is extremely big. For all of my fellow Floridians that are in the chat, please be safe. Guard your animals wherever you go. Take them with you, because animals are just like our children. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for the gifts, for the cash apps. We don't know what the damage is going to be when it passes, but I love and appreciate you all.
I think we've got a guest, Mike, in here. Welcome in, Mike.
How's it going? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can
How
hear
you
you,
doing?
Mike.
Yes.
How you doing, brother?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good, man. I've been trying to get on with you for a while, man. I got a lot of questions.
Well, are you a believer?
I am. I'm a Christian, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I've been on the fence lately, man. I've been learning a lot about Christianity that I just don't know what to think about it anymore, man. To be honest with you.
I mean, this is the right place to ditch it. I mean, Christianity is an absolute train wreck. Do you have kids, Mike?
I do. I have 3 of them.
Is there anything that your children could do in which you would say, I want you to burn and be tortured for all of eternity?
Is there anything? One more time. I'm sorry. I don't understand that. One more time.
Is there anything that your children could do in which you would want them to be burned and tortured for all of eternity?
Of course not. Never.
Thank you. So why would we believe in a God who is perfectly good and perfectly just, who loves us, that would want us to burn and suffer for all of eternity for merely not being convinced of a claim?
And that's a question that I never could answer, man. And, you know, like I said, I've been on the fence about a lot of things lately, man.
Yeah.
A lot of artifacts have been coming out, like the Book of Enoch, just so much. And it's just, I've been on the fence, man. But I wanted to ask you, what made you, because you said you were a Christian before, right?
Yeah, I was a Christian for 20 plus years. For me,
What,
thank you,
yeah, I want
Prism.
to hear what made you change. What made you change? What made you change your mind about this? I need to hear this.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Prism, for the painting. I appreciate that. So what made me change was like 4 different things. The first thing that hit me hard was all the contradictions in the Bible. There's tons of them, not just silly contradictions, but theological contradictions. The second big thing was studying the manuscripts and realizing that we don't really know what the Bible even says because all of our manuscripts disagree with each other, and they came way after the events. The third thing, and I think the most critical of those things, was realizing that Jesus didn't fulfill any messianic expectations. If you just read all of the Old Testament prophets, it's very clear that he didn't fulfill one messianic prophecy, not even one. And then I think the fourth thing is really getting acquainted with all of the laws of the Bible. And the laws that God gives are absolutely horrific. He allows for slavery. He allows for raping of women. He says that if you don't bleed on your wedding night because supposedly you're not a virgin, then you can be stoned. But women don't actually bleed the first time they do the deed. Only about half of the women bleed the first time they do the deed. And I hear people already shouting in the comments every time I mention Prophecies, Isaiah 53. I cover Isaiah 53 every single time I go live because it's the only prophecy you people know. Isaiah 53 is about the nation of Israel. If you read all of Isaiah, it is very clear that the nation of Israel is the target of Isaiah 53. And if you interpret it as a suffering Messiah, it contradicts every single prophecy in the Old Testament about the Messiah. And Isaiah 9:6 and 7 is about an actual literal king, not about Jesus. Jesus was never a king.
Most definitely. I got to put one more question for you. So what do you feel about the people that say that they have met God or Jesus and have been to hell? Do you believe in hell? Do you believe in ghosts and bad spirits?
No, I don't believe any of that stuff because like people have religious experiences in every faith. I worked with a Hindu guy that had met 2 of the Hindu deities, primary deities. And Hanji has experience with her Hellenistic religion. So like if I believe that personal experience is all you need to believe in a deity, I would have to believe in all of them.
Oh, definitely. And
He's
that's
not
why I'm
lying
on the
either,
fence with a
yeah.
lot of things, man, because I know. Yeah, and like I said, I'm not here to knock anything you say because everything you say makes a lot of sense, man. But it's just I'm just on the fence because of things that I've seen and felt, and I just don't know what to think about them. You know, like I've seen some crazy things in my life. You know,
Sure.
I've seen ghosts. I've seen them myself. You know, I've seen them. Me and my kids seen them together. You know what I mean?
Let me ask you a question, Mike. Is it possible that there's a spiritual realm, but it has absolutely nothing to do with this Bible?
You know, that's I don't know, and that's what like we all need to figure out because at the end of the day, who knows the truth?
Right, because
Like who really knows? There's so many.
Mike, I'm sorry I have to mute you. Your mic is breaking up really bad. We can't really hear what you're saying. But I'll just end on this point. You can believe in a deity or a higher power without having to invoke like the God of the Bible or the God of the Quran or the God of a particular, like, for example, like Hanji believes she's got a religion and that's fine. But like, you don't, like you probably came up in a culture in which people believe in the Bible. So you're trying to attach your belief in God to the Bible, but you can have a God without the God of this atrocious book. This book is a nightmare.
Yeah, like I'm a Hellenic Kemetic. I believe in the Greek gods and the Egyptian gods. We just mind our business. We stay to ourselves. But if you come from my gods as demons and fallen angels, yeah, it's
Right.
about to be WWF SmackDown Attitude Era edition. Just saying.
Yeah. But listen, Mike, I'm going to try to get to a Christian who would debate me, okay?
He has like bars,
Yeah.
like
I'm sorry,
from
Mike.
red right now.
I hate to drop you down, Mike, but I don't think you actually are connected anymore.
Oh, he just said thank you for your time. Okay, Mike, you're
Oh
more
yeah.
than welcome to come back.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, we love you, Mike. Welcome in, Captain.
Hello. Hi. Yeah, I have 3 points I want to make and maybe get your opinion on them.
Are you
Okay? So
are you at least 18 and are you a
yes,
theist?
I'm Christian. I'm theist. Yeah.
Fantastic.
So one is science based, one is logic based, and the third is emotional based. Okay. So science based fact. Okay, the sun's position away from the earth is so meticulously placed that if it were any closer or any further away, we would either burn up or freeze to death. Now the odds of that
That's a lie.
by random, no, it's not science. You can look that up too. That's scientific fact.
Actually, the sun's
That
distance
if it
from
were
the
any closer or
the
any
sun
further away,
the sun's
we
distance
would either burn up or freeze to death.
That's wrong. So the sun's distance to the earth varies by a long degree throughout the seasons. Are you aware that we move closer and further away from the sun during the year because we don't have a
it moves, but
because we don't have a perfectly circular orbit? Do you know this?
The distance can shift by multi-million miles, sometimes 5. So,
Yep.
oh, this is embarrassing. And to someone who said Hanji live during a hurricane, boss status, thank you. I am the final boss.
The in the orbit, the closest we get is 91 million miles, and the furthest is 94.5 million miles. So we've got approximately 3 to 4 million miles in which the Earth moves closer and further away from the sun throughout the year. Which is
Well, that one is knocked out.
which isn't all that precise. Because we're talking at that point about 5% change. So the distance that the Earth is from the sun changes about
Someone muted me.
I know.
Someone muted me.
Yes, I did that. So the distance that the
So
Earth.
I understand there's.
So the distance that the Earth is from the sun varies by about 5% throughout the year. Are you aware of this?
Understood, yes, but it's
Fantastic.
but it's fixed in its variability. It's in orbit. It's in orbit. We can agree about that. And the odds of that happening by random Big Bang theorists out there is so astronomical that it suggests intelligent design.
The odds of what happening?
That's scientifically backed. And it is theory. I'll admit it's theory because it's debated. But
Captain, the odds
I'm
of
just
what
throwing that
happening?
one out there. That's science based.
It's not science based. The odds of
The
what?
sun being in that position.
It's actually
The
not.
sun in its
The odds is
position in orbit
the odds are
so
100.
perfectly to give us life.
The odds are
to
100%.
give us life here on this planet.
Captain, the odds are 100% because it happened. Now, as it turns out, the universe has trillions of solar systems.
No.
The odds that one
the
odds that one of trillions of solar systems would have a sun that was relatively close, but not too close to a planet, is very high.
No.
Yes.
Not
we
only
haven't
that, how
found it.
does
So
he?
why are
How
you
do you
going?
explain?
So why are you going to?
How does that even explain
You're not
all of the
letting me
other
speak.
Earth-like planets? Well, first of all, you have bars, so we're going to obviously overlap each other. Second of all, you haven't even answered a single question. So we're trying to keep you on track here.
Yeah, according to the
I haven't
numbers.
even gotten to my 2 other points yet.
Well, your first one's garbage. According to the numbers, there are at least 1 trillion solar systems.
Well, I'll present you with the second one then. Let's move on.
Captain, do you know why I keep muting you? Do you think there's a reason why you keep getting muted?
Wow, he's actually silent for once. Go
I,
ahead,
I keep
host.
muting you because every time you talk, you just ramble over top of me or Hanji. So
Because you haven't let me finish my point.
in order to have a conversation, you have to talk when I'm not talking, and of course I'll talk when you're not talking. That's how these things work. So there are at least 1 trillion other solar systems in the universe. The odds that at least one of them was going to have habitable planets is incredibly high.
Okay. Oh, well, and we're the only ones. So as far as we know, we are the only ones with a sustainable life on this planet.
That's false.
Agreed?
Nope, that's a lie.
Oh, that's false?
Yep.
So they found another planet that has life on it?
Not life. But there are multiple planets that are in habitable zones.
Exactly.
So now you're moving so now you're moving the goalpost. So your first question is about being in a habitable zone around a sun in some type of an orbit. But as it turns out, we're not the only planet or the only
did not happen randomly.
or the only space rock that is in a habitable zone. There are others besides us. That being said, how long have we been exploring the solar?
Can't prove that.
How long we can? How long have we actually been exploring outer space?
Exactly. How long have we been exploring outer space and not found another?
Captain,
I was talking.
Captain,
respectfully.
you're not. You're evading my question. So I asked you a question. I asked you a question that has a very simple answer, and you went on a tangent. It should be a number or something close to a number. How long have we been exploring our solar system and the observable cosmos?
I'll ask you the same question.
So I don't know if you know this. Just asking me questions by dodging
I'll ask you the same question. How long?
Asking me questions is not an answer.
Either.
Okay, I'll give you the answer since you can't have a logical conversation. So we've only been exploring the outer space for roughly 100 years. In fact, we've only had technology that could go outside of our solar system for a couple generations. So the idea that we're going to find life right away because we've only explored 1/1,000,000th of 1% of the solar system is a terrible idea. It's like saying that we're going to have space rockets 5 minutes after we invented cars. That's ridiculous. The exploration and invention takes time. We literally just started exploring the cosmos. We're not going to find life right away. That being said, we have found the building blocks of life. We have found other planets that are in habitable zones. We even have water and amino acids on meteors. Twice we've discovered it on meteors.
All right, I'll move on to my second topic, and this is from a logic standpoint. And I used to program programmable logic controllers in robots as well.
I designed them.
So I have a logic background.
I'm sure you do.
Okay, I want to say this correctly. Okay, and I don't even want to ask it as a question. So the Bible, right? So you said Jesus hadn't fulfilled any of the prophecy, right?
0.
But he commanded but told the 12 disciples to spread the word of Jesus, that he had rose again, ascended into heaven, and spread the word was the mission of the disciples, right?
So did Joseph Smith.
That word, the Bible.
So did Joseph Smith.
It got to King James. In a completely different language, right? So he decided to translate it.
King James didn't translate anything.
And he can I finish the point?
Captain, you're not on the point.
Maybe if you stop spreading misinformation.
Allow me to finish my point.
But you're on
Allow me to finish my point.
Why
It
are
got
you
to
crying?
King James.
But you're on your second point. We're not talking about King James. We're talking about prophecy.
And King James didn't write
Yes, the
anything.
prophecy is that the disciples got it to King James. It got to him somehow.
Show
right?
me in the
word
Bible where it
spread.
prophesies King James.
What the fuck?
King James made the most he brought it the first. Okay, so what I'm saying is the word
Captain,
got to
I need
King
you to
James.
focus. We're talking about prophecies. How does
I
King
need
James?
you to focus.
How
The
does King
word
James?
got to King James.
How does King James come into
The
prophecy from the
disciples
Bible?
got the word that far.
That's irrelevant.
understand? It
Okay,
got
well,
to
so did Joseph Smith. Joseph Smith's religion is one of the
So
fastest.
now we have
Joseph
word
Smith.
still to this day.
Joseph Smith's religion.
Translated from Greek.
Joseph Smith's religion is one of the fastest growing religions on the planet. Does that mean that Joseph Smith is a prophet?
It means nothing because I only
Okay,
just,
so then
I only
so then your
just heard
religion
about this
means
guy,
nothing.
But I've heard about Jesus for a lot longer.
Well, it doesn't matter. Was the truth of
the name above all other.
was the truth of Jesus Christ true only 50 years after he died? It's a yes or no. Was the truth of Jesus Christ true 50 years after he died? Or did we need to wait 2,000 years before it became true?
Can I do it?
I don't know
Can I
how to
eat
answer
him?
that.
I know, because the answer is obvious. Time has nothing to do with whether or not it's true. Popularity has nothing to do
The
with.
Bible got to us.
It doesn't matter. So did the covenants and doctrines. So did the Quran.
And so
did the
Bible
Vedas.
is the most meticulously.
How do you get? I didn't
the
mute him
most
that time.
meticulously translated.
No, it's not.
And debated topic.
Debated. It's a terrible translation. That's why none of them agree.
So there's my logical explanation for it, and then
That's a
that's
a dog shit argument.
Now I'll move to emotional level, right?
There's no
So
emotional argument for
you
God.
You have this thing called a conscience, right?
This guy can't be real.
When you feel that
he's very
something is
serious.
either right or wrong, right?
Captain, we have what
In
we
your
would
mind,
call
something tells you when
we have an evolutionary sense
conscience,
of we have an
right?
evolutionary
Jimmy Cricket, conscience.
Captain, if you would stop talking and answer your question. We have an evolutionary sense of right and wrong that was developed through many hundreds of thousands of years of evolution.
Oh, evolution. So how do you explain a platypus?
Evolution.
With evolution.
Evolution.
Yeah.
Do you know what
it's
evolution
science,
is?
They cannot explain a platypus.
Yes, they can.
It does not explain. No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
There's
Also,
no evolutionary
Lennon, thank you
explanation
for the
a
$6.66 over Venmo. Lennon says morality has an evolutionary basis and
A
is
mammal-
subjective. And
a
I agree,
mammal that
Lennon.
lays eggs, that has a duck.
I agree, Lennon. Morality is
And a
evolved
venomous bite.
and it is subjective. W.
You
Lennon.
unmute one more time, I will just drop your ass.
W666. Okay, so the fact that platypuses exist doesn't mean that evolution isn't real. In fact, platypuses have developed to survive in their environment quite well, which is quite literally what evolution predicted, that they would make evolutionary adaptations to their environment, and they did. Oh, Andrew, you're right. It's platypi, not platypuses. Did I say platypuses?
They're so adorable, but did you know that they're poisonous? Like their nails in their back footing carries a toxin that is poisonous to humans.
Dude, platypuses,
Fascinating creatures.
Exactly.
they might be the
Evolution
most
cannot
badass
explain
animal on the planet. It actually literally
They're a
can.
mammal that lays eggs.
It literally can
has a
explain it.
duck's bill,
It can explain it.
and has poison.
I don't know why he keeps repeating the same talking point like it's
No
meaningful.
other mammal is
I don't
like
know
that.
why. Like he
what
feels
did
like
Just-
he needs to talk every time you're
I don't
talking.
know. Just because it's unique
what
doesn't
did it-
mean.
What did it evolve from?
I don't know. We can look at the evolutionary
Be
tree.
quiet.
Exactly. You don't know. Science doesn't know either.
Science does
There's
know.
no science explanation.
There is.
Look it up.
All right, we'll look it up. What came before
Look
the
it up
platypus?
right now.
All
So
right.
Dagda in chat says platypus is split from ech- echid- Echidinas or Echna. I don't know how to say that word. Around 19 to 48 million years ago.
Yep. Apparently,
Echidnas? Are you kidding me?
it
That's
is.
a far stretch,
It's
yo.
related to the short
Lay
beaked.
off the DMT, dude.
Yeah, it's related to the short beaked echidna, and it's not the only animal.
That is absolute BS.
It's not the only mammal that lays eggs. There's a classification of mammals that lay eggs called monotremes, and it's not the only one. So, nothing.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, Captain, nothing you're saying is relevant. You're just using incredulity. You're saying, I don't know how evolution works, therefore I can't believe it. But that's not an argument against evolution. Also, Kayla,
That's
thank
not
you
true.
for the $2. Kayla said, regardless of your
where-
beliefs, guess. Kayla sent me $2 just for me to tell you that you're disrespectful and unreal. And I think most people agree. You're an absolutely unbearable guest, Captain. Do you have a rational argument for why your God is real?
I just presented 3 of them.
And none of them were good.
About God right now.
Okay, so
we're
if
sitting here talking about God and debating the Bible right now.
okay, so then that means Muhammad is the last great
Is that a
prophet.
miracle
When are
in
you
and of itself?
When are you converting to Islam?
Is that a miracle in and of itself?
No, it's
though?
not. When are you converting to Islam?
You wouldn't say that.
Captain, answer my question or I will cut you right now. When are you converting?
Keep cutting me off.
When are you converting to Islam?
Never.
Why?
Okay, so now you just
Why?
jumping in with another question before I have a chance.
Why,
to speak.
Captain? Why are you not converting to Islam?
Because Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior, and I know that.
I think
And
you
I know
believe
that the
it.
fact that we are sitting.
All right, so I'm going to ask you one last question because I know you're so
that we are sitting.
you're so terrified of letting me finish an actual point that you have to pivot. But I'm not asking you a question for no reason. I'm asking you why you're not converting to Islam because your argument about us talking about Christianity, making
asked you a
Christianity
question.
true, could easily be applied to every religion. The fact that people talk about a religion doesn't mean that religion is true. Do you understand why that argument is dog shit?
No.
Okay, I'll explain it to you one last time. I need you to stop talking and listening. Also, Evan Patterson, thank you for the $20 over Venmo. Evan says, does Guest think the Flintstones is a documentary? I think he does. So, Captain, I'll explain it to you one last time. The fact that we're talking about your religion is not evidence that your religion is true for the same reason that people talking about Islam doesn't make Islam true. Do you understand the problem with your argument?
That's my question.
That wasn't a question.
Is this a miracle, the fact that we're talking right now?
No, it's not a miracle.
It's not?
Prove
You
that
don't
it
see
is.
as a miracle?
Why would it be a
Regardless of
miracle?
space,
I think
regardless of time.
it's a miracle that you survived childhood because I think you have brain damage.
You don't see that this is a miracle right now.
It's not a miracle. Demonstrate that it is.
That regardless of space and time and technology, that we've made a way to communicate over live broadcast to one another.
How is that a miracle?
You don't see that as a miracle?
Just claiming that you think it's a miracle doesn't make it a miracle. How is it a miracle?
How is it ordinary?
Because ordinary people are doing it right now. How is it a miracle?
So do you think a car is a miracle?
No, none of these things are miracles.
No, you know how long it took to develop making a car?
The very first car
Making
didn't.
that actually
The very
work?
first car didn't take all that long. Gina,
Yeah.
thank you for the
So
$6.66.
you've taken common
Gina, thank you for $6.66 over Venmo. Gina says, I really want to know how old Captain thinks the Earth is and what shape he thinks it is. That's a good question, Gina. I would like to know the same thing. Do you think the Earth is round or flat, Captain?
both.
Both?
We live on a round planet and we walk on its flat surface.
Fair enough. I'll accept that. GH with the $1.99 super chat over YouTube says, give him 30 seconds to preach. I like that idea. I really like that idea, GH. So here's what we're going to do, Captain. You have no actual argumentation. I know you don't. But I know you want to preach. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds to preach unabated anything you want, and then I got to move on to a new guest.
I want to say to those of you out there that...
And we're off. I don't know why they fall for that every time. It is the one thing they will always fall for every single time. Every time. I don't know why they think I'm going to let them preach on my platform. I don't know why they think that's going to happen.
He's still here.
If I won't accept their dog shit arguments, I'm sure not going to let them preach unabated on my platform. Welcome in, Job.
Oh, never mind. That's a new guest. My bad. I'm stressed.
Hello? Job? Job? Did you...
Anyone who is still in Sarasota, please message me. I know Milton is right over you guys, like right now.
Job? Hello? Avis in the comments. I see your comments. I tried to get you up. You were in my guest box earlier, and when I pulled you up, you left. So if you have questions for me, you have to get in the guest box. I don't debate the comments. You can either grow some cojones and get in the guest box, or you can't. That's up to you. Welcome in, Slim. Slim? Slim? Slim obviously butt dialed. We're just going to keep on moving. I'll try to get Theo up here.
It is extremely windy outside right now.
I know. To the people on YouTube wondering how you get on this stage, if you go to the description of the live, there will be a link to the TikTok stream. You can join that stream, get in my guest request box. There are 10 other people in front of you, and then you yourself can get on the stage and get cooked. I know you're really excited to do so. All right, we're just going to keep on moving. A lot of guests in the guest queue that aren't really there anymore. Welcome in, Isaac.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Awesome. I guess, do I just kind of go ahead and just give you like stuff that I believe, or
no?
Do you just ask questions, or?
Usually I ask questions, but you started talking right away. So are you at least 18 and are you a theist?
Yeah, Christian.
Awesome.
Christian.
Fantastic. So what would be your best evidence or your best argument for why the Christian God is real?
So I can't prove anything to you. I want to kind of go ahead and start off by saying that.
Well, thanks for admitting it. All right. That was a quick conversation. We know you can't prove it. Now you know it. We all know it. Big W.
Thank you, Bridget, for the $3 for lightning fingered on the mute button.
Yeah, I part of me for a minute thought that Captain might have had a slow connection, which is why he was talking over us at first, but it became obvious that he just has zero regulation. He can't as soon as a thought is in his head, it has to come out of his mouth.
I'm going to turn my camera on so you guys can physically see what's going on outside my house. I'm surprised you guys don't even hear it. This thing is monstrous. Listen. That's the wind. You don't hear that? It's bad. Hold on.
Hello.
Welcome in, Diz.
How's it going?
Good. How you doing, Diz?
Good, thank you.
Fantastic. Diz, are you at least 18 and are you a theist?
I am.
Fantastic.
I'm a Christian.
Okay, what would be your best evidence or your best argument for why the Christian God is real?
How was the universe created?
It wasn't.
What do you mean it wasn't?
Justin, big screen for a second, so
What do
that
you
way
mean it
you guys
wasn't?
can
Where did it
see.
come from?
Oh shoot. That storm's starting to get pretty wild, huh?
Oh, that's nasty.
It's going to get worse here in another hour or two, I think.
Where are you at?
Control.
Yeah,
Road is flooded.
she's down in the path. You need to stay inside, Hanji.
Damn, this is my window. This is my fucking window.
Oh yes, I thought you were outside. Yeah, don't go outside. Stay inside. I don't believe that. I don't believe that
universe wasn't created.
I don't believe it was, and I have no reason to believe that
Where
it
did it
was.
come
I
from?
think matter, space,
Where
and
did it come
time.
from?
Well, things that aren't created don't come from anywhere. The matter, space, and time is eternal. Would you like to hear why I believe that?
Yeah, why is something eternal if you don't believe in a God?
You don't need a God if the matter, space, and time is eternal. You understand that, right?
Yeah. Well, where did the matter come from?
It didn't. It's eternal. We just covered that.
Well, if it's eternal, nothing that's eternal cannot have a beginning or an end.
Okay, so then your God has a beginning and an end?
No, he's
okay,
eternal.
so if the universe is eternal, it didn't have a beginning.
Well, your presupposition is that
No, it's not a presupposition.
You can't have that. Yes,
it is, Diz. It's a logical deduction. Want me to give you the logical argument for it?
Yes. Let's hear it.
Fantastic. Premise number 1, any act of creation is a change of states, yes or no?
Say it again.
Any act of creation is a change of states, yes or no?
Any act of creation? You're by definition, you're saying anything that's created had to have a creator.
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying any
Yes, you
act
did,
of
by
creation
implication.
is a change of states, yes or no?
Yes, it is a change of states. Exactly.
Fantastic. Thank you. Okay, so anything that is a change of states has a before state and an after state, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, anything that has a before state and an after state then has time, yes or no?
Yes.
Fantastic. So then, if that's the case, anything with a before and an after has time or is in time, then that means time could not have been created because any act of creation requires time to already exist, which means time must therefore be eternal.
So you know who Aristotle is?
I've heard of him.
Yeah. Okay. Well, he's a philosopher that we've all heard of. So if God exists out of time, space.
We're not talking about God. We're talking about time.
Yeah, no. I know we're talking about time, but time is relative to God because
no, it's not.
God created. Yes, God
Prove
created
it.
time. You have theory
Prove
of
it.
relativity.
The theory of relativity has nothing to do with God. Also, Flanker, thank you for the $5 super chat over YouTube. Flanker says, can we do Atheist bingo card? I do. In my link tree, I have a bingo card just for this. Up to 100 people can play at once. He says something from nothing, context, free will. A lot of that is on my bingo card. You can go to my link tree right now and you can all play Atheist bingo together, at least 100 people at a time. So
why is it wrong to murder a baby? Why is it wrong to murder a baby?
Hold on. We can get to the moral argument next. So you want to talk about your presupposition about God, but you have no evidence for your God. We're still talking about time. So according to the syllogism that we entered in already, can time exist eternally or does it need to be created?
What is time?
Time.
Give me your definition of time.
Time is any 2 moments or any increment between 2 moments.
Okay.
So time.
Okay.
So we'll try this again. You already agreed, premise number 1, that any act of creation is a change of states. Any change of states has a before and an after state. Anything that has a before and an after must already be within time, which means time could not have been created.
Time is just a measure. Time is a measure of something.
Are you aware of space-time?
Hold on a second. So let me answer this really quick. So time is just a measure, okay? So if you say that something happened before one thing or another, it's just a measure. Okay? So
a measure of what?
So it's a measure that we use for days or weeks, or it's something that human beings, because we are finite.
Does time exist?
To have a measure of time. Of course it
Thank you,
exists.
Evan, for the
Okay.
Venmo. I promise I'll do the best I can to be safe. Thank you.
Yeah, big W, Evan, and thank you for supporting Hanji during this hurricane. It's a pretty big situation down there. Okay, so if time exists, it must be eternal because, as we already covered, logically, you need time for any act of creation, which means it could not have been created.
Is space governed by time?
Space-time is a
Expansion
continuum.
of the universe.
Space-time is a continuum. It's a web. So according to physics, if time is eternal, so is space.
Well, no, the expansion of the universe, is that restricted by time?
The expansion of the universe is unrelated to
Yes.
time. We're talking about whether or not
No, it's
time.
not.
We're talking about whether or not time has existed, or I'm sorry, whether or not it's created.
No. I'm not saying no. Time can't be created. Time is a measure. You can't
I
create
agree.
Time.
Time can't be created because
measurement.
because you need time to already exist for any
Just
act
like
of creation. So that means space and time are eternal.
No, it doesn't.
It does. Yep.
It doesn't.
If they
No,
were
it
never
doesn't.
if they were never created, then by definition they are eternal.
No, they're not eternal.
Thank you, Jofo. We'll just try this again. Was space and time created?
Yes. they
Wrong. We'll try this again. Time could
Okay.
not have
Give
been
me an evidence
created.
of that.
We'll just
Tell
start.
me why.
We'll start from the beginning since you weren't listening.
Let's hear it.
Premise number
All right,
one:
let's hear it.
creation is a change of states. Yes or no?
Okay, here's the thing.
Diz, I need you to pay attention this time. I'm not going to do it a third time. Premise number one: creation is a change of states. Yes or no?
I understand where you're going with that. but
Premise number
time-
one
time is a
requires
measure.
a yes or no. Diz,
That's like me asking you, was gravity created?
Diz,
Was
I
gravity
need
created?
you to actually pay attention to the argument. I don't want to do this
I
five
already
times.
answered those questions. Yeah, I
Okay,
already
so
said
then you
yes,
already know
yes
that.
and yes.
Then you already know. Then the conclusion is that time has always existed.
Okay, what about before the universe
There is no such
was
thing
created?
as there's no such thing as before the universe is created. So let's get it first thing out of the way. We're talking
Okay.
about time and
All right.
space. We can talk about matter second. So time and space, by definition, must be eternal if they can't be created, right?
If time is eternal, then you can't. If time is eternal, then it just continues infinitely.
Yes, I agree.
And
Yes,
you
that's the
can't
point I'm
measure it.
making.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, you can
So
definitely
let's move
measure
on
it.
to let's move on.
No, you can
let's
measure
move
it.
on to the moral. Okay. Well,
All right, so now we're going to move on to
the
no,
moral
it,
argument.
no, it's factually true. You can have infinite
Okay.
time. Why can't you?
Yeah, you can have infinite time.
Okay, thank
But
you.
you can't
So
measure that. But you can't
why
measure
why
that
can't
by
you?
definition.
Why can't
You
you?
can't measure it.
Why can't you?
You can't measure.
Why
infinity.
can't you?
Go on to Google.
Diz,
Go
stop
on to
saying
Google,
it and tell me
measure
why.
Infinity.
Diz, stop saying it and tell me why.
You can't measure infinity. Okay,
Yes, you
tell me
can.
how you measure infinity, and I'll agree with you. Okay, tell me.
Infinity
How do you measure
is a
infinity?
measurement that never ends.
Yeah, you can't measure it.
And any 2 points on
By
the
definition.
line of infinity have a definite measure. Any two
No, they don't.
any yes
Infinity
any
does not
yes
have a
any
definite measure.
no
No, it
any
doesn't.
any two. I'm not saying that infinity has a finite measurement. I'm saying that any 2
You
points.
said
Diz, stop talking and listen
I'm
to my
listening.
point.
I'm
Any
listening.
2 points in infinity has a finite measurement.
Okay. I didn't. By the way, my name's David. I didn't get your name.
It's Justin.
Justin. Nice to meet you, and I appreciate the conversation and that you disagree with me.
Fantastic.
Can we move on? Can we move on to the moral argument?
Are you going to concede that infinity is not illogical?
I don't. What do you mean by that?
Why can time not be infinite?
I agree that time can be infinite.
Fantastic. So space
we
and
talked about that.
So then there's nothing logically incoherent about space and time being eternal.
Yeah, it's interesting that you use this
fantastic.
phrase eternal, which I think points to a God. Because
Nope.
if these things are
Nope.
eternal, it points
Stop
to the creator
pivoting.
of the universe.
Stop pivoting. We're not talking about God yet. We're talking about space.
Okay. All
Talking
right,
about space and time. So space and
But my point
time.
is-
Your point is you're
Go ahead.
trying to run away from the topic. So space
No,
and
I'm not.
time, there's nothing logically inconsistent about space and time being eternal. Now, can energy and matter be created or destroyed?
No.
Fantastic.
Where
Okay,
did it
so
come from? Where did it come from?
It didn't come from anywhere. God damn it! How many times do I have to say it? Things that are eternal don't come from anywhere. They are eternal.
So where is it? But how did they?
I can't believe how many times I have to repeat myself on this point.
So where did it come from?
It didn't come from anywhere. It's always existed. It's eternal.
Okay, so that shirt you're wearing right now, where'd that come from?
The individual quarks and gluons and fundamental particles that make up the atoms in my hoodie have always existed forever.
No, that's not true.
Bullshit. Science says that matter and energy. Show me. We're talking about fundamental particles. The fundamental particles that make up matter cannot be created nor destroyed, and you know it. That's what science teaches.
Well, somebody has to bring them together and make a sweatshirt out of it.
A sweatshirt.
That's your problem.
A sweatshirt is not a quark. It's a
sweatshirt.
Diz, I don't want to spend 10 minutes explaining to you that matter takes different forms. Everyone knows that matter has different forms. We're talking about whether or not it can be annihilated into nothingness. You cannot destroy matter. You cannot destroy energy. They always exist. You cannot create them and you cannot destroy them. They will only change forms. Do you understand this basic principle of science?
Well, if you keep muting me, then I can't respond.
Well,
who's muting?
You can't respond when every response you have is in the middle of my sentence. So do you understand that matter and energy cannot be created nor destroyed?
Yeah, exactly. So
fantastic.
Where did it come from?
Diz, I don't know how many times I can say this. Things that exist eternally do not come from anywhere. They exist eternally.
But you have to have okay, so my explanation is there was a God who created these things. There's an order to the universe.
Great. Demonstrate that your God exists.
They were just already there.
Demonstrate that your God is real, because I can point to the universe. I can point to matter and space and time, and I can demonstrate that they exist, and I have good logical reasons why they always existed. But you have no evidence for your God. All you have are unfalsifiable claims. So now, please give me the rational argument for why your God is real.
Do you have children? Are you married?
I have children.
You have children. So I want to come over to your house and I want to take one of your children as my own. And I'm fine with that. Is that okay with you?
You'll go to
You
prison.
would not make it out alive if I was there.
Why would I go to prison?
Because it's against the law. Kidnapping's against the law.
Well, I don't adhere to your particular perspective.
Well, you don't have a choice. You live in a country in which we agree that kidnapping is illegal. So it's illegal. It's against the law.
Why is it wrong? Why is it wrong?
Let's get something very clear. I believe in subjective morality. So when we say that something is wrong, that's kind of a misnomer. So in subjective morality, there's no such thing as a definite right or a definite wrong. Everything is
exactly.
Hold on, Diz, you're not listening. Everything is subjective. Now, as a society, we agreed a long time ago that kidnapping children is a bad. It's not a thing that we want to happen. Now, let me ask you a question, Diz. Do you need God to know that you don't want your children kidnapped from you?
It's hardwired in us to protect our children.
Fantastic.
Yes, it's hardwired.
No
matter what. No matter what culture you're in.
It's part of the...
It's wrong to rape somebody. It's wrong to murder. It's wrong to steal your children. It's wrong for me to come and punch you in the face.
Okay.
And that is cross cultures.
It's not cross culture. You want to know why?
Okay, if you want to talk about some Aborigine culture where they eat their children, like you can talk about that.
You're trying to get ahead of the argument, and I guarantee you can't beat me. So the reason why everything you just said is a lie, because there's an exception to every single one of them. Number one, the state will quite literally kidnap your children if you don't treat them right. The state that I live in will come into your house and take your children if you don't treat them right.
Well, that's not kidnapping by definition.
It is, yes.
If you're neglecting your child, no, it's not. If you're neglecting your child, the Child Protective Services If you're neglecting, again, you said you believe in subjective morality. That's not
Yes.
subjective. That's objective.
No, it
It's
is. It is
objectively
quite literally
wrong for you.
subjective. They will
No, it's
come
not. It's
and take
objectively
your.
wrong.
They will come and take your kids against your will if you're not behaving appropriately.
Exactly. That's objectively
Thank you,
right.
Dulac, for the $10 on Venmo. Anything helps, honey.
If you do
Anything.
something
It's not-
objectively wrong to your children, they will take
Diz,
your children away
Diz,
from you. Which is a good
demonstrate
thing.
to me that objective morals exist.
Okay. Well, why don't exactly the law? The law is objectively
No, it's not.
moral in the sense. Yes, it is.
Lennon, thank you so much for the $3 over Venmo. Lennon says, reminder to the guest that morality has an evolutionary basis. It does. So you
Okay.
you
Tell
want
me how
you want
murdering is wrong.
You want morals to be objective, but you have no means of demonstrating that. What's your means of demonstrating that morals are objective?
Tiber, thank
Well,
you
it's
for
the same
the
reason
Venmo.
why do you lock your door at night?
Because I don't want people stealing my stuff.
What else?
I don't want people harming me.
What else?
That's probably it.
Okay, exactly.
Okay, so
if people
so
just lived on a
why
subjective
why do I
basis,
why do
then
I need
I could
why do I need objective morals to know that I don't want to be harmed?
because it's protection under the law.
Wrong.
And it's protection.
That's not answering my
Hold on.
question. Diz, focus.
Okay,
Why do
do I
I
have a
need
second? Do I have a
objective
second?
morals to know that I don't want to be harmed?
You don't have them. They are instinctive in you.
Yes,
So
why?
You don't want your children to be abducted.
Why?
You don't want your property to be sold. It's the same reason why
Why?
you lock your door at night. It's the same reason you lock your door at
Diz,
night.
why? Why do we have these instincts?
For human flourishing.
Yes, exactly. Because the people who didn't have the instincts died. They're all dead. They didn't reproduce. Our species survived because we have the instinct to survive. And part of that instinct is to protect ourselves and to protect those that are in our circle. It's an evolutionary
from?
trait. It comes from the evolutionary advantageous traits of survival. Those who didn't have the instincts of survival died. They're all gone. They're dead. They didn't reproduce.
Okay, then why do we care about cancer patients? Because they're clearly not survival of the fittest. Why do we care about people who are special needs? Why don't we get rid?
Because we love
Why don't we
them.
get all those special needs people?
Because we
Why do
love
we love
them. Because we
Well, you just told me it's survival of the
because
fittest.
we
You just
evolved.
told me-
I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all.
You did.
No, I didn't.
You did.
No, I didn't.
Your
I
mother
never.
should have swallowed you.
I never once said anything about survival of the fittest. So
You just
the
did.
reason why
You said evolution.
the reason
Evolution,
why
survival of the fittest.
the reason why when people get sick we try to preserve their lives is because we have chemical reactions that cause us to become attached to people. We have emotions. And so it is difficult to see other people suffer in sickness. When you see one of your loved ones suffering, do you feel emotional pain?
You said that's
Thank you.
evolution. You said we evolve.
Diz, I asked you a very easy question. When you see one of your loved ones suffering, do you feel emotional pain? It's a yes or no question.
Why do I feel emotional pain?
I'm asking you if you
Where does it come
do, nitwit. It's a yes or no question.
If you're gonna name call, then I'm done with this conversation.
Diz.
Because
Good. Then
you're
go
coming at
somewhere
it.
because you're a POS for even thinking the way you did about people with disabilities and innocent people with cancer. Your mother should have swallowed you.
Yeah,
You
don't-
are
That's
a
not my
waste
point.
of
That's
human
not my-
flesh.
Don't kick them. Diz, if you're going to have an adult conversation, you have to stop dodging every question I ask. That's
Okay,
why...
Hold on.
That's why I'm over here yelling at you, is because all you do is dodge and deflect. So it's very easy.
I
So we're just going to go right back to the point that we started with. When you see one of your family members or loved ones suffering, do you feel emotional pain?
Hold on 1 second. If your moderator stop,
It's a yes or no question. You're not here to cry about
your
my
moderator
moderator.
stop-
When you see your loved one suffering, do you feel emotional pain?
of course I do.
Fantastic. Okay. Does that compel you to want to end the suffering?
Define what suffering is.
Suffering is unwanted harm.
Yeah, of course I do.
Fantastic. So we have an advantageous social development in which not only do we feel pain, but we can feel other people's pain. And because we can feel others' pain, because we have empathy, we have evolved as a species to survive together in a social construct. So we have all of these evolutionary adaptations that allow us to survive. And part of these advantageous developments allow us to help other people to survive as well. Because the people who lived in societies where they didn't help each other, where they actually actively harmed each other, they all died without reproducing.
Yeah, I don't think that our compassion as human beings came from an evolutionary process. I don't think that we developed compassion based on the fact that it helps. Because here's the thing is weaker people that had ailments, and look, my wife had breast cancer. And, you know, we've dealt with various health issues. And, you know, my question to you is, how do you make sense of suffering and pain and evil in a world that is full of subjective morality? So meaning, how do you define meaning out of pain and cancer and suffering and evil in this world? Like, how do you explain it? Because I'm assuming you don't believe in an afterlife.
It's
like, how is it
way
meaningful?
it's way better explained in my worldview, because in your worldview you have to believe that there is a creator who designed human beings that would get cancer, that children would be born with cancer, that 40% of children in the ancient world would be unalived by natural causes, and that 2% of women would die in childbirth. You have to believe that God created that shit show. But in my worldview, this is just a product of being part of a chaotic system. We developed and we evolved within this system of chaos, and we've quite literally overcome the odds of this system of chaos, which makes much better sense than to believe that there's a God out there that loves us and cares about us, but executes 100,000 people a year through natural disasters.
Do you believe in an afterlife?
Nope.
So why are your decisions now meaningful? If you just go to the grave and that's it, like why is our conversation meaningful? Why is the life you live and your child's lives, like why are our decisions meaningful here on earth?
Because if there's no afterlife, then this is all we have, which makes it 10 times more meaningful than these believers who are willing to throw their lives away for an afterlife, for a second life. We know we have this life. We don't know anything about the next life.
Okay.
Thank you, BB,
Well,
for the $2 on Venmo, and I agree.
So let me say this. So like, I would say that our decisions are meaningful because there is an afterlife, and the fact that God will restore and redeem. So there's a broken world that we live in. We all experience it, and we all deal with, like you said, the brokenness of this world. And God has to allow humans to have free will and choice.
What?
And we live in a broken world, so cancer happens, heart attacks happen, people die
No,
early,
wrong.
get
Free will
dementia.
didn't create cancer.
No, I'm not. No, what I'm saying is, like, if somebody, like you talked about, like, okay, if somebody gets murdered or somebody's life is impacted by another's decision. So I'm talking about our decisions on earth matter because there is an afterlife and there is an ultimate judgment and people are held accountable. So like Hitler is held accountable.
They're not held accountable because
Hitler's not held accountable.
No, because in your religion, people who are good people but just don't believe in your deity go to hell, and people who are terrible people but believe in your deity, even just in their dying breath, go to heaven. So no, there is no accountability for sin in your religion.
So how do we judge people?
It doesn't matter.
How do we judge someone?
It doesn't matter. There's no accountability in a religion.
There is accountability.
Okay, if I murder 40,000 people and then on my deathbed have an earnest come to Jesus and I realize that I had sinned greatly, is Jesus going to forgive me and welcome me into heaven?
There's no sin.
It's a yes or no,
Jesus
Diz.
will not forgive.
It's a yes or no, Diz.
There's no sin.
It's a yes or no,
I said
Diz.
yes.
Thank you. It's a yes. Fantastic. So okay, so there's no punishment for all of my murdering, is there?
So let me say
So
this.
okay, so it's a yes or no.
Go
Diz,
ahead.
stop running from it. Is there a
I'm
punishment
not
for me?
running from it.
Is there a punishment for me doing all those murderings?
So let me say this.
Diz, it's a yes or no
I would
question.
argue
Stop
with
running
you.
from it. Is there a punishment for me doing
I'm
all the
not running
murderings?
from it.
Dex, thank you for the 5 subbies. Diz, it's a yes or no question. Do I get punished for all those murders?
So you get to answer things. You get to provide.
Diz, it's a yes or no
and then
question.
then I get to provide an explanation.
Diz, it's a yes or no
Or you just want me
question.
to say yes or no and not provide any context.
Diz, you can give me any explanation you want after you say yes or no.
Okay, I'll say yes. Every sin is can potentially be forgiven. Yes, of
No,
course.
I'm not asking is it forgiven. I'm asking is it punished?
Yes, that it,
Okay.
it is punished. But the blood
How
of
does
Christ, yes, can forgive.
how does my sin get punished? If I go out and murder
would
a
say-
thousand
I would-
people,
I would
Diz, you can't answer my question while you're talking. I don't know why you keep doing this. How does my sin get punished if I convert on my deathbed and go to heaven?
What I'm saying is,
Thank you, Gunslinger.
You're presenting a hypothetical situation, which I would highly doubt that a person who mass murdered 1,000 people would actually come to Jesus.
It's
Do I believe
irrelevant.
that?
It's irrelevant.
Give me a simple example.
It's irrelevant how likely you think the scenario is. According to Jesus, it's true.
does.
Thank you, Gunslinger, for the lipstick. No, Jesus said
It
in the
does
in the
matter.
parable of the 11th hour that's the whole point of the parable is that salvation is not fair. Anybody gets in as long as you earnestly confess your sins to God. So again, I'll ask you, it doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
thief on the cross.
It doesn't
Thief
matter.
on the cross,
It
right
doesn't
there.
matter how likely my scenario is. According to your theology, I'm allowed to go to heaven. Yes or no?
Well, it's like asking, if Jeffrey Dahmer is he going to heaven if he had a deathbed confession? Like I can't be the judge of that.
It's a
you
yes
know?
or
Like,
no.
I don't
According to your
know-
book, what does your book say?
I don't. You're asking me. Here's the thing. That's
Diz,
not-
why
the-
is this so hard
the
for
Bible
you?
doesn't
Do you not have the Holy Spirit?
Hold
Is the
on.
Holy Spirit not leading you in all truth right now?
The Bible doesn't explicitly address that particular scenario.
It
Somebody
does. The
mass
parable
murdering
of the
1,000
11th
people.
hour. Have you never read the parable?
Yeah, and
Thank
it
you,
also
Joanne,
tells
for the Venmo.
it also says that you'll know somebody by the fruit of their life.
It doesn't
And I would
matter.
say
The
somebody
life's
that
already
murders
over.
1,000 people.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what happened before you confess Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. It doesn't matter. It only happens what happens. It only matters what happens after. Thank you for the Elvis
Okay,
here, by the
well,
way.
we can agree.
Thank you. I am.
Look, people disagree. People disagree on these types of theological debates. So we can.
Okay,
what's the
so
next
Diz,
thing you
I
wanna-
just
what's the next thing
need
you wanna
need
debate?
you to actually provide me an answer. If I commit a whole lifetime of sins and I come to my senses at the end of it and I convert to Christianity and I earnestly confess, according to Romans 10:9 and 10, that Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior and that God raised him from the dead, do I go to heaven? Yes or no?
Yes, I mean the thief.
Fantastic.
On the
Okay,
cross.
okay.
Yeah,
So
sins
then
can be
your
forgiven, of
religion
course.
does not equal punishment for your sins. Your sins do not get punished. All's that you get punished for, the only thing you get punished for is whether or not you made Jesus Christ your Lord. That's it.
You're not getting punished.
Yes, you
You're
are.
not getting punished for that. No,
Yes.
you're not getting. You have a choice. You have a choice.
It's not a choice.
in this life.
No, you don't.
And you have a choice.
You don't have a
Yes,
choice.
You do.
You
can
do not have a
reject it or you
choice.
can accept it.
The choice is love me or burn. That's your only choice.
Did
gives
you grow up in the church?
he gives you no evidence. He gives you no reason to believe, and he says, believe and love me or you will burn for eternity. That is an ultimatum. That is not a choice. Why did God create hell and hell alone as the only alternative?
Say it again.
Why did God create hell as the only alternative to loving him?
Because that's where Satan lives. And
It's not an
people
answer to
who
my
wanna
question.
Pursue their own life. And the people that want to pursue it outside of Christ, God has eternity for those who want to live.
The
and
hell
live according to
apology
Jesus.
is unbelievable. Diz, I don't think you understand my point at all. Do you have any siblings? Do you have a sister?
Yes.
Okay. If I asked your sister out on a date and I said, go out on a date with me, it's going to be the best night of your life. But if you say no, I'm going to lock you in my basement and set it on fire. Am I good because I offered her to go on the date?
I don't understand where you're going with this.
If the only option you have is to love me or burn, that's not a real choice.
It is a choice.
It's not a choice. If the only option is to love me or burn, that is an ultimatum. And it's baffling to me because Christians always tell me that God had to create free will because he wanted human beings to love him, and you can't love him without free will. He gives you an ultimatum. You must love me or you will burn, which basically negates your free will decision.
No, it doesn't, because
It
God
does.
gives you the opportunity. God gives every person the opportunity to live in accordance with his plan that the Creator gave. So he gave an opportunity for every single person to live life to the full. And you could spend eternity with Jesus, and you have the opportunity to do that. And you don't.
How do you do that?
To live. Yeah.
How do you do that, Diz?
Okay, was Jesus real or not?
Diz,
Was
how?
Jesus a real person?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't believe he's a
Was
Messiah,
Jesus a
but I
real
believe
person?
he's a real person. But that's not my question. My question is, how do you do that? How do you live a life with Jesus?
Well, you have to, first of all, if you believe that Jesus was who he said he was, so either he was
I don't, Diz.
absolute nut job. Okay. Well, that's the starting point.
Fantastic. So how do you get a person to the point where they actually believe that nonsense?
Well, how do you look at the entire world shaped by Jesus, the entire Roman culture shaped by one person
It
who
wasn't.
only lived 30 years of life?
It wasn't. It was shaped by the sword of Constantine.
Okay, well, he was one person. All they had to do was find his body.
And
Why
then
did they never find his body?
And then Theodosius. Whose body?
Okay, whether people find Jesus' body, all the Romans
Why
had
would
to
they
do was
find
find
it?
Jesus' body.
Why would they
Of
find
course
it?
they wanted to find it.
Why? You don't even
Until
know where it
the-
was.
Until the resurrection.
Where's Nero's body?
That's not the point.
This
They
is the
had to
point.
find
Diz,
Jesus'
where's
body.
where's Julius's body?
That's nobody was.
Oh,
looking for their
okay.
bodies.
So
Nobody
okay,
was looking for
fantastic.
them.
And nobody was looking for Jesus' body. So
Yes,
I
they
have
were.
no.
After
So I
he
have no
was- yes, in the
reason.
empty
So I have no
tomb.
reason to
Yes.
believe that Jesus' resurrection from the dead. Just saying that the tomb is empty
why
is
did they
absolute
find him?
nonsense because we don't even have proof that he was placed in a tomb. What we have is we have 4 gospel authors that aren't unique. They all copied from Mark except for John. John contradicts the synoptic gospels in nearly every damn passage. They can't read the Old Testament correctly. They certainly can't even read it in the original Hebrew, which is why they only
Okay,
quote
give me-
from the Greek Old Testament. And every prophecy that they quote in
There's
the
no Greek Old
gospels,
Testament. There's
there
no
is.
Greek Old Testament.
There is.
No,
I've got a
there's
copy
not.
of it. I'm
It's
literally
in Hebrew.
I literally
It's in Hebrew.
I literally have a copy of it right here, you dullard.
Well, just because
Thank
you
you,
have a
Louis.
copy of
Thank
it,
you,
it was
Will.
not.
It's
It was
called
written
the
in Hebrew and Aramaic.
It's called the Septuagint, nitwit.
Motherfuck.
I
He just
can't.
wants to hear the sound of his own fucking voice.
It was translated into Greek.
Yes, I'm
from
aware
Hebrew.
of this.
It was
Yes,
the original language.
Yes, it was translated from
And
Hebrew.
even though it was translated from Hebrew, it is still the Old Testament because it's translating the Old Malakas Testament.
Yeah, and Diz.
Okay, stop screaming.
Diz,
Calm down.
why did they not quote from the Hebrew Old Testament?
Tell me to calm down one more time because you want to be so fucking disingenuous. I will drop your ass.
Okay.
I don't think he's disingenuous. I just think he's ignorant. Why did the New Testament not quote from the Hebrew?
It did it all the time.
It
They
didn't.
Quoted the
No, it didn't.
Psalms and
No,
Jeremiah
no,
and Genesis.
no, bullshit,
Yes, it did.
bullshit. It quoted from the Greek. Quoted from the Greek.
Okay, what's your point? You
My
can't go
point
from
is
Greek to
the
Hebrew,
New Testament
Spanish to
authors
English?
the New Testament authors couldn't even read the Hebrew scrolls, or they didn't have
Okay, tell
any.
me-
The New
tell
Testament
me where.
authors couldn't read from the Hebrew scrolls, or they didn't have access to them, which is why they quote from the Greek nearly every single time. And the ones that aren't
Okay, give me an
the ones
example.
that aren't clearly from the Greek, we don't know what they came from. So a perfect example of this is in Matthew chapter 2 when it quotes from Isaiah
Okay.
chapter 7. Have you read Isaiah chapter 7?
Go ahead.
I'll
Yes,
put it
I
on the
have.
screen for you. And what do you think Isaiah
Go
chapter
ahead.
7:14, the prophecy is about?
Go ahead and read it.
What do you think the prophecy of Isaiah chapter 7:14 is about?
I'm not sure. Just go ahead and read it.
I'll just
I'm
tell
not,
you.
like-
I know.
Thank you.
Christians never read the Bible. It says, "Therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Behold, the virgin shall conceive and bear a son." Now, you're probably thinking this is what's in the Hebrew text, don't you?
And you're going to tell me it's not. Go ahead.
It's not. Because if you go to an honest translation, this is the New King James, which is not an honest translation. If you go to an honest translation like the NRSV that translates from the Hebrew and not from the Greek text, it says this: therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son and shall name him Emmanuel. So in this particular passage, the child has already been conceived. This is about 730 to 725 BCE. This child lived 700 years before Jesus.
What does Emmanuel mean?
Emmanuel means God with us. And if you actually read the whole prophecy, you would understand that this child is not God. This child is a sign that God is with his people, which is why in chapter 8, when this prophecy in chapter 8, when this prophecy actually comes true, the prophet himself says twice, Emmanuel, God is with us. So do you want to
his name?
Do you want to?
Name.
We'll just read the whole thing since I know for sure you've never read this.
NIV. Do NIV.
We're not going to do the NIV. We're going to do the NRSV. I'm going to make you read the actual prophecy since I know you haven't read it.
You're not going to.
I'm going to read the actual prophecy from the NRSV, which doesn't translate from the Greek. It translates from the Hebrew. I'll be more than glad to read the actual Hebrew text to you if you don't believe me. It says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Okay, quick question. Who's speaking? Is this Isaiah speaking?
Hold on a second. I'm not even, I'm like still trying to figure out how his name shall be Emmanuel. I'm still at that. And
we're not to Emmanuel yet. We're going to read the whole section.
You won't tell me.
We're going to read. Tell me. I promise you we can get to Emmanuel. We're going to read the whole prophecy and then we're going to break it down. So who's speaking in this prophecy?
Well, if I stop getting muted, I'll be able to answer you.
I don't care about Emmanuel. Who's speaking in the prophecy right now?
Isaiah.
Thank you. And who's he speaking to?
Ahaz.
Thank you. And who is Ahaz?
I don't know who Ahaz is.
He's the king of Judah. I knew you wouldn't know that. And why is Isaiah speaking to King Ahaz?
You're so condescending.
I know, because you Christians are unbearable. When you haven't read
Methuselah?
When you haven't, he's the oldest man that ever lived according to the Old Testament. He's in the book of Genesis. I actually don't know I don't know his immediate father.
Well, I'm glad you've read your Bible too.
I didn't memorize the lineage. It's also irrelevant. Methuselah has nothing to do with anything important of the Bible other than that he's the oldest man.
Okay.
So we'll just start from the beginning.
What does Ahab have to do with it?
Ahaz
is.
Yes, everyone who's read this prophecy knows who Ahaz is because this prophecy is for King Ahaz. It says, in the days of Ahaz, son of Jotham, son of Uzziah, king of Judah, King Rezin of Aram and King Pekah, son of Remaliah of Israel, went up to attack Jerusalem, but could not conquer it. So there's an alliance against King Ahaz, and it's amongst the Arameans and the Israelites. So the northern Israelites have formed an alliance against the king of Judah, and he's afraid that his kingdom is going to fall. That's why it says, when the house of David heard that Aram had allied itself with Ephraim, the heart of Ahaz and the heart of all of his people shook as the trees of the forest shake before the wind. So this is the context of the prophecy. And the prophet is sent to King Ahaz 3 different times to shore up his faith in the onslaught that is coming towards him, which is why the prophet says after the first visit, if you do not stand firm in your faith, you shall not stand at all. So God is trying to rejuvenate the faith of King Ahaz, which is why he's now speaking to him. And it says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to worry mortals that you weary my God also? Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son and shall name him or call his name Emmanuel in some translations. So who is the sign to?
You know, we could go on.
Diz, who is the sign to? It's a one-word answer. Who is this signed to?
I'm letting you know that I'm we can.
Diz, it's a one-word answer. Who is this signed to?
I'm just letting you know I'm done. You
I
can
know.
have a good night.
You are
and-
done. You're cooked.
No, I'm not cooked.
All right. For those who are actually reading along with us, the answer is Ahaz. The sign is to King Ahaz. It's a child born during his lifetime. And it says, before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted. He's quite literally saying there's a child already conceived. Before that child knows right from wrong, the two kings that are attacking you are going to be dealt with. And who's going to do that? It's going to be the king of Assyria. He quite literally says he's going to bring down the king of Assyria. And then in chapter 8, the king of Assyria does come down and wipe out those two nations. And the title Emmanuel is not about a king. It's not about a child. It's about the fact that God is with his people in their times of trouble, which is why if you just go to Isaiah chapter 8, as the invasion is happening, the prophet says another thing. It says, O Emmanuel, take notice, you people, and be dismayed. Listen, all you far-off countries. Gird yourselves and be dismayed. Take counsel together, but it shall be brought to naught. Speak a word, but it will not stand, because Emmanuel, God, is with us. The prophecy is not about a Messiah. The prophecy is about a child that is representative of the idea that God is with his people in their time of trouble. And the reason...
Apologize to the followers' eardrums for my little tangent, but I cannot stand arrogance. That's one of my pet peeves, especially when we actually have the documentation. We didn't say that it was originally written in Greek, and he knew that. I really think that he was just so high up in his ego, Justin, that that's his own anal lubricant.
Yeah, I think I don't mind arrogance. I just hate when people... Every time you bring up a point of argumentation or a question, they dodge and 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 dodge. Just enter the conversation, and then when we finish it, we can move on to the next topic. Stop constantly running away from the point. It's so disingenuous when you can't talk about one point before trying to pivot to 5 other points.
The thing is that like you were giving very valuable questions. He wasn't able to answer, and he kept running around it, dodging it. Thank you so much for the person who sent me the 666 on Cash App. I didn't see it in time. But the moral of the story is that if you're going to come up here and have a discussion, you need to be able to listen to actually know or understand and learn, and not just listen to respond or think that you're holier than that. You know, the more I listen to these Christians, the more they are like Yahweh. They're just as barbaric.
They really are. Pretty monstrous. I'm trying to get another guest up in here, but we can't get one to connect. I don't know why the Holy Spirit connection is so weak tonight, but we are going to get a guest up in here, and we're gonna keep on cooking. I thought I saw Jamal in the guest box for a minute there, and then he disappeared.
No fucking way. Jamal, did you miss me? Oh, my dear sweet baby.
I don't think Jamal's got
Let me play with him.
I don't think he's got the balls to get in here. David, welcome in.
Thank you for having me. Good evening, everybody.
Yeah, welcome. David, are you at least 18?
I am.
Fantastic. Is it safe to assume you're a Christian?
I wouldn't call myself a Christian.
Do you believe that Jesus is the Messiah and that Yahweh is God?
I believe that the character, Jesus Christ, that we know today as someone different throughout the mistranslations and...
Is Jesus the Messiah?
Yahusha. Or Yahusha.
His name's not Yahusha. Is Jesus the Messiah?
Yes.
Okay, so you're a Christian. Fantastic. Okay, so what would be the best argument or the best evidence for why your God is real?
Let's just say that I see things a little differently.
That's not an argument. What's your best evidence or your best argument for why your God is real?
Well, you said earlier that you look at the universe and you see matter, and it's evidence to you of something.
I didn't say that.
All of this is a byproduct of it.
All right, and he's already gone. I kicked him. I'm not going to put up with that. Let's get an adult in the box that's not going to ramble and do all the Japanese gymnastics. He couldn't even admit that he was a Christian. I certainly don't think that his look at the trees argument is going to go anywhere. Although maybe Yahusha is going to give him, give him the answers. I don't know. It certainly wasn't the Holy Spirit.
Holy Spirit was not activating. Jamal, come up here. Let's dance.
We keep getting people in the guest box that aren't connecting. The Conscious Mo, you've only been in the guest box for like 15 minutes. Why are you not connecting? It's like they must be accidentally joining, for some reason. I don't know why this happens so often. Thank you for the cranes,
Like,
by the way. I really appreciate
TikTok
that.
just yeets people in.
Yeah. Listen, I've been spiced up for the last handful of guests. I really get worked up when people make it an art form of dodging questions and conversation points.
Dodging like Muhammad Ali. Whoop,
But
whoop, whoop, whoop.
we're gonna do a few goose frabas and get things back going. That guest dropped out already too. A lot of guests dropping out. A lot of them. Thank you, Cyber, for all the paper cranes. I appreciate that. W Cyber. Thank you, Wallace, as well, for the paper cranes. I appreciate that. Good to see you,
And
Cyber.
thank you all so much for the Cash Apps, the Venmos, as we were dealing with last guest. Hello, darling.
Wow, what a greeting.
Right? Did you miss me?
Thank you, Star Wars Nerd. Thank you, Cyber.
I'll pass on that.
Oh,
But how's
baby,
everyone
don't be like
doing?
that.
You know what, Jamal?
But much love to you. Much love to you.
We're having a wild night tonight. We really are.
Yeah, so you're just being anti-God tonight?
I mean,
saying God is imaginary?
You know that's happening every
What's
night.
going on? Is this what you do every night? Attack a being that you don't even believe exists? Really?
No, what I
That's
do
what gets
is
you going every day?
I provide rational argumentation against this thing that doesn't exist, because I live in a country where 70% of people believe in this entity, and they think I need to believe in this thing or else I'm going to burn in hell for eternity, and that my kids should have to learn about the Bible in school, and that women shouldn't have a right to their own reproductive health. You people get to vote, which means that I have to care about what you believe.
All right, man. So let me ask you this. Are you certain God doesn't exist?
I'm certain that your God doesn't exist.
My God doesn't exist. And how do you know that?
Because he's a logical contradiction and his book is full of lies.
Okay. Well, point out a logical contradiction with my God.
Oh, easy. Your God cannot be all loving while also creating the earth the way that it is. Okay, if you're an all-loving entity, does that mean that you cause unnecessary suffering, or are you required to not have unnecessary suffering?
Yeah, so the God of the Bible, he is
That's
loving.
not an answer to my question. If you're an all-loving entity, is it part of your definition that you don't cause unnecessary suffering?
Sure.
Fantastic. Okay, so
Well, actually, no.
So premise.
No, I take that back. I take that back. I don't think that just because you're all loving and necessarily entails that you wouldn't cause suffering.
Nope, that's not my question,
parents-
Jamal. I need you to listen to my actual question. If you're an all-loving entity, that means by definition you wouldn't cause unnecessary suffering.
I don't agree with that.
Okay, so an all-loving being can cause unnecessary suffering and still be all-loving.
Sure.
That's horseshit. Okay, so if a doctor was going to give your child the polio vaccine, and rather than just putting up with the needle, walked over to your child and punched him in the nose and then gave him the vaccine, is that doctor a good doctor?
Probably not, but if it was for
Why?
that person's benefit, if it was for that person's benefit, then I'll be like, yeah.
I just told you the punching in the nose is obviously not necessary. Why is that doctor bad?
Well, because that person attacked another person.
Why is that bad?
Because it wasn't necessary.
Thank you. Yes, it's unnecessary suffering. The needle, which might cause a little bit of pain, is a necessary step in the process. Punching your child in the nose is not a necessary step in the process. Therefore, we would determine that that doctor is not good because he's causing unnecessary suffering. And it is, I think, just by definition true that if you're causing unnecessary suffering, you're doing something that is not good or not loving. How can we not agree on that?
Okay, so what unnecessary suffering does God cause?
We can't move on to point number 2 until you agree that causing unnecessary suffering would be against the idea of being all loving.
That's based on your presupposition that the
GH
suffering is unnecessary, right?
GH $4.99 super chat over YouTube. GH says, "How's Jamal's girlfriend? I mean, he groomed the F out of her like he's double her age and met her at church." Is that true, Jamal? Did you groom your girlfriend at church?
What is this? You're streaming this on YouTube?
Yeah, it's on Twitch too. Remember everything.
And Jamal, please answer because you've been avoiding
Jamal,
this question for a very long
Jamal,
time.
everything that happens right now is saved for eternity on YouTube and on Twitch. So make sure you choose your words carefully. How old is your girlfriend?
What? Who says I have a girlfriend?
Do you?
Like
Jamal,
no,
you
listen,
constantly
I don't
talk about
respond.
her.
I don't respond. To
it must be true. All right, listen, we're not gonna
seriously?
we're not gonna press you on your groomed girlfriend. Let's talk about the actual subject. Okay.
What?
So
bro.
So do we agree then that part of being all loving means that you don't cause unnecessary harm?
Listen, man, can I ask you a question?
Nope.
Because you've been like
you need to answer my question. Can we agree that part of being all loving means that you don't cause unnecessary harm?
I don't agree with that.
Okay, then why? Why don't you agree with it?
Yeah, because sometimes suffering can be necessary.
I said unnecessary. Listen to my words.
How do you know it's unnecessary?
Jamal, listen. It's definitionally true or untrue. Can you be all loving while causing unnecessary suffering?
Yeah, I think you can.
Okay, how? What part of unnecessary? What part of unnecessary suffering can you commit and still be all loving?
Actually, I have to think about that. That's a good question, though. I have to really ponder on that. But you don't know if the suffering is unnecessary.
That's not the question. We didn't even get that far yet. Stop trying to skip ahead in the conversation.
All right, so I don't know. I'll say I don't know.
Well, I think it's just logically sane, and I think everyone here in the chat knows that it's logically sane, that if you cause unnecessary suffering, then you wouldn't be all loving, because it's not a loving thing to make people suffer unnecessarily. If it were true that it would be a loving thing to make people suffer unnecessarily, you wouldn't want to have it stopped if it was happening to you or your children.
Okay, so how do you know that God causes unnecessary suffering?
I didn't say he did yet. You're jumping ahead in the argument. So can you think of a single example where causing unnecessary suffering to your children would still qualify you as being perfectly loving?
Probably not.
Okay, so there's no rational world, there's no good example that we could even think of in which causing somebody to suffer unnecessarily would still render us being all loving.
Okay.
Okay, so just
so let's go with that.
Okay, so just own up to the fact that being all loving means that you don't cause unnecessary suffering. It's the easiest conclusion you're going to have tonight.
Okay, so let's move forward now. So what is your argument?
Okay, so fantastic. Part of being all loving means that you don't cause unnecessary suffering. Now, is my contention that there is unnecessary suffering on the planet that is caused by God. I believe that natural disasters are the easiest example of that. Do you believe that God designed nature and how nature behaves?
Sure.
Hold on, because I'm getting a lot of influx in the chat. Jamal, we don't platform Q-tip, and there's a reason for that. You were arrested for SA charges?
What?
No, what?
I don't
this
believe
is the
that.
reason why.
Yeah, I don't believe that about Jamal.
Yeah,
This is the reason
again,
why I avoid TikTok, because it's just really toxic.
I don't.
Just social media.
No,
for,
Jamal,
like,
don't worry. I don't
general.
believe that true.
it was a question. It was a question, but unless someone needs to send me a link if it is true, because defamation
Guys,
of
don't spread
character
rumors.
is a real thing.
Yeah, guys, don't spread rumors. It's not the thing to do, okay? It's just not the thing. If it's true, it's true, but if it's not, but please don't start rumors here. I don't want to be part of this. But I do have to give you the same question I give Q-Top, okay?
Yeah, Q-Top, I don't believe he ever did anything like that either, so.
No, it's okay. That's not my question. My question is quite simple. Is it okay to marry children?
No.
Okay.
Well, unless you're like a child yourself, like I don't think that's inherently wrong. Like I don't see like it's inherently wrong for like 2 15-year-olds to get married.
You think 2 15-year-olds should get married?
I don't think they should, but I don't think it's inherently wrong. Because I don't see like.
Is it wrong for a 15-year-old to marry a 25-year-old?
Yeah, I find that wrong because I think there's like a power dynamic difference when there's like that age gap between like a 15-year-old and a 25-year-old. But if it's like 2 15-year-olds, like it's like whatever, man. I don't think that's like inherently wrong.
Yeah, that's weird, but that's fine. We can move on. Okay, so is it your belief that God created nature?
Yes.
Okay. Did God have to create nature in a way that it would cause natural disasters?
Well, the reason why nature it is the way it is because.
Nope, that's not my question.
Man.
It's not my question.
Right.
My question
So,
is, did God have to create nature in a
itself.
way in which it would have natural disasters?
I mean, I don't know. I don't have that knowledge of God, right? Because God is all knowing, and the reason why He would create something like this, He probably has a good reason, right?
The actual answer is no. God didn't have to create nature this way. Because if you
well, how do you know you're not God?
because
Bro?
if
you don't have infinite knowledge.
it's just a logical deduction, Jamal. If God had to do it, then that means He's not all powerful. All powerful beings don't have to do anything.
Yeah, well, of course He didn't have to do it, but He did.
Okay.
It. He had a good reason to do it.
Easy
obviously.
enough. Fantastic. So God didn't have to make nature in a way in which natural disasters would occur, right?
Okay.
Okay. So if He didn't have to do it, that means it was the decision that He made, correct?
Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
So if it's a decision that He made and not something that He had to do, then that means it's unnecessary suffering. God makes natural disasters unnecessarily, which causes suffering. 100,000 people a year are unalive through natural disasters, which is unnecessary. God's not all good.
Okay.
You know who's
So
got a good
there's-
solution for this?
So therefore, God doesn't exist.
Oh, no. The biblical God doesn't exist. But you know who's got a good solution for this?
Who?
You're not going to believe me when I tell you, but Vor's got a good solution for this problem. You want to know what it is?
Who's that?
Voice of Reason?
Voice of Reason. Oh,
I was
yeah.
about to say, you don't know who Vor is? Come on now,
Yeah.
Jamal.
Do you know
Shout out to Voice of Reason.
Yeah, do you know Vor's solution for this?
What is that?
God's not all good.
God's. Well, he's wrong
No
about
way,
that. Did
he
he
said
actually say
that.
that?
Yeah, Vor said that, yeah.
Oh, shit.
What?
Yeah.
I gotta have a talk with them.
Okay,
Oh my
so
God, please invite me when you do.
so now we've got a contradiction between God's property of all goodness and the fact that He created the world in the way that the world is created. So that's one contradiction. And we've got a couple other contradictions. Like, you believe that God created all things?
Yes. Oh, well, can I ask you a question? Because you've been like,
Yeah,
you've
fair
been
enough.
having me like,
Fair
yeah.
enough.
So let me ask you a question. So, do you believe in a deity? No, God at all. Do you believe that are you certain that God doesn't exist?
I'm certain that your God doesn't exist.
But you're not certain that other gods exist.
No, there's like a logical, feasible path towards some sort of a higher power, but I don't think it's any of like the higher powers that we know of, like the one in the Quran or the Bible or anything like that.
Okay, so would you say like this other power, higher power, is not all good
No, I wouldn't say that the
if
higher.
if he doesn't exist? Because there are natural disasters, so you would have to like attribute to that higher power, right?
Well, yeah, if there's a higher power that created things the way that it is, then by definition, that thing is not all good or is not all powerful.
Yeah. So where do you think that life came from, like human life?
You mean life in general?
Yeah. Okay. Life in general.
Because, like, you know, human life and like alligator life is the same thing. We're both just living organisms.
The pet alligator's so
So
bad,
do
but I
you
digress.
believe that? Do you believe that like the first life came about by accident?
Yeah, I think that abiogenesis gives us a good groundwork for that, and we've seen it happening in nature. For example, hold on, Gina, thank you for the 666 over Venmo. Gina says, I think we need to start a Biblical Buffoon of the Week award, and my vote goes to Ron, the Bible teacher, for the 4 fake theology degrees. Yeah, you know what? I hate to say it, but I kind of miss Ron now. But I agree, Ron might be he might have been the worst of the worst. Jamal's at least, he's typically very polite and honest. I've seen him on a lot of lives. And
Yeah?
Jamal's
Seen me on a lot of
always,
lives.
yeah, I've seen you on a lot of people's lives. You're very polite and kind.
Oh, no, I need to take a vacation from TikTok. I'm on here.
No,
too much.
no, Jamal, you're one of the good ones.
you
We
just
like
got
you.
back.
I mean, we don't like the fact that
but
you've
what-
got a teenage girlfriend, but we like you anyways, you know. So
I haven't had a
If
teenage
it has
girlfriend since I was a
teen in it,
teenager.
she's
I'm just messing. I don't know anything about your girlfriend. I'm just joking. Okay, so
Yeah, I know.
so
Okay, so
I'm sorry.
So you believe that life came about by accident?
Well,
right?
let me-
So you're just a
I-
byproduct of
Yes.
of like.
But let me ask you a
these
question.
a long string of accidents. Okay.
Yeah, but let me ask you a question
And
about
what
life.
about consciousness?
Well-
what about consciousness?
Well, I don't think we're done with life yet.
Okay, so let's stick with life. So
What do you think life
believe-
is?
I think that life is a product of an intelligent designer.
No,
I
no,
believe
not
that
where it
we
came
are-
from. Not where it came from. What do you think it is?
How do I define life?
Yeah.
Yeah, so life is defined as it's like what, like 5 criteria for life is like reproduction, reaction to like stimuli, what is it? What else? I forget.
Ability to consume energy from the environment.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let me ask you a follow-up question. We got 3 of the 5 in there. Good enough. Okay.
Clear.
Is your God alive?
Is my God, of course, he's the one who created life. He is the life.
Does he
Hallelujah.
exhibit any of those 5 characteristics?
I mean, Jesus, I mean, he's man as well, so yeah.
So where is Jesus then?
He's in a higher plane in a spiritual realm. He's in heaven.
What's he made out of?
What's he made out of? Well, he has like a glorified body.
What's it made out of though?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Is it made out of matter?
Or it could be made of some like metaphysical stuff.
Like what?
Whatever that is. I don't know. That's a good question.
But he's got a location.
You have a spiritual body. Yeah, he's in heaven.
Okay, so he's got a location, which means he must be made of something that is matter.
It doesn't have to be the matter that like we know about, right? It could be something different.
Well, but it's still
I don't
matter.
know.
It's still material.
I don't know. It's spiritual stuff.
Well, things
It's a
that
spiritual body, I believe.
things that don't have material don't have position.
Well, in
'Cause-
Christian theology, you have a soul, you have a spirit, and you know,
Right, but
and that has
that's even more problems. I don't know if that's even more problematic because like you can say that Jesus has some sort of like materialistic body because he's the image of the invisible Father, right? But the problem with that is once you get to the point where you try to figure out, okay, well, what is he then? If he's a visible image, people can't bring themselves to say that he's actually made of something.
Well, the Father, he's spirit, and what is a spirit made out of? Who knows? I don't know.
Thank you.
It's immaterial.
Thank you for bringing
It's
up.
immaterial.
You just brought up my next talking point. I appreciate that. So my next talking point is the Bible says that God is spirit, right?
Yep.
Is God the Father a spirit?
Yes.
Is the Holy Spirit a spirit?
Yes.
So the Spirit has a spirit?
Yes.
That's weird. Why does the Spirit have a spirit? Is he schizophrenic?
What? No, that's just God's nature. He has a spirit. I mean, you have a spirit. We have a spirit.
I don't believe that to be true, but in like the whole mind, body, and spirit thing, that makes a little bit more sense, because you would say like, well, a spirit lives within our flesh, but where does the spirit live within God? Because God's a spirit.
I mean, yeah, I don't know.
Are they like spiritual
You're
Siamese
asking, like,
twins?
these questions, like I sometimes think about this. This is like, this is interesting.
Yeah.
But just because we don't understand it doesn't mean it's not true.
Well, I don't think that we don't understand it. I just think that it's illogical. To say that a spirit has a spirit, to me, just sounds like there's two spirits. And in that case, that would be some sort of a dualistic deity, not a singular monotheistic deity.
Well, we believe that the Trinity, right? There's
Yeah.
one being existing in three distinct persons who coexist simultaneously,
Which is
the Father, the
insane.
Son, and the Holy Spirit.
That's three
And
gods.
they all mutually indwell in one another. So,
But that's
it's not just like that.
But that's three gods.
Well, it's one God, because it's one being, but this one being is unlike any
A being of what?
in the creation order. A being of three distinct persons.
Okay, so three gods.
No, because they share the same nature, essence.
What's an essence?
And it's just another word for like nature or substance.
What's the substance?
It's an infinite substance. We can't like articulate it.
Well, what is it?
It's an infinite substance.
Am I made of the
Something
same? Am I made of the
Yeah.
same substance as my son?
Yeah, you're human. He's a human.
Okay, so
being.
we're one.
In terms of substance, yeah, or in terms of nature, yeah. But
So
with
I have
God,
I have a twin brother and I have a son, which means we're a trinity because we're all the same substance.
yeah, but here's a difference, right? With the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, they are perfect in their unity, right? They're in complete unity, right?
No, they're
but they
not.
still maintain their personal distinction.
They can't be in complete unity because Jesus prayed that he wouldn't be crucified. He said, Father, please take this cup from me. But he ultimately relinquished. He said, your will be done and not my will, which is obvious that his will was to not take on the suffering, but he gave up his will for God's will. So they can't be in perfect unity. It just happens to be that he's willing to put his will aside for God's will.
Okay. But I mean, my understanding is that they do have a perfect unity.
Why?
I mean, that's just his nature,
What?
God's nature, that the three persons have this perfect unity that we can't comprehend. And yes, there is some mystery in the Trinity, like we can't understand fully the Trinity, but we do know that the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit always coexisted from eternity past, and they're not just one nature, but they also are in complete unity.
Sure. Okay. So, Kit, thank you for the $6.66 over Cash App. Kit says the substance is made of Jesus juice. Do you accept or deny?
Wow.
That sounds
Like,
easy.
is this your audience? They gift you $6.66 and they make crazy jokes like this.
Is the substance
This is
Jesus
the type of
juice?
audience this is the type of audience you have. A bunch
Listen,
of degenerates.
we are
a bunch of blasphemers.
We're all a bunch of degenerates, just rejecting the truth and unrighteousness.
So how did this happen? Like, where did you come to this? How did you come to this place of being anti-God?
I'm not necessarily anti-God as much as I am like anti-formalized religious gods, because I think they're all a danger to society. Because the biblical God, at certain points in history, said that slavery was okay, and then of course people used it for 1,500 years to justify slavery, and says that women are created to serve men, that women are basically the blame for all the world's evil because they are the ones that sinned first in the garden.
true.
Yeah, Paul says it in the letter to Timothy.
No, the Bible emphasizes love, right? You have to at least admit to that, right? The second greatest commandment, according to Jesus, is to love others as you love yourself. Treat others the way you want to be treated, aka the golden rule, right?
Is
And
the golden rule part of
don't you find that?
Leviticus?
Is what?
Is the golden rule actually quoted initially in the book of Leviticus?
I think it's in Exodus.
It's in Leviticus 19:18. Also, Cyber, thank you for the $6.66 Cyber Boba Fett over Venmo.
Wow.
And Cyber says Jamal for underage marriage. Oof. I think. Listen, I think we're accusing Jamal of something. I don't think he's guilty of underage diddling. We're not going to do that to him.
Wow.
The
The type of audience you have, like, look at that.
Listen, don't confuse Jamal with Q-Tip. Q-Tip is the one that likes underage.
No, Q-Tip is innocent. He doesn't do those type of things.
No,
either.
he does,
I mean,
'cause-
maybe he said something that
Jamal,
was
don't stand up for him. He's admitted
Don't
to
do
it
that.
a dozen times. I have him on recording twice saying that you should
Yes,
be
I
allowed.
heard the recording. but
No,
he
no,
was
I've
like-
got more that you
he-
haven't seen.
He was
Yeah,
was
like
like
he-
backed into a corner and like he
No,
said
Jamal.
something
Jamal,
to try to defend something in
You're
the Bible.
defending a
and
pred. Stop defending the pred.
He
you
actually
never
did.
did anything.
Jamal, I had him on my. Is today Wednesday? I already forget what day it is. I had him
It's,
Sunday
yeah, it is
night.
Wednesday.
Sunday
he was on
night.
he was on your panel.
No,
Okay.
no. Sunday night, he came into my chat requesting to come up, and he's done this a handful of times. And I told him the same thing I tell him the first time. The first time he came on my panel, I actually let him up, and I said, "Welcome in, Q-Top. Before we can continue, I need you to say that it's not okay for adult men to marry children." And then he refused to say it. And I said, "I will not have you on my panel until you can say that out of your mouth." And then he's come into my live at least 2 or 3 other times since then. I've told him the same thing every time. If you want up on the chat or on the box, the guest box, I need you to say that out of your mouth. And he refuses every time. He won't say it.
He literally won't. Also, hold on, Jamal, before you finish your thought. Justin just got an update. The eye is an hour and 30 minutes away from me.
Oh boy. Hold on tight.
Oh, prayers for all of my for everyone in Florida. That's
This
that's
is my
horrible.
first hurricane, Jamal. I'm freaking terrified, okay?
Whoa, you're in
I'm
Florida?
terrified.
Oh, snap.
Unfortunately. I was visiting. I didn't know that I was visiting during hurricane season, and that's another. But anyway, yeah, I'm
Right.
fucking
Pray
petrified right now.
pray to God, the real God, to protect you. I believe He'll protect you.
All right. So let's get
Poseidon has my back.
let's get back to it. So now, as it turns out, Jamal, I didn't end up like a God-hating atheist by accident. There's like lots of reasons why I ended up this way, but I want to know from your point of view, what's the best evidence or the best argument that your God is real?
The best argument, I would go with, in my opinion, intelligent design. When you look at life and see how intricate and complex it is and how it all works together, it's essentially like a living machine, a complex machine, right? It's beautifully and very intelligently engineered. I just don't see how this can come about by unintelligent processes. I think that's unbelievably crazy to think that.
Okay, so you've got an argument from credulity, which is a logical fallacy, but we're going to look beyond that. So is it your contention then that things that are very complex must be designed?
Not necessarily, but when it comes to like human life, it's beyond complex. So anything that you find in anything else you find in nature,
Jamal,
in my opinion,
if something is complex, does it have to have a designer?
not necessarily. I mean, I think tornadoes are complex. It doesn't need like a designer, right?
Well, China, thank you for the 666 over Venmo. Shayna, I'm so sorry. Shayna Mason, thank you so much. Says the Trinity equals holy menage a trois, and you're not wrong.
There you go. This is
You're
the
not
type
wrong.
of audience you have.
Listen, we are a bunch of degenerates.
Blasphemers.
We are blasphemers. Yes, you nailed it, Jamal. We are all going to hell in a handbasket.
As a matter of fact, you guys are.
Jamal,
As of today, as of right now, because you don't have the Lord Jesus Christ
well,
as your Lord and Savior.
You know what we are, Jamal? Reprobates. We're all reprobates.
You guys are lost souls in darkness.
We are lost souls.
Attacking a being that you don't even believe is real.
So this is why I like Jamal. Okay, Jamal, seriously though, you're a decent dude. There's a reason why we like having you on here. I know this is your first time on here. I promise I'm going to try to be nice to you. Okay, so the argument then is not everything that's complicated and orderly needs a designer then, right?
Correct.
Okay. So how do we know then what things are complicated that need a designer and what things that are not?
Yeah, I would say like in the realm of life, there's DNA, right? DNA code, right? And like every code that we know of came from an intelligent mind. We just don't see in nature outside of the realm of life. We don't see nature generating complex codes, right?
Well, Jamal,
but we find that in the realm of life.
Jamal, my man, that wasn't my question.
Yes. What was your question?
Okay. You said that not all things that are complex and orderly need a designer. So my question is, how do we know which things need a designer and which things don't when some things that are complex and orderly can arise without one?
Right. Again, so in life, I will say like if it contains highly specific or specified information, like the DNA code.
Okay, so if it's
that's
like
that's a telltale sign that it was derived from an intelligent mind.
If it's very specific, I actually think that DNA is the best evidence we have against God, and that we are in fact a product. I know, just you're gonna love this, Jamal.
What is this?
Okay, so there's a couple reasons why I think the DNA is not good evidence, and I'm gonna give you my favorite piece of DNA evidence. Are you aware of endogenous retroviruses?
Yeah, I have like a vague, shallow understanding of it. Yes.
Yeah. In fact, I'll pull up a picture of it. So 'cause I keep forgetting I have TikTok Studio and I can pull up pictures now. Let me grab one.
Okay, but that's different from what I'm talking about, though.
No, I know your argument. Don't worry, we're gonna get there. I promise. All right. Let's see if I can find a good example of an ERV. Here's a picture. Let's see if I can put this on the screen. If it'll let me. Oh, of course, it's behind a paywall. I know there's pictures of ERVs on the internet. So while I'm looking for a picture, I'll just kind of explain what an ERV is. An endogenous retrovirus is basically when a virus makes it into your genome. I think I have a picture here that might work for us. And so we've got these long strands of DNA. Can you see my mouse on the screen, by the way, or over here?
Yeah, yes, I see it.
Awesome. So we've got these like long strands of DNA, and sometimes when a virus makes it deep enough into our system, it can actually alter our DNA. So for example, you might have a long strand of DNA, and then because of a foreign virus, you might have this snippet of DNA that finds itself inserted into your normal DNA strand. And this is typically identifiable because at each end of the retrovirus, you'll find where the DNA has been fused. You might call them like a genetic scar. And what's really interesting then, like because it's part of your genome, like you would pass it on to your children. So we can actually trace lineages just by tracing these retroviruses, right? So if we find one retrovirus in me, that means everybody in my lineage has to have this retrovirus. So it's just a really interesting piece of DNA evidence. Now, this is what's really interesting about it. As it turns out, we have literally hundreds of retroviruses in our DNA, foreign snippets of DNA that fused itself into our DNA. And about 80 to 90% of them we share with the great apes. Now, this is really interesting. The majority of the ones that we share with the great apes, they don't show up in any other animal in the animal kingdom. They only exist in the great apes and in the humans. And the reason why this exists is because we had a common ancestor. There was an ancestor a long time ago before us that had a good portion of these retroviruses already in their DNA. And that's why all humans and all great apes have them today, but they don't show up anywhere else.
Yeah, so creationists have actually responded to this supposed evidence for a common ancestor with humans. But I don't know the argument. It's not my field.
This argument's from a Christian. This argument specifically was put forth. Yes, this argument was put forth in a book that put 4 different Christian organizations in discussion together. It was Reason to Believe, Biologos, and then the Intelligent Creation Institute or something. Hold on, let me see if I can get the book. It's on my Kindle. I got to log into my Kindle now, see if I can grab the book. I apologize. I should have had it with me.
You have a Kindle? I'm jealous because all of my dark romance books are on Kindle Unlimited.
Oh my goodness. You should be reading the Bible.
Trust me, we've read the Bible. That's why we don't believe it.
That's too bad.
Okay, so let me get the name of the book. Let's see. It wasn't Adam and the Genome. It was, I think this is the one. Hold on. All right, yeah, I think I got the name of the book here. It's Genesis, History, Fiction, or Neither. Let me see if I can get a picture of it.
Oh, bless Poseidon. Update. The eye wall collapsed.
Oh, boy.
It shouldn't be as bad. It should not be as bad when it comes through. Oh, praise you.
That's good. So the book where this argument was first presented to me was Genesis, History, Fiction, or Neither, the Bible's earliest chapters. And they put 3 different apologetic organizations together to discuss various issues from Genesis. And obviously, one of the major issues that they're going to talk about is evolution. And 2 of the people on the panel, I think it was either Wenham and Sparks, if I remember correctly, have more of a scientific outlook. James Hoffmeyer, he's an Egyptologist. He's more of a conservative, but they basically contend that, yeah, like whatever we believe about the Bible, like it needs to line up with the DNA evidence, and the DNA evidence seems to suggests that we have a common ancestor with apes.
That's interesting. I got to look more into that because I know that there are creationists that are pushing back against this. You could go to like creation.com. I mean, they have articles that respond to this argument that ERVs proves that we have a common ancestor, and Answers in Genesis. Well, I'm not really a big fan of that that organization, but they have responded to that. And I believe there have been debates on YouTube where creationists have and these are not just like layman people. These are like actual biologists who actually debated against evolutionists about ERV. So I don't know. I have to like look more into that. Personally, I don't know too much about it.
Yeah, no, I get it. So I only bring that to say, like, I find the DNA to be evidence that we had a common ancestor with apes. And it just happens to be that because we've mapped the human genome and we've mapped so much of the ape family that the evidence seems to be getting stronger every year.
Yeah, I don't know, man, because don't we share like 50% of DNA with the banana? I mean,
no, actually, that's a misnomer. So
Really?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So let's talk about the DNA sharing. So what's not saying, we're not saying that 50% of human DNA can be found in a banana. They're saying that 50%, it's not exactly 50, but it's about somewhere. 50% of the cellular DNA that you find in a banana can be found in the human. That's because humans are far more complex, and we have way, way more cell types than a banana. But if we said how many cell types of a human are actually in a banana, it'd be like 1 or 2%. So I think that's blown way out of proportion.
Yeah, but doesn't it seem kind of strange to you that like if we did have a common ancestor, how come there weren't how can I say, like apes that look between like a human being and a chimpanzee or a bonobo or a gorilla? Like there's like this huge gap between human beings and these other great apes.
Oh, I don't
right?
think so. What's the huge gap?
Really? You don't think so?
Don't we share DNA
I mean,
coding
there's
with fungi as well?
huge.
Like mushrooms?
I mean, we
I'm not sure.
have a much higher capacity for, intelligence and
Sure.
imagination.
Sure.
We
Yeah.
appreciate the arts, and
We have big old brains.
and we invent, and we have
Sure.
like higher levels of like love, I believe.
Yeah.
Um, yeah.
Are lions similar to house cats?
In some aspects, yeah.
Yeah, but they're from a common descent. Like, do you believe that
Okay.
lions
I'm a
and
lion.
do you think lions and house cats came from the same cat family?
I don't know.
So, like, the difference between like apes and humans, I think, is pretty minor. I mean, we don't have quite as much hair.
Are you kidding me? Really?
Yeah, we don't have quite.
I've never seen. Yeah, I've never
We
seen
don't-
a chimpanzee like invent something complex. I don't see them writing poetry and
Yeah, did you know why that is?
making. Why is that?
Because the evolutionary trait that we developed is to have very, very big brains. But the evolutionary trait that they developed was different. They didn't need really big brains to survive.
Yeah, I've heard that many times. That's just an ad hoc explanation.
It's not ad
right?
hoc. That's how evolution works.
Explaining something after the fact, right? But
No, it's not.
like, I just don't buy that. I just don't buy it. I think human beings. I think we're all special. There's more to us than just flesh and bone. I believe we have a soul. I believe we have a spirit, and that's the reason why we have this higher sense of morality. We have a high capacity to love, right? We can exhibit the highest form of love, which is agape love, like sacrificial love. I don't think you see
That's
that
not what
much
agape
in
love
animal
is.
kingdom. It's unconditional love, right?
You said sacrificial love. Sacrificial love is not.
Yeah,
There's no.
sacrificial is not agape,
Yeah,
but
there's.
it is unconditional.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong about that.
That's okay. But that's a product of our brains, because as humans, we just have a much more advanced brain. But that's really the only evolutionary adaptation that we have over like the apes. Like, they're way stronger than we are.
Yeah, but again, we have a deeper sense of like morality of right and wrong. We have
So,
a higher level of ethics, right? And and we have a sense of spirituality. I don't know other animal that I know of has any sense of like spirituality.
yeah, because
right?
we have bigger brains. We have more abstract thinking, and we know that.
No, I think because we're made in God's image, and
Right.
God designed us to have a relationship with them, but
Sure.
the devil has deceived many people into thinking that God is not real.
Why did the devil do
he's
that?
done a number on you. He's done a number on you.
Why is the devil deceiving
offense.
people?
Because he hates humanity and he wants everyone to go down with him to the lake of fire.
Oh, sure. Why does Satan exist at all?
Apparently to tempt people.
Why do
to
we
test
need
people?
Why do we need tested? Is God not all knowing?
Yeah, God is all knowing, but for whatever reason, he allows Satan to exist for this time period, and he is using them for his greater purposes.
Cyber, thank you for the 6,066 Cyber W666. He says, "What is God's image exactly?" And I agree. That's actually a really good
What if
question.
God
But
was one of us?
I'll
Do.
I actually give you the right answer. I don't know what Jamal's answer is going to be, but the right answer is in the ancient world when it says that somebody was made in the image. It just means that they had the same physical appearance. For example, when Adam has a child, it says that it was in the likeness or in the image of Adam. If you read the Babylonian text, you'll find the same thing. So, in the Babylonian and Akkadian literature, a lot of times when there are children, it says that the children were born in the likeness of the father, or literally in the image of the father. But I think that's a bit of a side topic.
I mean, yeah, and in Christian theology, there's like different understandings of that. How, like, what does it mean that we're made in God's image? Does it mean that like in the physical sense, or is it also like in the mental sense, right? Like we have self-consciousness, we can reflect and stuff like that.
Jamal,
I don't know.
Jamal, I got a message from Jason, W. Jason, for the $6.66. And he says, Jamal admitted on Carbon's Live that his girlfriend is 18. Is your girlfriend 18, Jamal?
Why do people keep making stuff up? This is
Jamal. How old is your girlfriend?
Bro, like I don't even have a girlfriend.
Okay,
so I don't know.
Fiance, whatever you call her.
This is how it all started.
Jamal,
do
you have a significant other?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay, and how old is she?
But I don't talk about my private life on social media.
Jamal, how old is she?
She is an adult.
Is she 18?
No.
Is she 19?
But again, I don't talk about my private life here.
What did she turn 19?
But she's not 19, okay? Just to dispel these false rumors.
Is she a teenager or is she in her 20s?
Wait, you know this rumor has been going on for like what, 2-3 years. So how in the world if she's 18? How did she be 18?
I don't know what to tell you, Jamal. I'm learning of the rumor just now. I'm hoping that you can dispel the rumor for me. How old is she right now?
Well, listen, I didn't come here to like talk about that really. Actually, I was invited up here and I'm getting hungry, so I'm gonna bounce. But like seriously, I think this wasn't like as bad as I thought it was, because most atheists are very toxic, very proud and arrogant people, and like you're not that way to the extreme extent. So I'll give you props there, like because a lot of atheists I come across on TikTok, they're very aggressive and they're very haughty and toxic, and I just don't like being on their panels.
Well,
but
I'll tell you what.
You're cool.
Jamal, I typically return the same energy that I get from the guests. If I get a guest that's a complete prick, I'm going to be a prick back to them. But you've been very kind to me. Now, I know it's very disappointing that you're with a teenager, but I can put that aside. I still like you as a person. And I appreciate that you're here, but I would, if you want to take this opportunity to dispel any notions.
Listen, I am not like Leonardo DiCaprio. Okay, I don't be doing that.
Oh my God.
I think that's kind of creepy what he does. But
Leonardo Jamal, I will not call you Leonardo Jamal. I will not do it.
No.
Guys, listen. Nobody call him Leonardo Jamal. Don't do it. I'm telling you now. Don't call him. I'm telling you, nobody ever call him Leonardo Jamal.
Host put his foot down. You heard him.
All right, listen, Jamal.
Right,
thank you for being here, man.
All right, man.
And you're welcome for the invite, by the way.
Jamal is always a good guest, though. Listen, I've never seen him get bent out of shape. I've never seen him get like he's evasive sometimes, but all Christians are evasive.
Very evasive. But that's one thing. Like when I used to go into his panels, like he's always just like, "Hey, have you turned to Jesus yet?" Like that doesn't bother me because at the end of the day, I'm just like, you're a funny human.
Yeah.
He's funny.
Jamal's actually always been very kind to the people that he talks to. So I would give him the same respect. Now, that being said, we've got a new guest in here, but before we continue, this is probably going to be our last guest, but I've got to use the restroom. I'm really sorry, guys. I'm not going to make another 40 minutes if I don't visit the restroom. So, Hanji, you're in charge. Obey. Jesus just gave me the okay. I'm going to go take care of the serpent and drain the snake. All right, see you guys.
Drain the main vein.
All right, guys, you heard host. Let's go ahead and tap the screen. Let's see if we can get up to 300K likes. I know it's been a minute since I did an announcement. Thank you all so much for being here on this Wednesday afternoon, evening, riding out since the beginning. I appreciate you all being here. Thank you all so much for the subbies, for the gifts, for the cash apps, the Venmos. For those of you who have been asking if I'm safe, I'm as safe as I can be. Right now, Milton basically tore off the top of the Tampa Bay Stadium. I'm watching it right now. So we're just keeping an eye on it because the eye is coming to us. Even though it collapsed, we don't know if it's going to build itself back up or if it's just going to, drop down to a category 2 by the time it reaches where I'm at. Tampa is not that far from my location. So thank you all so much for your support. I literally joined the live to keep myself distracted because this is my first hurricane and I'm fucking stressed. So thank you guys for being a distraction and helping me, move my mind in a different direction. I appreciate all of you guys. And now I know to never visit Florida around this time of year because it's a dangerous time of year. But I love you all, babies, and thank you so much. But let's go ahead and keep tapping the screen. Host should be coming back soon after releasing of the Kraken, and we can go ahead and get this discussion started. Thank you all. Mwah.
That was very graceful. Love it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys.
Yeah.
We are back, and we've got Obey Jesus in the box. Welcome in, Obey.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Oh, let me. I'm doing well. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Obey, are you at least 18?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Thank you for the flattery. I'm 29.
I mean, we can't talk to children. We leave that to people like Q-Tip. You don't know who Q-Tip is probably. So what would be your best
100%.
evidence? What's that?
Oh.
What would be your best evidence or your
Nothing,
best argument for why your God is real?
So the scripture says, "You know me by my creation." So I've heard the analogy like the Big Bang Theory is like a tornado going through a forest and leaving cabins behind. So it just points to an intelligent designer. Our creation does, I believe.
Okay, so it's true because Romans 1 says it's true, or because of a logical argument? Because you gave two different arguments.
So yeah, Romans 1, but I would say predominantly for like non-believers is that creation alludes to it.
I disagree. I think creation alludes
Can I hear your
to I think creation alludes to the power of physics. I see nothing in the world that can't be explained through physics and chemistry. So I know that you look at it, you say, well, it must be God, but that's just an argument from incredulity. So there still needs to be evidence that your God is the thing that made it.
Amen. And I would say that the scriptures and the preservation of the original manuscripts and kind of following the lineage of how it's been corrupted, kind of points to a creator, and then also like the Christian lineage.
Has it been corrupted or preserved?
So both.
It's been preserved and corrupted. How do we know which parts is preserved and which parts is corrupted?
Yes. Well, and that takes discernment and lots of research.
How come Christians can't agree on that? Because apparently the Holy Spirit's not speaking if the Christians can't agree on what parts are pure and which parts are corrupted.
100%. Yeah, there's a lot of sects of Christians who, I want to tread very humbly, but, I believe that they have it wrong and they've gotten away from Scripture. But I think that's also due to the fact that it's been so corrupted and tampered with. And my two examples of that are the Apocrypha being taken out, and then also it's not so much, it's more so the languages, the Latin language and the English language, that were kind of like that were totally the dominant languages of their times. English now, Latin back in the day.
What does Latin got to do with it?
Huh?
What does Latin got to do with anything?
Because in 600, that was the first language that the Bible was translated into.
Yeah.
That wasn't the original language that it was written in.
But our Bibles aren't translated from Latin. They're translated from the Greek, Hebrew, and Aramaic.
I would disagree, because when the Protestants, Martin Luther and all them, they translated it from Latin into English.
Martin Luther translated the German Bible, not the English Bible. The first English Bible was from Wycliffe. So we have the thank you so much for the hat, Amelia. We have the critical text from Desiderius Erasmus that was in the early 1500s. And that was a compilation of all the Greek texts. And that was what was used for like the Bishop's Bible, the Geneva Bible, the King James Bible. And then they used the Aleppo Codex and the Leningrad style Codex for the Hebrew. So that was the standard format of the Masoretic text that they used for the Old Testament. Now, there were a couple of Greek manuscripts that were missing from Erasmus critical edition, so they had to backwards translate part of John and part of the book of Revelation from Latin into Greek. But in subsequent years, they did uncover Greek manuscripts to kind of fill that void. So in the modern era of English Bibles, we've never had to rely on the Latin manuscripts.
Amen. I would agree with that.
Sure. So now,
I was more so pointing out that I believe it was a corrupted language.
Sure, yeah. So if it's been corrupted, how do we know what parts to trust?
Well, so I believe this English Bible, when you go back to Greek and Hebrew, you can see kind of the flaws in the English language. Like love, the word love. There's two different words for love.
5.
Like you can love a tree or you can love your mom.
There's five Greek words for love. In fact, some would even say 6.
Oh, nice.
There's 6.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Thank you, Bertram.
You guys are teaching me something.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's corruption. I'm just trying to figure out, like, if the Bible has been corrupted, how do we know what parts are true? Thank you, Brad.
So I think, and I totally respect like atheists or other people who say Christians have a cop-out by saying faith. But, faith comes with a lot of components. And I think that's that discernment and doing the research and going, which clearly you guys have done.
Well, so I'll give you an example.
Maybe I'm drawing an incorrect conclusion, or maybe you are.
My Old Testament professor who wrote this commentary series was Eugene Carpenter, and he believed in biblical inerrancy. He didn't believe that the scriptures were completely corrupted, and this is a man of deep education and deep faith. In fact, he did his PhD dissertation under the mentorship of the great F.F. Bruce. So my question is, if guys like this exist, and then you've got other guys that are Christians on the far end of the spectrum, like John J. Collins, who believes that the Bible is like half of its mythology, how do we know which one of these highly educated professors is getting it right?
So what I would say is the Bible that we have today, say the King James or the NIV, I believe that they can both lead you to salvation. Like, in short, they're sufficient for, what you need to have a relationship with Jesus. Totally think they're sufficient. I think it just causes a lot of confusion, and it throws a lot of people off because of, the lack of detail that's missing, and also books that are missing that explains more supernatural things like the Apocrypha would, that kind of tie things together. And I believe this deception came, and the corruption of the Bible came so that Satan, could have that stronger hold on the people.
Well, listen, you're not going to get
because it's
any
just confusing.
disagreement with me on the Apocrypha. The Apocrypha should have been canonized. It was canonized by the Greek, the Ethiopic, and by the Catholic Church. It's only the late Protestants that decided to take it out. I agree with you. We're not going to disagree on that. But that's irrelevant to me. I want to know why I would trust any of this text. Because it says things that are like blatantly untrue.
Like,
I'm sorry, what's that?
Like what?
Oh, yeah. Well, for example, it gets
like what?
Yeah, for example, it gets history and science wrong quite a bit. One of the simple examples, and you know what we haven't done in a while, but I was reminded of, Hanji, is the fact that it says rock badgers and rabbits chew cud in Leviticus chapter 11, verses 5 and 6.
No. No, not
We-
this.
we,
No.
we haven't done cud in a while. It also says that the earth is flat in Job 38:14 and Isaiah 40:22, and it says that there's a dome over top of the earth.
Amen.
I'm sorry, so you're a
Amen.
flat earther.
I'm just a truth seeker.
Yes or no? Do you believe in
Don't-
flat earth?
Don't cancel me. See, this always gets me into trouble.
I'm just asking you, are
I
you a
believe
flat
the
earther?
Bible. I would not call myself that. I refuse to call myself
Okay,
that.
so you're a flat earther. So
I do believe there's a firmament.
how do these meteor craters get on the earth?
So if it's not a meteor, or are you claiming it has to be a meteor?
What I'm saying is that all of
It must
the
be.
scientific community agrees that these are impact craters. What's
Right, and all
what's
of the
coming into
scientific
contact?
community-
What's coming into contact with the Earth that's causing these types of craters?
Could it have been a fallen angel?
You think fallen angels did this? Do you
Maybe.
think
I have
fallen
no idea
angels are
what created
coming
those craters? One thing
coming down at the Earth at like 2,000 miles an hour?
I believe they could have. I do not know what formed those craters, but I am, in my heart, I am 100% certain it was not rocks from space.
It certainly was. So why is it that long-range GPS satellite positioning only works on a globe Earth?
Long-range satellite GPS positioning.
Yep.
I'm I'm 100% unfamiliar with that. So
Sure. Yeah.
not
Before
sure.
we go on to that, Flanker420, thank you for the $5 super chat on YouTube. Flanker says the same people who buck all establishment belief. The same people who buck all establishment believe an ancient book without question. That's actually a really good point. Maybe we'll touch on that real quick. It's wild to me that people are willing to hold on to conspiracy theories like all science community is lying to you, even though it benefits absolutely nobody. But you'll believe stories written in a book that happened like 2,000 years ago or more. I mean, why
Here's
would
the
you?
thing, there's very few people that write science books, though.
Many
people have been indoctrinated since they were a kid.
Do you know?
of
Do you
course
know who
they're
writes
going
science
to,
books?
Spew the same.
You know who writes science books?
Please enlighten me.
Scientists.
No.
Yeah.
Oh well, could have guessed that. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's who writes them. If you go to
Do
any,
you know who writes all of our encyclopedias post 1959?
there's literally like a dozen companies that have been publishing encyclopedias. You got the Britannica. Actually, guys in the chat, sound off on the encyclopedias that you owned growing up, because when I was a kid, we actually had a hardback encyclopedia set in the home.
Nice.
Oh, World
Yeah.
Book. That's a popular one. Yeah,
All
World
those-
Book
all
was
those-
good.
I believe all of these companies answer to NASA,
Which company?
just like
What's your
like
evidence?
all 12 of encyclopedia companies.
What's your evidence that the Encyclopedia Britannica answers to NASA?
I don't have any evidence. That's just.
So why do you
follow
believe it?
The breadcrumb trail. It all leads back to NASA. Because they're all saying the same things. So they essentially believe the same thing. So
the Encyclopedia Britannica is based out of Scotland. Why would an encyclopedia set based out of Scotland, started in the 1700s, answer to NASA? And what do they gain out of it? What do they gain from doing this?
Regime.
What do they gain from it?
That's the thing. Lucifer gains.
No, what does Encyclopedia Britannica gain?
Misleading people away from
What does Encyclopedia Britannica gain?
They gain their power. The same thing
What
that
power?
celebrities gain.
What power?
I heard your question. The same thing. Power, money, riches.
How?
Sex, drugs, rock and roll.
How?
Materialism.
How? How are they gaining all this stuff?
People that own all the banks.
Okay, fantastic. Would people stop? Would people stop buying encyclopedias if they told the truth? So, like the conspiracy theories are the silliest thing, because listen, if it was just true that the Earth was flat, then globe makers would still make money. They would sell flat Earth models. Encyclopedias would still make money. They would just talk about the flat Earth. Nothing would change. You can still make money no matter what you're talking about, as long as that thing is accepted in society and not off the wall, which is why nobody with a logical thinking mind thinks that flat earthers are for real. Every time I find one, I've got at least half my chat thinks that you guys are joking, because it's so wild that you even exist. So
yeah, well,
how does GPS work?
Every tongue will confess, and we all know the truth.
How does GPS work?
I'm really getting frustrated with you just cutting me off. You know what I mean?
I apologize.
Like,
how does GPS work?
You guys always tend to do this.
I know. How does GPS work?
I don't know.
I do know.
I don't know.
I know.
Nice.
It uses trilateralization, which accounts for the globe Earth. And the map that it uses to put you on that globe Earth is also spherical. We actually have a spherical shaped map that it knows to point you on.
Sick. I would say you've been duped, just the way you think I've been duped.
I haven't been duped.
More humbly, I'm trying to talk to you. Okay.
I wrote code for it. I know other people who wrote code for GPS systems. The code only works if you're using math that takes into account a globe Earth. Have you ever took trigonometry?
No, I have not. But I did have a point I wanted to make.
Go for it.
To a question that you asked, and it's the thing is, if they admitted that the Earth was flat, it would point directly to God. If we're in this snow globe,
no, it wouldn't.
Then somebody put us here, right? If
no,
the Earth is,
it wouldn't.
The Earth is 4.6 billion. If the Earth is 4.6,
obey Jesus. You didn't answer.
Billion years old.
Nope. Don't move on yet. Don't move on. Don't, stop. We're not done yet.
I'm not moving.
What about a flat Earth? What about a flat Earth? What about a flat Earth would mean God exists?
This is what you guys do.
What about a flat Earth means God exists?
I mean, I'd like to. I get it. Host swinging his dick.
What about a flat Earth means God exists?
Say it again.
What about a flat Earth means God exists?
Because there's a. Okay, I'm gonna tell you. Because the dome touches down on all ends of Antarctica. And therefore, there's nothing that comes in or out.
These people think this is real. It's wild to me that you people exist. It really is.
Well, one day you will know, my brother. That's awesome. Can I finish my point now?
Why is the Earth curved when you observe it from the International Space Station?
Have you ever been up to the International Space Station?
Nope, but we have a live feed from the International Space Station, and you can watch the live feed online. And you can even see the weather patterns. Like when I go to the ISS and I look at the area of the Earth that the ISS is going over, and then I look at the weather radar, it turns out that the weather radar matches the feed from the ISS. Isn't that wild?
Sure. Yeah. So if the Earth is 4.6 billion years old and we're hurling through space, spinning around the sun, right? And there's all these millions of galaxies out there, there must be more life forms out there, right?
I agree. There probably
I'm
is.
sure you
Yep.
subscribe to aliens.
I think that it's almost.
If that's true,
I believe that it's
100%.
almost a guarantee that there are life elsewhere on other rocks floating out in space. And I think this is true just mathematically, but also because we've already found, like when we've probed meteors and whatnot that are close by, we found both water and amino acids just on simple space rocks like meteors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I would say you've been duped. They've never seen a meteor because they don't exist.
Yeah, they absolutely do exist. Why is anyone making all of this up? Who's benefiting from it?
At the very top, short answer is Lucifer, and then all the people that answer to him and call him their god.
No, human
the
beings.
true ones who really know
Human
what
beings.
they're doing.
Which human beings
Yeah,
are
the human
benefiting from
beings.
this?
The elite people.
Who?
Government celebrities are like us
How?
to the real elites.
How?
All the big families. The
How are
Orsini
they
families,
benefiting
the
from
Rothschilds,
globe Earth?
The Rothschilds.
How are they benefiting from globe Earth?
Because they get all the material possessions they want here on Earth. They get to
Wrong.
have their heaven on Earth.
How is that
because they
connected
know
to the globe
end is.
Earth? How?
Because Lucifer wants that to be, so he
Thank
has
you,
his
Lizzie.
humans
Obey.
carry out that agenda
That's
to
not an
pull
answer to the
people away from
question.
God.
How do the Rothschilds benefit directly and monetarily from globe Earth?
Because they are carrying out Lucifer's agenda. Therefore,
Wrong.
they are going to
How
reap
do
the
they
benefits.
benefit monetarily? Who's paying them to pass on the globe Earth theory?
We are.
Who?
We are.
I didn't give them my money.
The schools, every
The schools aren't paying
Yes,
the
you did.
Rothschilds.
Did you go to?
I went to school and the
you're crazy if
Rothschilds
you think that.
the Rothschilds weren't there.
Right,
So,
but they're still getting paid from you. I
How is
promise.
the
Every public school
Rothschild getting
system,
money
that the
from
money goes back to them.
How is the Rothschild getting money from globe Earth?
I just explained it.
You didn't. Who's physically
All
paying
our
them?
tax dollars that go to the public school system. We are the taxpayers, the people who pay for public schools.
Yes,
sir.
yes, and the public school taxpayer dollars go to actual public schools. So where do we get to the point where the tax dollars go to the Rothschilds?
So are you assuming that all tax dollars just go to like what, renovating the school and new books and all that? That's
I'm
where 100%
asking
of it
you
goes, and
where the
teachers'
link
salaries and stuff?
is. Where is the link between the money and the Rothschilds that is somehow tied to globe Earth?
I mean, you tell me. They're the most.
No,
the
it's
richest
your
families
conspiracy
ever
theory.
because they started this education.
Your conspiracy theory. Tell me where the link
I'm
is.
telling you, they got rich.
They were rich before
The
flat
education
Earth.
system is the link.
They were rich before globe Earth. Whatever you want to call it. What is the link? How do they get paid?
I got you. Yeah.
How are they getting paid? Who's
Through our
paying
tax
them?
dollars. I
Who?
just feel like
Who specifically is paying them? The
we're
U.S.
totally
government.
running in circles here.
The U.S. government. Are you saying that the U.S. government is giving them money
100%.
for what?
For what?
This
For
is- this is
their
your-
guidance, their knowledge, their advice.
Whose
Their
advice?
taxes.
Whose guidance? Name one of the Rothschilds.
The elite families. and
Name one of
ultimately
them.
Lucifer.
Name one Rothschild.
I don't know.
So you can't name a single Rothschild, but you know
I
that
don't know
our
their
government is physically paying them for their guidance on globe Earth, as if we can't just depend on the damn scientists? Why is the government taking scientific advice from Rothschilds that you can't even name, which don't live here, by the way? You know they're European. You see how many ridiculous conspiracy theories you have to stack on top of each other to make sense of any of it? It's just one conspiracy theory after another. Why are we asking a family from Europe on their planetary advice and paying them for such?
Okay, but I didn't say just one family. And John D. Rockefeller is actually the one that started the educational system. So
he's
I
dead,
misspoke.
and no,
It
he
was the
didn't.
Rockefellers, but I just kind of lump them all
No,
together.
he didn't, and he's dead.
He had a big part to play in it.
No, it was
He had a
already
big part to play in it, did he
established.
not?
Joe Taco, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Joe says, Justin, in December, a group of flat and globe earthers are doing Antarctica to observe 24-hour sun. Look up the final experiment on YouTube. Yeah, actually, I heard about that, Taco Joe. I'm actually really excited about that. So, yeah, it's nonsense. Describe to me why the sun has a precession.
A procession.
Do you know what a precession is?
What is that?
I'll show you.
No, that's why I asked what it was.
I'll show you. So the precession of the sun shows, I'm going to see if I can get a good diagram. There we go. This is a great image. You're going to like this.
Hey, you like it? I love it.
If you go outside and you take a picture of the sun at the same exact time every day for an entire year, this is where the sun is throughout the year at the same exact time. Because the sun actually doesn't show up in the same position at the same time. Why is this?
Of course not, because it revolves around the Tropic of Cancer, equator, and then the Tropic of Capricorn, and then it works its way back to the Tropic of Cancer.
It does not. What causes that? What causes it to change its orbit?
For sure, you can prove this on either globe or flat. It would work on either model.
No, I'm asking you, what causes the sun to change its orbit inside and outside of the Earth?
The circuit that God said he put it on in Psalms 19, 4-6.
So there's no force, it's just God doing it. What causes
he set it on a circuit, and now the sun is on that.
Great, yeah, so you can't explain it, you just have to say God did it. If I let go of this, will it fall?
Yes.
Why?
Yes.
Why?
Because it is denser than air.
Yeah, what causes things that are more dense to fall?
Their density.
Yeah, but what causes it to fall? Just because something is more dense doesn't mean it's going to do something. What causes it to move?
It's because there's nothing holding it up.
Why does there need to be? I'm asking you,
The
what
air
is
not strong enough to hold it up.
why does it need to be strong enough to do anything? What's acting on it? Why does it move at all?
I know what you're getting at. Density and buoyancy account for everything gravity is.
Why does density and buoyancy have an effect?
I mean, you tell me. You tell
Because
me.
gravity, gravity is acting upon it. The only reason why things that are more or less dense move within a system of other entities is because gravity is pulling on things that have a higher mass. It's actually the mass that is the thing, not the actual density of the thing that matters. Which is why things still fall to the earth even in a complete vacuum. We can make a complete vacuum chamber and the things still fall to the earth.
Okay, so can I ask why, when you rub a balloon on your hair and your hair stands up, so is electromagnetic frequency or static electricity more powerful than gravity in small measurements? Or
Obey, I'm just going to let you know ahead of time, I'm actually an electrical engineer. Do you want to have an electrostatic discussion with me?
I would love to be educated. I have no problem being wrong on topics.
Okay.
I just want to have a nice discussion about it.
Okay, the electromagnetic force is fundamentally a very strong force compared to the gravitational force, but it's also true that when acting upon things that have almost no mass, then it's going to act upon it at a far greater rate than gravity. Gravity acts on things that have a great amount of mass and less on things that have a lesser amount of mass. So yeah, when you have something like hair or a feather, gravity is going to act on that quite differently than it would of, like, say, a bowling ball, because it's about mass. Whereas electromagnetism doesn't care what kind of mass you have. The force is going to pull however as hard as a force can pull based on the imbalance of electrons and protons.
Very good explanation. That I think you make a strong case. I still disagree, but only because I don't believe gravity is real. Can I ask you, why do rainbows curve? And I know what Google says, so I want to see if you say the same thing.
I have no idea why they tend to curve. Never looked at it.
So they say the sun hits raindrops, light, and because the raindrop is circular, and we can all Google this right now, that's what causes it to curve.
You know they don't always curve, though, right?
I mean, if they're in the sky and there's no clouds, they curve.
They curve because raindrops
100%
are
of the
round,
time.
according to earthsky.org, because they're being refracted through a
Right, that's what I
spherical
just said.
surface.
Right. But doesn't it have to reflect off something larger to make that big of a thing? And wouldn't it be more like skewed? Because there's raindrops falling at all different angles.
I'll show you the
So my theory is that it
diagram.
reflects off the dome.
I'm sure that is your theory. So this is their explanation for it. You can make of it what you will. I'm not sure I even understand the explanation,
Well,
but
it's
they've got a
convenient
very
that they
good
put it.
scientific explanation for it. So rainbows
Right,
are
it's
the
convenient
base
that
of a
their
cone
raindrops are
shape.
closer together.
It says rainbows are the base of a cone shape with our eyes at the point. Not really sure I fully comprehend their explanation, but there certainly is an explanation for it.
Definitely. There is a scientific explanation, and and I grew up believing all this, right? And trust me, I did not want to be what people call a flat earther, and it causes me way more distress than before. And when I try to show people the research I've done from independent sources and like, hey, let's just look at this and then let's dissect it and let's refute it if it's wrong. Please get this out of my head if it is wrong.
Why do you ignore the evidence for the spherical Earth? You know, you can just use two
Because
sticks
I don't
and
trust science,
shadows.
and the Bible warns me about science.
You know that
Yeah, I've
the
heard of
ancient Greeks over 2,000 years ago used a couple sticks and some shadows to determine that the Earth was round?
Yes,
I
the
did.
sticks and shadows experiment. So how come we've never circumnavigated the globe
We
from
have.
north to south?
We have.
When? We've
I'll show
never.
you when.
East to
Yeah,
west,
we have.
plenty of times.
Yeah, we have. Let's see. I'll just pull up a list of people who have done it.
Okay.
Let's see. The first one was Magellan, and then Francis Drake, and then Martin Ignacio, Pedro Cabero, Giovanni Francesco, William Dampier, Jean Baer, Robert Gray.
lots of beautiful names, but I mean, how do I know that they did it?
How do you know that they didn't?
And what is the source?
And what would be their motivation for lying about it?
To prove the round Earth model.
Why would they care? Again, all of your conspiracy theories fall flat because nobody benefits from it. They would get paid whether it was flat or round. Their job was to sail.
I know. Okay, so this is why, like, having the biblical foundation, you have to at least like entertain it to feel what I'm saying. If Satan was loosed from his prison and he's seeking, he's deceiving the nations for a short season, if that's the time that we're in, right? And this is his playground, like the Bible says, he's going to have his humans together and he's going to outsmart the typical civilian.
Didn't you say the Bible was corrupted?
He's gonna have rewards for the people.
How do you know?
The English language is corrupted.
Oh, because the Bible's not corrupted.
The English language has corrupted.
Oh yeah, this is actually a really good point from Taco Joe. Taco Joe's, thank you for the super chat, Taco Joe. Taco Joe says, if electromagnetism was the force that pulls things down, we could apply negative charges to heavy things and lift them. Cranes should be unnecessary, and that is true. I do know some flat earthers who think that electromagnetism causes the gravitational phenomenon and not buoyancy, but I think we've moved on from gravity at this point. Okay, so let's talk about the Bible. Does the Bible say things that are untrue?
Man, I want to say no.
Fantastic. Does the Bible then contain any contradictions?
No.
Right, of course. It couldn't contain a contradiction.
That one I'm good.
Right, it couldn't contain a contradiction because then that would mean that it said something that was untrue, right? Right. Okay, so I want to read some passages with you, and maybe you can tell me what you think about them.
Awesome.
We're going to go to 2 Kings. I'm going to grab the verses right now and put them on the screen for everyone. Second Kings chapter 23. In his days, Pharaoh Necho, king of Egypt, went up to the king of Assyria to the river Euphrates. King Josiah went to meet him, but when Pharaoh Necho met him at Megiddo, he killed him. His servants carried him dead in a chariot from Megiddo, brought him to Jerusalem, and buried him in his own tomb. The people of the land took Jehoahaz, son of... that's fine. Okay, so he was executed in Megiddo, and they carried his dead body from Megiddo to Jerusalem, according to 2 Kings 23, right?
Right.
Okay.
I've seen this before.
I'm sure. The same story in the book of Chronicles says that the archers shot King Josiah, which is fine. And the king said to his servants, "Take me away, for I am badly wounded." So his servants took him out of the chariot and carried him in his second chariot and brought him to Jerusalem. There he died and was buried in the tombs of his ancestors. So where did he die?
According to this one, Jerusalem. According to 2 Kings, it said Megiddo, right?
Yeah, one says Megiddo, one says Jerusalem. So only one of them can be correct.
Seems like a contradiction.
Well, if it's not, then show me where it's not.
So I would say you have to go back to the Greek and Hebrew. And my pastor did this because another guy in our church was talking about it. And I think he went to the Greek and Hebrew and found that they mistranslated it, but I'm not 100% sure.
Well, it's in Hebrew, not in Greek.
What was the second one from?
They're
what
both.
book was the second one from?
It's in 2 Chronicles 23, and I'm sorry, 2 Kings 23 and 2 Chronicles 35.
Okay, my mistake. I thought you said Corinthians. So I was thinking New and Old Testament.
Now, in fact, I'll put it. Let's pull up the interlinear Bible real quick, and we can both read it together. Now, in the text, we have a very clear verb when it talks about King Josiah. It says here, this is a very large conjugation of a very short word. The actual word, let me zoom in Hebrew is muth or moth, depending on conjugation. But it's got a couple additives in here. So you've got a vav consecutive, and then you've got a third masculine plural pronoun on the end of it, and then you've got an actual conjunction, which is future, but it's negated because it's got a vav conjunction, so it's actually past tense, which would literally mean he killed him. That's what it literally means. He killed him. And then you have be Megiddo, in Megiddo. That's a bait. That's a preposition. Yeah. That bait right there means in or on or at. So it says that he killed him in Megiddo.
Got you.
So in the first,
I'm not trying to. I was just going to say I'm not trying to glaze at all, but your intelligence is very impressive.
I did learn Greek and Hebrew in school.
That is so cool.
Which is why I know this is a contradiction, because I've already read it in Hebrew.
Nice. Okay. And I will do you the justice of staying open to this, especially from somebody who's clearly, more intelligent and more educated than I am. But I would just ask that you do the same, because even though, I might be more simple than you, the Bible still could be true. And I wouldn't say to listen to me, but just stay open to it. But I want to continue talking. Can you go to 2 Chronicles and show me the Hebrew?
Yeah.
Because if I can elaborate on that point more too, I tend to have hard times. I have Satanist buddies. I have real hippie, far left liberal buddies, and I don't vote either way. But the most intelligent people, tend to have, obviously the best arguments against the Bible. And we just have to be open to the thought that maybe it was designed that way to promote those people. I just say stay open to that.
Open to the fact that God designed the Bible to be confusing?
No, our educational system designed to make listeners and people who were good at paying attention to detail. Let's promote these people, and all these free thinkers, let's put them on ADHD medication so that they can, kind of stay out of the way.
Well, I'm not on ADHD medication, but the important part of the sentence structure here in the Book of Chronicles is this middle line right here, and it says, "And they brought him." Thank you for the hat. I appreciate that, Bella. And then it says to Jerusalem. Actually, it doesn't say to Jerusalem. It says Yerushalayim. It doesn't have the lamed preposition for to that you would expect, but that's fine. They brought him. To is implied to Jerusalem, and then it says, and he died. Now this translation says, so he died, because they're dishonest. But this right here is a vav conjunctive, and this means and then. When you have a narrative construct of a series of vav conjunctions like this that make up a narrative sequence, it's and then, and then, and then, and then. So they brought him to Jerusalem, and then he died, which is my translation says, there he died.
Okay.
So Vayamath just means and then he died. Thank you, Mascat. So let's go to another one real quick. This is one of my favorites. Oops, that's not what I was looking for. Sorry.
Far left is liberal, though.
So it says, God spoke to Moses and said to him, I am the Lord, or it would say Yahweh in the Hebrew, and I appeared to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob as God Almighty, or El Shaddai in the Hebrew. But by my name Yahweh, I did not make myself known to them. So the basic reading of this text then would be that the patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, didn't know the name of Yahweh. They knew him as El or El Shaddai or Elohim, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The problem is whoever wrote the prior chapters in the Bible, the prior books, I mean, have them knowing this name all the time. For example, in Abraham in chapter 15, speaking of God and Abraham, then he said to him, I am Yahweh who brought you from Ur of the Chaldeans to give you this land to possess. But he said, that being Abraham, O Yahweh God, how am I to know that I shall possess it? So obviously they knew. Thank you so much, Rusty, for the hat. They knew the name of Yahweh for sure.
So another contradiction.
Yeah.
Is what you're pointing out.
Yeah, that's what I'm suggesting here.
Hmm. Let me see real quick. Man, that's a good point. You know, I need to study up on this so I can try to refute it.
All right, let's do one more. We haven't done this one in a long time, guys. And this is such a popular one, I bet you've heard it before. Numbers 23:19. God is not a human being that he should lie, or a mortal that he should change his mind, or in some translations say that he would repent. But it means the same thing. It's the same Hebrew word. So we can say the basic reading of this passage, thank you, Lone Wolf, would be that God doesn't change his mind and doesn't repent, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's about 8 or 9 different times where he does just that. Genesis 6:6, the Lord was sorry that he made humans on earth and grieved him to his heart. It literally says that he repents in this passage. Same thing with Exodus 32:14. The Lord changed his mind about...
Wait. On that first one, grieve. So you're saying the Hebrew word is the same word?
Yeah, it's nakam in
grieved?
Hebrew. When it says that he was sorry. So the Hebrew word here is nakam, which quite literally means to change your mind or to repent.
Well, that could be one of the meanings, right? Because some words have multiple meanings depending on the context, correct?
Well, nakam quite literally means the same thing, whether it's repent or change your mind, because to repent does mean to change.
So, but you have to entertain the thought that it could have different meanings because of different contexts, no?
Yeah, that's why most translations say that he repented or he regretted. He was of one mind at one time and of another mind at a different time. But this is not the lone example. I mean, it says here that he doesn't change his mind. He doesn't nakam. And then here in the book of Genesis, he does nakam. And then this is even more blatant. In Exodus 32:14, says the Lord changed his mind about the disaster that he planned to bring on his people. Now that's one for one. That's context. God saying he's going to do one thing and then changing his mind and doing another thing.
Okay. Totally.
Right.
He changed his mind. But I don't believe that other verse was saying that he would never change his mind. He says he would never repent.
Same thing. It's the Hebrew word nakam. Says God is not a human being that he should lie, or a mortal that he should change his mind. But in the Hebrew, it's literally the same word. And I've got examples of God repenting. I've got examples of God changing his mind.
Okay, so but if you pull up that word in Hebrew, nakam, under it, it'll have various definitions of it.
Yeah,
correct?
so if you just go to like the Brown driver...
In some cases, it could...
Yeah, so typically... So typically in the verbal stem that we find it in the Bible, in the Nephal verbal stem, it means to be sorry or to be regretful. And that's exactly what we find our contradiction in. So if you go to the contradiction passages that we just went by, it's used in the same conjugation. It's in the Nephal conjugation right here. So it means that God was regretful, or he was sorry, or he changed his mind. That's like the whole point behind the word, is like you thought one thing, but now you think another thing. Your mind has been changed. You regret.
Right. And what was the original verse that says he will never repent?
It's Numbers 23:19.
That he should change his mind. God is not a human being that he should lie, or immortal that he should change his mind.
Right.
Okay, so that's Numbers. And then the other one was Exodus. I'm just going to screenshot them real quick.
Yeah.
Do you mind?
Exodus 32:14. And also 1 Samuel 15:11. God says, I regret that I made Saul king, for he has turned back from following me. And then he says it again in 1 Samuel 15:29. Moreover, the glory of Israel will not deceive or change his mind, for he is not immortal that he should change his mind.
Man.
But he definitely does.
Yeah, that's sticky right there.
That was a tough one. But there's a bunch of these contradictions in the Bible. I've got like a list of about 60 of them. Gina, thank you so much for the $5.
I really respect the thorough.
All right, Justin. If I don't unmute for a while, he's here. He made touchdown. We're
Okay.
getting the guts the winds 85 to 95 miles an hour.
That's right. It's past midnight. I got to get to bed anyways. But thank you, Gina Harris, for the $5 over Venmo. Gina says, can't take it anymore. Was married to a guy who turned into a flat earther. It's a desperate need to feel important. I don't know. I don't know why people convert to flat earth, but I suspect it's because they want to believe in the Bible. And the Bible does say the earth is flat. I'm going to give you that one. The Bible says the earth is flat according to Job 38:14. No doubt about it. But listen, Obey, I'd love to have you on again. It's 12 minutes past my bedtime. I got to get out of here and get a little bit of sleep. I got to work in the morning. Because my company gets paid by the Rothschilds to engage in making machines that need the earth to be around. So thanks for being here. I appreciate the conversation.
Definitely. Same here, man.
All right. Have a great one.
I would say God bless.
No, I don't mind. It's fair. You can say it. I don't care.
Okay.
All right. Cheers, mate.
God bless.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for being here. We've had quite a night. Definitely keep an eye out on the hurricane. Hanji, you let us know if you need anything. And let everyone know you love them. We really appreciate you guys being here, supporting us, supporting Hanji, supporting the stream. We appreciate all the likes and the comments and the gifts and the shares. It really means the world to us. We really appreciate it. Thank you guys on YouTube that have been with us all night, and the Twitch stream. Thank you for all the super chats. We had some dynamite super chats come in tonight. Just some really good observations. So thank you very much for that. We'll be back again Friday night. Hopefully Hanji will be back home by then. Maybe.
Yeah, hopefully.
We'll see.
But I love you all. Bye, guys. See you soon.
All right, guys, have a great one. We'll see you in a couple days.